In the classroom, the teacher was diligently lecturing, preaching that hard work pays off, but Hongjin couldn't care less because the guy who said that just got hauled off to jail. He glanced out the window and suddenly spotted some strange columns of black gas. Immediately after, an intense burst of light forced everyone to squeeze their eyes shut. A weird monster's maw had appeared on the sports field. The black energy was terrifying, and the students panicked, gossiping about what on earth was going on. Did the Earth server just glitch again? The teacher at the podium couldn't stay calm either. He tried calling the police, but there was no signal. And that's when Hongjin noticed a black orb floating inside the classroom. A girl was acting super strange, still writing in her notebook, even though her hand had turned a weird, sickly gray. The blonde guy next to her teased, "Seriously? Why are you still studying right now?" But she didn't stop. Her hand moved faster and faster while she kept muttering, "It's so cold, so cold." Suddenly, she snapped her head around, revealing pitch-black eyes and scary cracked veins all over her face. The blonde guy scrambled back, screaming and drawing everyone's attention. By then, the girl had fully transformed into a monster, her mouth stretching past her ears, looking absolutely gruesome, leaving Jin frozen in shock. The blonde guy was terrified out of his wits, and the whole class descended into chaos at the horrific sight. A monstrous giant hand slammed onto the desks, and the creature fully revealed itself. A tall, gray, deformed body with that black orb on its head, pulsating, emitting a weird, rhythmic sound. Hongjin, Yugi, and the other students stood frozen in their tracks, sweat pouring down like rain from sheer terror while desperate screams echoed throughout the classroom. Everything turned into total mayhem as people trampled each other to escape. Amidst the chaotic crowd, he saw Yugi sitting on the floor, trembling and begging for help. Jin rushed over to check on her, and the poor girl sobbed that her legs had turned to jelly and she couldn't stand. Jin could only sigh, thinking that the situation was truly dire while the pandemonium continued. As students fought to get out, the monster swung its long, grotesque arm, swiping straight into the crowd just as a group was trying to flee. A black tentacle suddenly lunged forward, piercing through a male student's leg. He screamed in agony as he was dragged back toward the monster, turning the school hallway into an instant nightmare. The screaming was unbearable, echoing from every corner. "What is this? Help me, call the police." Caught in the crush of people trampling over one another, the boy trapped by the tentacle clawed desperately at the floor. He wailed, "Don't leave me behind, you jerks!" But despite his pleas, the creature with that black orb floating above its head nonchalantly snatched him up. It hoisted him into the air with its tentacle. The victim just choked back tears in total helplessness. "Please stop, somebody help me!" In a corner of the room, Hongjin hugged Yugi tightly to shield her. Both of them could only tremble, witnessing the horrifying scene right before their eyes until the boy's last cry was cut short by a sickening crunch from the floating black orb. Dark viscous liquid started leaking out, splashing onto the victim's remains, and then the horrific meal concluded as the creature's massive maw swallowed his entire to keep her from making a sound. Just at that moment, the noise and screams of people calling for the police echoed from the hallway, and the monster jerked its head. It turned immediately toward them, while downstairs in the men's restroom, a crashing sound from the ceiling made the crew-cut bully grumble in annoyance. "Ugh, so loud! Damn it!" In contrast to everyone else's panic, the gray-haired guy stood by the window nonchalantly smoking, saying the school is about to collapse anyway. "Those idiots are just making a fuss." Seeing the crew-cut guy still anxiously looking outside, the gray-haired guy gave a sinister, challenging laugh. "Why don't you go touch it then? I'll give you 10,001. The crew-cut guy waved his hands, refusing vehemently. "Not a chance, I wouldn't do it even for 50,000. The gray-haired guy scoffed at his accomplice's cowardice. He looked down at the schoolyard where the giant monster had its hideous tentacles dug deep into the ground, but his smile froze when he noticed something. A crazy thought flashed through his mind, twisting his face into a cruel, wicked grin. "I just thought of something fun." He turned to look at John Min, who was lying unconscious. Curled up on the cold floor of the restroom, he ordered, "Wake this guy up." The crew-cut guy asked blankly, like he was spaced out, "Why punch him some more?" The gray-haired bully took a drag of his cigarette and gave a sinister smile. "I've thought of a way to cure this boredom." Moments later, John Min, blindfolded with a red cloth, walked trembling across the grass under the coercion of the two bullies. Terrified, he asked, "Do I really just have to walk over there and swear?" Responding to his timidity was a chilling threat from the gray-haired guy standing on the stairs. "Ask that one more time and I'll kill you, you get me?" John Min jumped in fright, hurriedly apologized, and continued walking hopelessly. Watching from afar, the gray-haired guy sneered as he saw John Min lose his way and head straight for it. However, the crew-cut guy holding his phone to film started to get nervous and asked, "But are we going to get in trouble? What if he dies?" Because right in front of John Min at this moment was a giant gray monster with sharp teeth, its mouth wide open as if waiting to swallow him whole. Hearing his accomplice acting like such a coward, the gray-haired guy scolded him for being a chicken, because that monster wasn't even moving at all. He laughed like a madman and urged him on, "And I'm dying of curiosity here. Shut your mouth and keep filming properly." Meanwhile, John Min was still dragging his painful steps across the grass. The pain from his bruised ribs made it hard for him to even stand. He tried to calm himself down, telling himself to stay sharp for this twisted challenge. But the fear of being beaten by the bullies was even greater than the fear in front of him. John Min whispered to himself, "Still better than getting pummeled," and closed his eyes, heading straight toward the giant tooth-filled maw. The monster's fangs loomed in the corner of the dark classroom. Hongjin was still clutching Yuji, hiding under a desk, holding his breath and praying, but the creature's eerie guttural screech rang out right outside. It suddenly whipped its grotesque head toward their hiding spot. Seeing that, Hongjin broke into a cold sweat, silently lamenting his terrible luck. "We're dead for sure." Right after that, the hideous creature leaped onto the desk right above them. Knowing they couldn't hide anymore, Hongjin screamed, "Hey, run, Yuji!" But she was already too panicked. She could only bury her face in her hands and scream in helplessness. The monster swung its razor-sharp claws, smashing the surrounding desks and chairs before lunging down in a powerful slam. Debris and dust flew everywhere, grazing Hongjin's face, leaving him frozen in shock. As the dust settled, he looked at the wreckage around him in horror. He let out an uneasy grunt and hurriedly turned to urge his friend to run. But Yuji had completely broken down. She clutched her head, crying hysterically, "Mom, sob, what do I do now? Sob!" Seeing his friend sitting on the floor, shivering uncontrollably, Hongjin knew she had lost her mind and couldn't move on her own. Just then a loud noise erupted. The monster was slowly crawling over the rows of desks, closing in on them. To save himself, a cruel decision flashed through Hongjin's mind. Looking at Yuji, who was still sobbing miserably, Hongjin wondered if what he was about to do was too heartless. But survival instinct overcame his conscience. He firmly lifted his legs and bolted away as fast as he could, abandoning his friend alone in the face of danger. Yuji cried out for her mother in despair, completely unaware she had been left behind. It wasn't until a massive, towering shadow engulfed her that she startled and looked back in terror. Right in front of Yuji was the monster's maw filled with jagged fangs closing in on her. She could only scream in absolute horror. Hearing the commotion in the hallway, a burly teacher armed with a wooden baseball bat walked out, grumbling, "What's all that noise? What the hell is that?" The monster immediately turned its head toward them. In a flash, its tentacles struck with a crash. The teacher screamed in agony as one of his arms was severed clean off. The horrific scene sent the whole classroom into chaos. Students were screaming in panic, demanding someone call the police and an ambulance. On the floor, Yuji sat huddled, sobbing for her mother in vain. Out in the hallway, desperate screams for help continued to echo. Caught between life and death, Yuji squeezed her eyes shut, crying in despair, "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Just then a hand suddenly lunged out, grabbing her wrist tightly and pulling her along. Yuji startled and screamed, but looking closely, it was Hongjin. He had just used all his strength to pull his friend along. He grumbled as he ran, "You're so heavy." Seeing Hongjin had come back to save her, Yuji burst into tears and called his name. Jin ran while frantically asking, "Where did that monster go?" Yuji could only cry and reply that it was heading toward the bathroom. At that same moment, the teacher's mutilated remains lay motionless on the hallway floor next to his baseball bat, which had rolled away. The brutal monster was casually devouring the rest of the teacher. His body was being absorbed into the black sphere after a satisfied gulp. It started to move. The heavy footsteps of the hideous creature echoed through the empty, ruined classroom, and it was on a path straight toward the wooden cleaning supply cabinet. In the corner of the room, inside the cramped wooden cabinet, Hongjin and Yuji were clutching each other, trembling uncontrollably. Yuji whimpered, "What do we do?" Jim signaled for her to be quiet because he heard footsteps right outside. In the suffocating darkness, Jin broke into a cold sweat and whispered teasingly, "So what should we do now? Should I leave you here and run?" The insensitive joke at the wrong time made Yuji snap, "You jerk." When the footsteps outside faded, Yuji worriedly asked if it had left. Jin could only shake his head and told her to peek outside since it might still be lurking around. After a long, tense silence, Yuji whispered, "Thank you for saving me, really. I thought I was a goner for sure." Hearing the sincere thanks, Hongjin scratched his head shyly and replied, "It's nothing." But before he could finish, Yuji changed her tone, narrowing her eyes suspiciously. "Did you really abandon me and run earlier?" The lethal question made Jin jump, sweating profusely. He hurriedly tried to explain that he had been right by her side, but Yuji immediately debunked him. "I heard you running away. Are you actually crazy?" Jim flusteredly signaled for her to lower her voice, reminding her that she had just thanked him. Right at that moment, the monster's spindly arm brushed past the outside of the cabinet. Yuji held her breath and asked if it was gone. Jim suggested cracking the door open to check. He trembling reached out to open it, but right at that moment, the monster's screech sounded. It was looking straight down at them from above. Jin realized with a shudder that they had hit a dead end. "We're really finished now. Stay and die or run and die." In his despair, he cursed himself. Why hadn't he just been shameless enough to run away alone earlier? Just then, Jin noticed a shift. The monster was no longer above them. Jin stared blankly, wondering if the beast had truly disappeared. The silence was absolute. There wasn't a single sound. He trembled, hoping that they had miraculously escaped. But right after that, the screeching exploded, enveloping the cabinet. Yuji screamed in a panic, on the verge of losing it, and Jin could only yell out in despair. He begged it to stop. A massive earth-shaking explosion erupted from the school building. At the same time, on the grass below, the blindfolded student Ji-chun Min was clutching his stomach in pain. As he walked, he grumbled, "Ugh, my ribs hurt like hell." He accidentally brushed his hand against the thorny, rugged skin of the giant monster that was writhing right in front of him. Without knowing what it was, he jerked his hand back, startled, and cursed, "Damn it, you scared the hell out of me." The wave of fear hit him, and he frantically yelled, What is that? What's going on?" Standing on the high balcony, the gray-haired guy laughed with amusement, seeing his prank had worked. "Look, that guy just touched it." "What? What? What's going on?" Standing on the high balcony, the silver-haired guy watched with a sinister laugh, thrilled that his prank had actually worked. "Look at that, the guy's touching it. Did you get that on camera?" "Yeah, it actually touched it." Hearing a noise from above, Min, feeling uneasy, called out, "What is going on up there?" But the two bullies kept on planning their next move as if nothing happened. The gray-haired one sneered, "Hey, I'm gonna make him skin it alive. Make sure you get a good shot of his reaction." The buzz-cut guy chimed in, excited, "Do you think he'll wet his pants?" The gray-haired one stroked his chin smugly. Nothing would be better than that. Just then, the smiles on the two bullies' faces suddenly vanished. They stared at the building in shock, muttering, "Huh, what the?" With a loud thud, the monster jumped straight into the soccer field. The boys' blindfold came off just in time. The two bullies were terrified out of their minds. Meanwhile, the noise caught the attention of students in other classrooms. A student nearby asked curiously, "Does that look like an octopus to you?" Amidst the tension, a few students were still bickering, fighting over a spot to watch. "If your eyes are bad, get some glasses," the other one snapped back. "Why are you picking a fight with me? You want to die?" Standing in the upper hallway, watching the whole thing, he turned pale. Shaking, he pointed down and screamed, "A demon, that monster! It's a monster!" Seeing his buddy had lost his mind from fear, the buzz-cut guy standing next to him immediately turned and bolted for his life, not forgetting to yell back, "Shut your mouth and run, you idiot!" At the same time, inside the cramped locker, Hongjin breathed a sigh of relief. "Ha, we're alive!" Yuji, curled up in a ball beside him, was still in shock, crying, "I thought we were done for. I was so scared I thought I was gonna die." It was true. When the noise outside went completely quiet, Hongjin pushed the door open. The scene before them left him stunned. The classroom wall had been completely destroyed. From inside the locker, Yuji asked anxiously, "Is the monster far away yet?" Jim crawled out onto the floor, peered into the open space, and replied, "No, it's still on the school field." But as he looked closely, he realized something very strange. The giant monster with the black sphere for a head was just sitting motionless in the middle of the field, obedient as a statue. Just then, chaotic screams of students erupted from the hallway. They were trampling each other to escape. The noise startled Hongjin. Yuji hurried to his side, worried. "What do we do? Everyone is losing their minds." Jim pondered, Well, if that thing is out on the field. Yuji grabbed Jin's arm, urging him, Hey Hongjin, we should get out of here too. It might come back here. Even though they knew they had to leave, Jim stared helplessly at the mess outside. We should go, but where are we supposed to go? Yuji decisively headed out first, but Hongjin was still worried. Going out there is the most dangerous thing we could do. Yuji looked at the crowd of people running frantically and asked, Then where is everyone else going? Jim watched them and shook his head. I don't know. Look at their faces. I don't think they're thinking before they act. He suggested they both head to the teacher's office first, to find a phone to call for help. Just then a familiar voice called out from behind, Oh, right, that's a good idea. Jim jumped and turned around to see Kim Ishin, who had appeared out of nowhere. The guy nonchalantly put his hands in his pockets and dropped a bombshell, Forget it. Seeing Ishin appear, Jim asked in surprise, Wait, why is your classroom such a mess? Why are you here? Why did you come here? Ishin teased with a smile. Your big brother came because he was worried about you, LOL. Yuji, standing nearby, worriedly asked about the disgusting creature on the field. That thing on the field. Did it come from here? Ishin replied in a low voice. Yeah, that's Kim Sujin. The answer completely shocked Hongjin. He clutched his head and shouted, What are you talking about, Kim Ishin? Yuji crossed her arms and pressed him on his earlier comment. What do you mean, forget it? Have you already been to the teacher's office? Ishin held up his phone and explained, Not exactly. The phones here are all broken. Kaiko talk calls, texts, none of it works. This news left Jin extremely anxious. He pressed further, Why? Why is that? Ishin could only answer helplessly, How should I know? All three looked out at the collapsed wall toward the monster sitting still on the soccer field. Jin squinted deep in thought. Is that monster causing some kind of interference? Ishin replied quietly, That's very possible. Kim Ishin suggested the group should move to a safe place first, because sooner or later the police or the military would come to rescue them. Hearing that, Yuji asked anxiously, Do you guys have any idea where's safe? At the same time, she suggested going to the cafeteria. All three offered opposing opinions. Ishin wanted to go to the rooftop. Yuji chose the cafeteria, while Hongjin insisted on going to the auditorium. The disagreement left all three frozen, staring at each other in the ruined classroom. Ishin looked at the two friends helplessly and complained that those ideas were ridiculous. Hongjin immediately snapped back, arguing that at a time like this, there was no time to argue and the group should discuss it while heading to the auditorium. But Ishin still didn't agree, asking why Jin was so set on going there. Why demand silence from both, proposing a hypothetical if they have to hold out at the school for more than a month? Their top priority must be finding food. Hongjin immediately objects, arguing that a month is way too long. Meanwhile, he gestures toward the completely destroyed classroom wall to convince everyone they need to find a more fortified spot, like the auditorium, to hide. Yuji, standing nearby, impatiently cuts the argument short. She can't understand why Jin only thinks about running away when the most important thing right now is finding a way to be rescued quickly. Hearing the word rescue, Jin looks momentarily dazed. Yuji clutches her head in distress, pointing at the shattered wall, worrying out loud whether the rescue team can even reach the school at this time. Believing that given the gravity of the situation, the rescue team will surely arrive by helicopter within the next hour, all three agree to move to the rooftop, instead of the cafeteria. But just as the decision is made, Yuji suddenly stumbles, losing her balance as gravity pulls her to one side. Hongjin quickly catches his friend and asks, worried. Kim Yishin also turns back, startled, asking what happened. Yuji trembles, gasping for air, explaining that her legs have turned to jelly and she can't stand, just like the situation from before. Jin sighs. He thought their little chat had helped boost her morale again. He asks anxiously if she can walk on her own. Just then, Yuji freezes when she looks down at her own arm. Hongjin's hand, which is gripping her, is trembling uncontrollably. It turns out the friend who had been acting so calm all this time is actually enduring extreme fear. Yuji looks at Jin with understanding. She realizes it's not just her who's terrified, everyone here is scared out of their minds. It's just that they are trying to suppress it so they can survive together. Yuji struggles to get up, asserting that she's okay and can walk by herself. Hongjin urges the group to move quickly. They run along the hallway past the destroyed classroom wall, sprinting straight for the stairs leading to the rooftop. On the way, Yuji worries aloud whether the rooftop door will be open. because she heard this place is usually the hangout spot for troublemakers who come up to smoke. Hearing this, Hongjin turns to ask Kim Yishin to confirm, which makes Yishin feel uneasy too, wondering if it really is locked. Yishin quickly reassures them both that even if it's locked, he has a way to open it. He doesn't forget to clarify that he doesn't smoke up there at all. However, when all three reach the rooftop door, Yishin is surprised to discover the lock has already been opened. He guesses that another group of students got here before them. Yishin decisively turns the handle and pushes the door open. The sight that greets the group is a vast rooftop where quite a few students have already gathered. The appearance of Yishin's group quickly draws attention. Two male students standing near the railing immediately recognize the school's famous messy-haired boy. In another corner, their friend, Ji Seonji, wearing a gray jacket, is anxiously clutching her arm, silent amidst the complaints of the boy next to her. Looking around, Yishin remarks that quite a lot of people have run up here. Perhaps everyone had the same idea coming here to wait for a rescue helicopter because everyone's face is deathly pale. But then, Yishin's expression suddenly changes and he lets out a heavy curse. When Duyan Hongjin asks what's wrong, Yishin just stares silently into the distance and drops a bombshell. He says that all of them have basically punched their tickets to the afterlife. Yishin's ominous words leave Hongjin and Yuji confused and frantic, demanding to know what he means. Yishin turns his back and slowly points toward the high-rise buildings opposite them, and says the rescue team might never come. Following the direction of his finger, a terrifying scene hits the group on top of the distant high-rise. Another monster, identical to the one at the soccer field, appears. Witnessing that, Hongjin freezes completely while Yuji can only cover her mouth with her hands to stifle a scream. Jin trembles, wondering why the monster that was at the school field is now appearing over there. The cruel truth hits Kim Yishin, causing him to collapse. He sinks to his knees, covering his face, helplessly realizing that this catastrophe isn't just happening at their school. It seems the entire Earth is facing similar retribution. While in despair, Yishin hears frantic muttering nearby while Hongjin rushes over and grips the railing, like a drowning man clutching a straw. His face turns pale, sweat pouring down, unable to believe his eyes. This can't be happening. Seungji speaks up softly, saying that it's actually better now than it was a moment ago. The building over there was in total chaos. Hearing the word chaos, Hongjin repeats it, trembling in confusion, scanning the building opposite. A large section of the glass wall has been smashed open, revealing the devastation inside the office. On the floor among the glass shards is the body of a man in a white shirt. He lies motionless. Beside the ruined computer, from a dark corner, a gray skeletal hand with long, sharp claws suddenly reaches out and grabs the body's leg. Then it coldly drags him into the darkness, leaving a long, horrific trail of black blood. Witnessing that brutal scene, Hongjin breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that this tragedy is not just limited to their school. Wait, if it's the same outside the school, then what about our homes? Yuji slowly walks over to Jin, calling his name softly, then asks anxiously, "We'll be okay, right?" Jin can only look at his friend with a helpless, sorrowful gaze, not knowing how to look down at the city which is now submerged in a bone-chilling silence. Yuji whimpers, Why did it have to be our neighborhood?" A rude, mocking voice suddenly rings out from behind them. "You're talking absolute rubbish, absolute garbage." The gray-haired bully and his crew step forward arrogantly. Hai glares and shouts threateningly, "Things are chaotic enough as it is. You're still yapping. Damn it, if you're going to say stupid things, shut your trap before I send you to the afterlife." Hongjin turns around angry and asks what his problem is, only to be hit with insults and profanity from the gray-haired guy. It doesn't stop there. The thug lunged forward, grabbed Yugi by the hair, and yanked her down, growling with murderous intent. "Don't you dare get smart with me. Should I just feed you to the monsters?" Yugi yelled back in frustration. "Let go, you bastard!" Jin was frantic and tried to step in, but the gray-haired thug just smirked and let her go. However, before Yugi could even recover, he suddenly swung his hand and delivered a brutal slap right to her face. Seeing how aggressive the guy was, Jin immediately flinched. He rushed over to shield his friend, stammering, "Wait, hold on, just wait." Seeing Jin's weak reaction, Chunmin gave a mocking, arrogant smirk and raised his fist to challenge him. "Wow, so Kim Ison's little protege is taking the hits for him now. The next one is a punch. Think you can take it?" That direct threat had Jin breaking into a cold sweat, only able to stammer in confusion, No, I mean," just as the tension peaked, a cold voice rang out from behind. "Stop it." It was Ji Seungji, a first-year student in a gray hoodie, walking slowly toward them. This is ridiculous. A first-year boy with her was worried and tried to stop her, but he caught Johnmin's eye. Who are you? Do I know you? Look at the crooked name tag on your back, freshman. Ignoring the bully's threat, Seungji stayed calm. She coldly exposed the truth. Someone died right in front of the whole school. You're one of our students and you want to play tough guy gangster in a situation like this. Her words were like adding fuel to the fire. The veins on Chunmin's face began to bulge. You guys are seriously messed up. Are you all high on something? Do you want to follow that dead guy? Before he could make a move, Kim Ison stepped forward, cutting him off. Johnmin, have you ever done a single decent thing in your life? Ison's presence made the air even heavier. He bluntly cursed at him. You really are a piece of trash. Johnmin wasn't about to take that immediately, glaring back in challenge. So what you want to jump in on this too? Hongjin could only sit there helplessly next to Yugi, panicking and thinking to himself, no, this isn't right. This isn't the time for this. The students around them started whispering and buzzing. Just then, Hongjin saw it again. A black orb was floating behind them. He remembered when his classmate turned into a monster, he had seen that same black orb. Jin's eyes were filled with pure terror. Could someone be about to turn into a monster? He immediately lunged, grabbed Yugi's hand, pulled her up and shouted, Hey, get up! We need to go now! Yugi hadn't even regained her senses, staring blankly as she asked, What, why so suddenly? There was no time to explain. Jin kept shouting to his friend, Kim Ison, let's go! Hearing the frantic call. Kim Ison turned his head full of questions. Standing right next to him, the bully. Johnmin clicked his tongue in disgust and mocked, What is that idiot saying? Who said they could leave? Ignoring the bully's taunts. Hongjin shouted frantically, warning the group, Monsters! Someone here is about to turn into a monster. There's no time to explain, hurry. Jin's terrifying warning caused the entire rooftop to suddenly fall into a chilling, deathly silence. Seungji walked over, worried, and asked for clarification. What did you just say? A boy beside her also started to panic and urged everyone to leave. But Johnmin and his lackeys just looked on with total contempt. He laughed mockingly, LOL, that's hilarious, us turning into monsters. While the bullies were still jeering, Kim Ison suddenly went silent, his face paling with anxiety as he pieced everything together. Standing next to Yugi, Hongjin lowered his voice and provided solid proof to wake everyone up. The thing at the school grounds is... He immediately turned and bolted. Hongjin gripped Yugi's hand, dragging her for dear life, and didn't forget to shout, Who is going to turn into a monster? I'll explain later. Seeing Jin's group running, Seungji quickly started to follow, but before she could take another step, Chunmin lunged out to block her path, a nasty, threatening smirk on his face. Where do you think you're going? So disrespectful. Seungji just stared at him in silence. Just as the conflict was about to explode, a piercing scream suddenly tore through the atmosphere on the rooftop. Over there, every eye turned in shock to the center of the yard, where a student was kneeling on the ground with a mysterious black orb floating right above his head. The surrounding students panicked and scrambled away. People were whispering and guessing. Why is it like that? What the hell is that? Don't tell me it's a zombie. The student's face changed rapidly. His eyes turned completely black, the whites disappearing, and from his twisted mouth, strange, inhuman sounds came out. L-E-U. L-E-U. It was chilling. Hongjin gritted his teeth and shouted a warning to everyone. Run! Kim Ison quickly lunged forward to open the rooftop door so the group could escape. But just at that moment, a giant, monstrous hand reached out and grabbed them. An unlucky student was crushed by it and was gone instantly. Witnessing the horrific scene right in front of him, he was paralyzed by fear. It's over. It's really over. On the brink of death. A loud shout suddenly shattered the air. Kim Ison startled and looked back to see Hongjin gritting his teeth and screaming. Run, without hesitation, Hongjin used all his strength to tear through the door to carve out an escape route. The rooftop immediately descended into total chaos with piercing screams ringing out everywhere. As the students trampled over each other trying to escape, Kim Ison gasped for air while trying to run down the hallway to get away. Suddenly he froze when he heard Hongjin calling his full name. Hongjin turned back and saw Yisun, who was gripping his hands tightly, pulling Yuji along right behind him. Jin shouted, urging his friend to hurry up just at that moment. The monster lunged forward, slamming directly into them. Kim Yisun froze as he watched the powerful impact send Jin flying, crashing into the railing. Seeing that scene, IG, along with the students around them, screamed in terror. Hongjin collapsed to the floor, coughing violently in pain. The girl with the bun could only tremble in fear as the monster loomed right behind them. Jean struggled to get up. That hit. Damn, it hurts like hell. The giant monster stood looming right in front of them, letting out a lo-lu-lu sound. In this do-or-die situation, Kim Yison hurriedly grabbed Yuji's hand to run. Yuji cried out in terror, "Hongjin, what are we supposed to do?" Kim Yison gripped his friend's shoulder, shoved her toward the door, and yelled, "Hey! You get inside first, I'll figure out a way." All around them, students were trampling each other, running away amid the chaotic screams. Kim Yison's eyes narrowed with fierce determination. He told himself, "I have to find a way no matter what." Just then, Ji Sungji lunged from behind and tossed him a stun gun, not forgetting to remind him, "Don't forget to give it back when you're done." Taking the item from his friend's hand, Yison stammered, "This." I immediately turned back toward the railing where the giant monster was constantly closing in. Hongjin lay on the ground coughing incessantly but still managed to scream in desperation, "Run!" But the girl was too terrified to move, questioning if this was just a dream. It would be okay, right? Right? At the most critical moment, Yison lunged forward with his weapon. But the sight before him made him freeze. The monster had been faster, killing the poor girl. It was a scene that made everyone flee in terror afterward. It had sucked the girl into that pitch-black orb. Yison's body trembled with fear, causing him to drop the stun gun. Just then, its owner caught it. She nimbly grabbed the fallen stun gun and charged straight at the monster while the creature had just finished devouring its prey and was beginning to move again. Ji Sungji gritted her teeth and lunged forward, praying incessantly in her mind, "Please!" She closed the distance, raised the weapon high, and screamed, "Take this!" A powerful blast of blue electricity from the stun gun immediately surged out, engulfing and shocking the monster's giant body. But the electric attack seemed to have no effect on this hideous creature. It kept making those weird lu-lu sounds. The black orb on its head vibrated slightly, and suddenly the monster tilted its body backward. From its head, unexpectedly, it launched a barrage of giant, sharp black thorns like spears sweeping out in all directions at a terrifying speed. Witnessing the brutal counterattack, Ji Sungji stood stunned, frozen in place. Only one desperate thought flashed through her mind: this is madness. The giant black thorns slammed into the ground, shattering the concrete floor and impaling the students running away on the rooftop. Immediately, another sharp black thorn shot straight toward Ji Sungji. She was completely paralyzed, collapsing to the ground as the giant black thorns spiked all around her, like a deadly cage. Standing at the doorway, Yuji and Hongjin watched the scene in horror. Hongjin's eyes widened as he screamed in desperation, "Ji Sungji!" But it was too late. The giant black thorns plunged straight into the ground, extinguishing all hope of rescue. Would anyone among them survive? Kim Yison broke out in a cold sweat, panting heavily from exhaustion, telling himself he had almost lost his life just now. On the other side, Ji Sungji, worried, bent down to help Hongjin, who was collapsed on the ground, asking if he was all right. Jim could only lie there, panting, thinking helplessly, "Why is she?" asking people one by one in such a life-or-death moment. Right then, another sharp black thorn grazed him, making Hongjin jump in terror, asking if the monster was still moving. Realizing the danger wasn't over, Kim Yison immediately shouted, urging the group to run away quickly. Hongjin also hurriedly struggled to his feet, trying his best to support Ji Sungji as they ran away while the giant monster still loomed right behind them. The black orb on the giant monster's hollow neck rotated slightly, emitting strange rustling sounds. Looking back, Ji Sungji worriedly wondered if it had passed out and stopped chasing them. Sungji shyly asked why he decided to save her. Jin replied that it was because she had saved his life earlier. Up ahead, Kim Yison had reached the rooftop door and waved, urging them both to hurry up. But just as they thought they were about to escape, Yuji, standing at the door, turned pale and pointed behind them in panic. Kim Yison, startled, looked back and realized in horror that the giant monster had started moving. Its neck suddenly stretched out like a wriggling black snake, continuously letting out lu sounds that made one's skin crawl, heading straight for them. Witnessing that demonic scene, the male student standing next to Kim Yison screamed in complete despair that they were all done for. Yison gritted his teeth tense and shouted to Hongjin, urging his friend to be quick. Hongjin, struggling to support Ji Sungji, shouted back that he was coming. But the monster's speed was too fast. Its long, wriggling black neck with a mouth full of sharp teeth was right on their heels. The moment the monster's mouth was about to snap them up, Yisun closed in and used all his strength to shove Hongjin's chest, yelling for both of them to get out of there fast. The powerful shove sent both Hongjin and Ji Seungji tumbling inside the doorway. Immediately, Kim Yisun also quickly squeezed inside. He hurriedly grabbed the door handle, slammed it shut, and locked the latch to stop the monster from breaking in. Leaning his back against the door, Yisun broke out in a cold sweat, panting in terror. The blonde student shaking with every step as he finally scrambled into the safety of the corridor, kept tormenting himself, whispering that they had all almost died out there. Yuji, standing beside him, was still in shock and could only heave a sigh of relief. Below, Ji Seungji sat on the floor, exhausted. Hongjin crouched down next to her and said in a low voice, "That's exactly why I said the assembly hall, not the rooftop." Seungji clutched her head in defeat and replied, "How was I supposed to know?" Hongjin looked around, then asked anxiously, "Where did the kids who got here first go?" Seungji shook her head slightly. "I don't know, they all just ran like crazy." Yuji impatiently cut in, "Let's hurry and go, Hongjin, can you walk or should I help you?" Just then, Kim Ishin was still leaning against the tightly locked iron door, keeping watch. Suddenly, frantic, heavy pounding erupted from the other side and his face instantly went pale. Sweat poured down his face in shock. The loud noise made the blonde student shriek in terror. "Ah, it's here!" Hongjin immediately jumped up, shoved Ji Seungji behind him and shouted, "Stay away from the door!" Yuji, terrified, ran to Kim Ishin and urged him desperately, "Damn it, you locked it, right?" "Right, let's go." Ishin trembled, muttering in doubt. "Wait, that was a monster, right?" Down by the stairs, the blonde student curled up on the floor, head in his hands, weeping as he screamed, "Senior, aren't you coming?" But Kim Ishin remained frozen in place. He stared at the iron door filled with agonizing guilt. "If that was a person. But I locked the door so they couldn't get in. Doesn't that mean they're dying because of me?" Seeing his friend blaming himself, Hongjin immediately stepped forward, gripped Ishin's shoulder, and shouted sternly to snap him back to reality. "Kim Ishin, there's no one left alive out there, I saw it clearly. So hurry up!" Before he could finish, a terrifying explosion slammed directly into the iron door. The immense force deformed the metal, sending dangerous sparks flying everywhere. Ji Seungji turned around and screamed, "Run!" The group immediately turned and scrambled down the stairs. Behind them, the iron door was battered, violently buckling and cracking under the repeated heavy impacts. Suddenly, a deafening crash tore through the air. The heavy iron door was completely blown off its hinges and slammed down the stairs right where Yuji screamed in terror. Above them, Hongjin and Kim Ishin narrowly dodged the lethal impact, both coughing violently in the dust and smoke. Hongjin, dripping with sweat, stammered in shock, "Damn it! That scared the hell out of me. Why is this?" The two of them trembled as they looked back at the destroyed door. Through the gaping, ruined frame, the entire rooftop was revealed before their eyes. On the lush green grass, the bodies of students lay scattered. A chilling, eerie silence hung over everything. Hiding behind an air conditioner unit on the roof, the gray-haired bully peeked through the iron railing and anxiously asked the short-haired underling sitting next to him if the monster had left yet. The underling trembled and warned, "It's still there." Looking toward the door, the spiked-headed monster with a hideous long black tail stood towering over the scattered corpses. The gray-haired bully prayed shakily, begging it to just leave. Yet just as he let out a sigh of relief, the monster suddenly swung its arm, slamming into the glass window. The massive explosion made the guy jump and curse. The relentless pounding shook the entire area, making the air conditioner unit vibrate violently. Shortly after, the spiked monster crawled through the broken window and slowly began to move away, escaping death by a hair's breadth. The gray-haired bully breathed a sigh of relief, telling himself he'd almost lost his life. The underling muttered that it was all thanks to sheer luck, but before they could even calm down, heavy, hurried footsteps echoed from behind. A monster's hand suddenly gripped the railing. The spiked monster slowly poked its head up, emitting eerie, guttural sounds. Then it slowly began to walk. Witnessing that scene, the two bullies could only hold their breath, hiding behind the air conditioner, screaming internally and begging the monster to go somewhere else. Down by the ruined stairs, Hongjin and Kim Ishin looked cautiously out toward the rooftop door but saw no one. Hongjin was confused, wondering why it was empty out there. Kim Ishin urged the group to leave quickly. Just then, Ji Seungji, who was sitting on the ground, looked up and suggested the group should move to the multi-purpose room. Everyone agreed because the door there was very sturdy and soundproof, then turned to ask for the opinion of the seniors looking at this unfamiliar boy. Kim Ishin looked confused and turned to ask Hongjin who he was, but Hongjin just shook his head and asked Ishin if he recognized the boy. And at that same moment, in another area, the teacher was frantically driving his car, wanting to get out of there. As fast as he could, his white car slowly rolled around the corner of the building. But the engine noise immediately caught the attention of the spiked monster which had been crouching on the school lawn. It suddenly snapped its head around and stood up. It stared at the car driving toward the gate, completely unaware that he had fallen into the sights of death. The old man continued to mumble prayers. "Even through the storm and the tempests you are always by my side. The miraculous grace of the Lord shall be revealed on earth." Just as he drove out of the school gate, the old man muttered, "Our sins." Right at that moment, accidentally glancing in the rearview mirror, the old man was horrified to see the scene of utter ruin behind him. His eyes widened in terror, and he let out a piercing scream, "Ah, ah, ah, ah!" Satan! In a panic, the old man slammed on the brakes, causing the car to screech and skid on the road before crashing into a large tree. The violent impact sent his head slamming into the steering wheel. Pain-choking coughs. With smoke billowing from the car on the side of the road, the old man clutched his blood-streaked forehead, groaning in agony. "Oh my God, my head!" He struggled to sit up and peered through the windshield. The old man suddenly froze when he spotted the silhouette of a bizarre creature. A monster." He frantically looked into the rearview mirror to search. Huh, where did it go? But before he could even process it, the spiky-headed monster leaped from high above, soared over the iron fence, and slammed directly onto the roof of the car with such crushing force that it buckled the metal. Not giving its victim a chance to escape, the monster raised an arm sharp and giant like a black scythe and coldly drove it straight down into the cabin. Meanwhile, in another corner of the school, a group of students was also running desperately for their lives. The boy in the purple jacket was frantically pulling his friend along, running for dear life, shouting, "Wait, wait! Damn it, turn it back on!" The girl with round glasses running behind him asked, bewildered, "What's going on? Why is that monster here?" The boy in purple grabbed her shoulder and kept pulling, urging her, "That's exactly why I told you to turn it back on." Right behind them, the heavy gray footsteps of another massive monster stomped against the ground. The teacher's car had already been smashed to pieces without mercy. Realizing the imminent danger, the girl with glasses quickly pressed herself against the corner of the brick wall and waved her hand, urging her friend to come along. "Hey, hey! Come with me!" The girl with round glasses peeked out from behind the wall, looking out anxiously, and muttered to herself, "Could it be? Down in the schoolyard? Two hideous monsters, that spiky-headed one and that gaunt giant entity full of fangs, are still standing there unmoving together." She suspected they were guarding something. Meanwhile, in another area of the school, Aegyong cautiously nudged the large wooden door of the multipurpose room open. Seeing that the hallway was completely silent, she let out a sigh of relief and stepped inside. "No monsters here, I guess. Seems okay." The group quickly moved into the multi-purpose room. Kim Yi-soon and Hongjin sat down on the floor, exhausted. Yi-soon exhaled, "Phew, let's take a break," while Jin wearily complained about his aching back. By the door, Ji-sung-ji tried to bolt it, but failing, she turned and said, "I can't get this to lock." Hearing that, Yi-sun clicked his tongue and asked, "What's the point of locking it? The sturdy rooftop door didn't do anything earlier." Sung-ji remained firm, believing that having a lock was better than doing nothing. Seeing the two arguing, Aegyong suggested hanging something on the doorknob to block it like a broom. Hongjin agreed and intended to go find one, but then he felt weary. Lowering his head, he told himself the group should probably hide in a nearby classroom instead. Looking back at the horrors they had witnessed, Hongjin couldn't help but shudder, muttering, "What the hell is all this?" Sitting blankly looking at his still trembling hands, Hongjin wondered if any of this was actually real. Just then, Ji-seung-ji, sitting beside him, tapped his shoulder lightly. Jin turned around blankly, only to hear her ask directly, "How did you know?" About the monster appearing on the rooftop. Or rather, that the student earlier would turn into a monster on the rooftop. Faced with Sung-ji's probing gaze, Hongjin hesitated, explaining that he had witnessed someone transform into a monster before specifically a mysterious black orb had appeared hovering above them. "I insisted that the phenomenon on the rooftop earlier had happened exactly the same way." Hearing Jin's story, Kim Yi-sun immediately asked for confirmation about the black orb above the monster. Jin nodded, affirming it, and added that when that orb appeared, the victim would have a pale face, their body would shake violently, and they would keep muttering something. Unfortunately, the distance was too far, so he couldn't hear clearly, which left Yugi confused, asking about the criteria for someone turning into a monster. Jin could only shake his head helplessly, assuming it was probably just random. Right then, Kim Yi-sun froze as he remembered the detail about the shaking and muttering. He recalled the person trembling constantly, complaining of the cold, and appearing in a state of absolute panic. Ji-sung-ji contemplated, summarizing. So the symptoms are the black orb, plus a feeling of cold, Hong-jin added, and a bit of panic too, something like that. Sung-ji nodded in confirmation. Yugi sat with her knees pulled up, feeling very uneasy. She whispered to herself, "How many people are left in the school?" Kim Yi-sun clutched his head helplessly, praying, "I pray to God that those two earlier were the last ones. But the worst part is if one of us turns into a monster." Hearing that, Hong-jin continued, "That's exactly why I said if anyone feels cold or panicked, you have to say it immediately." Yugi asked worriedly, "But what will happen if we say it?" Kim Yi-sun pushed himself up from his knees and replied decisively, "Obviously, we have to run immediately. That's our last chance at survival. Got it." However, Ji-sung-ji suddenly spoke up. "But there's a more certain way. Before we turn into monsters, we'll take initiative." Sung-ji's sharp, determined gaze made the atmosphere suddenly sink. The gloomy mood was instantly broken by the sobbing of a classmate. He sat on the floor, panicked and worried about needing to use the restroom and eating, while the group was forced to hole up here. Yugi looked at the boy sympathetically, unable to stop worrying about whether going out right now was actually safe. Seeing this, Kim Yi-sun walked toward the multi-purpose room door, trying to reassure everyone that the restroom was right nearby, so it should be fine, just go quickly and come back. Hearing that he had to go outside, the boy's face immediately turned pale. He gave a forced smile and said, I suddenly don't need to go anymore." Yi-sun insisted that he had just walked through that hallway, and there was nothing to fear. Hearing Sung-ji ask if they should open the door, Yi-sun nodded in agreement because they still had to let the other guy take care of his business. He placed his hand on the doorknob and slowly turned the lock. The multi-purpose room door creaked open, letting out a chilling, squeaky sound. Kim Yi-sun carefully leaned in, pressing his eye against the crack in the door to scout the dark hallway outside. But the moment he saw what was out there, he froze completely. Sweat poured down his face in terror. Right there in the middle of the quiet hallway, a massive, lumpy, flesh-like monster with sharp, jagged spikes along its back was hulking over, blocking the path, standing right by the bathroom door. Kim Yi-sun could only stand there in stunned silence, cursing his luck in despair, while his friend Ji-suk was still completely clueless, stubbornly whining about going to that bathroom. "How about you come with me, senior?" Kim Yi-sun immediately whipped around, pressing a finger to his lips to signal for silence, his face deathly serious. The gravity of his expression left Yuji and Ji-suk frozen and trembling, not daring to breathe. Hong-jin broke into a cold sweat and whispered, "Don't tell me. Is that a monster? Did it come all the way down from the rooftop?" Ji-seung-ji leaned in closer, asking Yi-sun what the hell he was talking about. But Yi-sun was focused entirely on listening to the strange noises outside the door, whispering, "I think I hear something." He pressed his eye to the crack once more. Right in front of him, the monster's massive body suddenly contracted. Seeing the color drain from Yi-sun's face, Yuji frantically urged, What is it? Shut the door and let's go now." Ji-suk also trembled as he called out to his senior, but Yi-sun turned back with a look of pure bewilderment, blurting out in shock, "It's a human. I think it's turned back into a person." This news left Hong-jin completely stunned. He couldn't believe his ears and pressed, What does that even mean? Did you see it clearly?" Yi-sun didn't waste time explaining. He pulled Jin toward the door, saying, "See for yourself. Come here." Jin Sung-jin curiously peered through the narrow crack to check, and what hit her eyes was a male student in a gym uniform lying motionless on the hallway floor, his body pierced and tightly bound by grayish roots. Standing behind her, Ji-suk asked, trembling, "Is that actually a real person?" Wait, the source text repeats the line number logic. Continuing from the next thought, Sung-ji turned back and remarked in a low voice, "It really does look like a person. But whether they're alive or dead, I don't know." Looking through the crack, Ji-sung-ji mused, "It looks like they've been infected by something. That gym uniform is..." Hearing the word infected, their friend, Ji-suk, panicked instantly. "Infected? You mean it's gonna spread to us?" He frantically dug through his bag, urging Yuji, "Masks, put your masks on." Meanwhile, Hongjin sat on the ground, deep in thought. So, that person might still be alive. Realizing what his friend was thinking, Kim Yi-shin stood in silence for a moment. Then he turned and asked bluntly, "So what are you planning on asking us to go save him?" "To convince everyone." Hongjin raised a finger to explain, "I watched a zombie movie recently where someone got bitten but didn't turn into a zombie." Hearing that absurd theory, Kim Yi-shin exploded in rage, yelling, "What the hell is this dog-brained idiot rambling about?" Jin persisted, analyzing, "Why do you think it didn't mutate? Because it has antibodies. And people with antibodies are extremely rare." Ji Seungji suddenly spoke up in support. "That actually makes some sense." Yi-shin whipped around to look at her, horrified. "Are you crazy too?" Seungji calmly explained further. "No, it's not just about antibodies. The fact that the monster turned back into a human. Maybe they know how to reverse the process." Hearing this, Yuji softly touched her lips, worried. "If they know how to do that, we could turn monsters back into humans, right?" The two girls' analysis began to sway Kim Yi-shin. He gritted his teeth, sweat dripping as he struggled with the decision. "Damn it. If we don't save this guy now, we're gonna regret the hell out of it later, right?" Seeing his friend had softened, Hongjin triumphantly signaled his agreement. "Exactly, you nailed it." Seungji immediately asked, "So what do we do?" She pointed out into the hallway, firmly urging, "If we're gonna decide, make it quick. The slower we are, the lower his chances of survival." Hongjin squinted, following her gesture, and nodded slightly. "That's a point." The group decided to act. At the multi-purpose room door, Ji-suk nervously peered out, muttering, "What if it's just a monster pretending to be human?" That unlucky comment made Yuji, standing right next to him, look gray in the face and snap at him. Even while scolding his friend, Yuji couldn't hide her fear and extreme tension. As the door opened, Kim Yi-shin, Ji Seungji, and Hongjin prepared to step out into the dangerous hallway. Ji-suk worriedly called out after them, "Are you guys gonna be okay?" Kim Yi-shin led the group, not forgetting to turn back and warn them in a serious tone, "Remember what we agreed on, right? Anyone who runs off on their own is a dead man." Carefully stepping out into the dangerous hallway, Hongjin reminded Ji Seungji to focus and watch the front while she remained worried that the person lying there might turn back into a monster. At any moment, Jim considerately asked about the wound on Seungji's leg from the rooftop. She could only sigh, admitting, "If something happens and I can't run, then I'm done for." Moving closer, Jin nervously observed the target and remarked in a low voice that the body pierced by roots didn't look very alive. Seeing that, Kim Yi-shin suggested trying to wake the person up, but Jin, who was pale as a ghost, brushed it off. He shouted at Yi-shin to do it himself since he was standing the closest. Yi-shin grumbled in annoyance, then gingerly reached out to touch the body tightly bound by the roots. Hongjin, standing behind him, worriedly warned him to be careful, which made Yi-shin jump and let out a startled, "Ah!" Realizing the situation was unstable, Yi-shin turned and told Seungji to get the taser out for self-defense. But she nonchalantly replied that she'd dropped it on the rooftop, which sent Yi-shin into a rage, screaming at her for only saying something. Now luckily, Hongjin stepped in just in time to defuse the situation. After announcing that she had actually picked up the stun gun earlier, Seungji took it back and quietly thanked Jin since it was such an expensive piece of equipment, but Jin advised her to just throw it away. He warned her that since it was broken, trying to press the trigger would cause a painful electric shock, so Yi-shin immediately asked for it and then firmly threw it right at the boy on the floor. As he lay motionless on the ground, to Jin's complete surprise, Yi-shin explained why he did that. It was just to see if the guy would react at all. Seeing his two friends still hesitant and timid, Seungji sighed and told them to back off so she could step in and check his pulse herself. She bravely crouched down right beside the freshman. With his body covered in those disgusting roots, Jin and Yi-shin could only swallow hard in tension, not forgetting to warn her to be extremely careful, as Seungji held her breath and reached out to touch the victim's shoulder. The name Choi Tae-won was clearly visible on his gym shirt. Seeing that familiar uniform, Ji Seungji suddenly realized something. She observed him closely and whispered to herself, "Looking at that familiar gym suit, I think I was right. You didn't talk much, but you always hung out with Baek-chan Jin. You were such a cheerful kid, come back to life, I'm begging you." But the moment she finished speaking, the boy's body suddenly jolted. His eyes rolled back until they were bulging and his face contorted in a horrifying way as he let out a scream full of resentment. "Then what about me?" Seonji jumped back in terror as a bony hand suddenly reached out and grabbed her hoodie, and seeing the horrific scene, Kim Ishin screamed in panic. "He's about to turn into a monster, isn't he?" On the floor, the victim writhed in agony, continuously screaming, but he still didn't stop struggling violently amidst the pile of roots, his mouth muttering in a delirious state. "4 more to go. Cough. It's happening." Seeing that bizarre behavior, Seonji was shocked, realizing it sounds like he's saying something. Regardless of the danger, Seonji leaned forward and shouted loudly at the mutating boy. "Choi Taewon, can you hear me?" At the door of the multi-purpose room, Jisoo and Yuji were peeking out worriedly, asking, "What's wrong with them? Come back here now." Looking closely at the victim's face from a distance, Jisoo broke out in a cold sweat, shocked to realize it was clearly Taewon. Despite everyone trying to stop her, Seonji resolutely shouted again. "Hey, do you hear me? Stop and get out of here right now." On the floor, Choi Taewon's body was tightly wrapped in roots, struggling desperately as he sobbed, "I don't want to die." The extreme pain, Mada Taewon just screamed for help in despair. Kim Ishin walked closer with a blank, stunned look, and Ji Seonji also stood frozen, staring. There, under the disgusting roots tightening around him, Taewon's legs began to twitch and mutate abnormally right before their eyes, and what they saw was an absolutely terrifying sight. Taewon's face had completely distorted. With black eyes devoid of pupils, ghastly red tentacles spewed from his twisted mouth, and all around him grayish roots were digging deep into his flesh. Seonji could only tremble as she whispered the name, Choi Taewon, and Kim Ishin stepped closer, saying in a low voice, "Listen, I don't want to say it, but I think he's already dead." Hungjin turned to ask Seonji if she knew the victim. She replied that they weren't very close, and right at that moment, Baek Chanjin ran over in a panic. "Is that Choi Taewon?" Seeing his friend lying there, Baek Chanjin completely broke down, collapsing to his knees beside Taewon's body, tears streaming down his face as he wailed, "Taewona," fearing the corpse might suddenly mutate and attack. Kim Ishin immediately rushed over, hugged Chanjin tightly, and pulled him back, shouting, "Calm down! I understand how you feel, but it's still dangerous." But Chanjin still struggled wildly, forcing Ishin to call for Jin to help hold him back. In the midst of the chaos, Ji Seonji quietly turned to walk away, and seeing this, Hungjin quickly jumped up and chased after her, shouting, "Don't just stand there! Hey, where are you going?" Seonji didn't stop. Instead, she pondered, saying, "Choi Taewon said this right before he died. I don't want to die." Right after that, he stopped moving, so it's highly likely he's really dead. Not understanding how she could be so sure, Jin asked in confusion. Seonji said seriously, laying out the reality. "Regardless, we'll die anyway if we don't know anything. If we want to struggle and survive, we have to understand a little bit about these monsters. It started when that black orb appeared above my head. I don't want to just helplessly accept my fate. If we aren't going to stick together, at least don't get in my way." Seonji's blunt and determined words left Hungjin completely stunned in thought, while behind them, Kim Ishin had a blank expression and shouted, "Hey that! Hey!" But ignoring the interruption, Hungjin firmly followed Seonji and asserted, "I'm in too." Hiding behind the multi-purpose room door, Yuji worriedly peeked out into the hallway, unable to help but complain when she saw that the group still refused to come back. Why did they run back in there again? Meanwhile, Ji Seonji had crouched down beside Choi Taewon's mutated body, carefully observing the disgusting roots, and thought to herself, "I don't expect much. But if I could find his Achilles heel, that would be great." Hearing the freshman use the mythological term, Hungjin also crouched down beside her, confusedly asking, "Achilles heel, isn't that in the ankle?" Seonji could only sigh and explain, "What I mean is a weak spot like that. Just an example." Looking at the close-up of his friend's body covered in cracks and constricting tree roots, Hungjin couldn't help but shudder. Cold sweat poured down his face, yet he still couldn't take his eyes off him. How the heck did he even turn back into a human? He pondered, trying to find a reason why Taewon had briefly regained his sanity before dying. Does he have some rare disease or maybe an underlying condition? However, after a thorough inspection, Seonji stood up and shook his head. "No obvious signs. Chanjin would know better than me." Hungjin still hadn't given up on his theory. He kept muttering, "Maybe a rare blood type like Rh negative." Seonji replied softly, "Not sure." Behind them, Chanjin was sitting on the hallway floor next to the freckled boy who was sobbing. Chanjin clenched his fists in anger. "Damn monsters!" Outside the school, the sky began to turn the orange hue of dusk. Inside the quiet restroom, The sound of a flushing toilet echoed monotonously. The restroom door creaked open and the freckled boy stepped out, wiping away his tears as he walked. "Morning, your friend Taewon." Seeing him, Chi Sung-gi, who was standing nearby, asked softly, "Is your hand hurt?" But the boy seemed lost, staring blankly toward the corner of the hallway and whispering Taewon's name in despair. In another corner, Hongjin was talking to Kim Yi-shin. Asking about the information gathered from Chanjin, Hongjin clicked his tongue, unimpressed. According to Chanjin, he wasn't anything special when he was alive. Yi-shin placed a hand on his chin, lost in thought. Maybe it's not because he was special, but because the monster made a mistake. He looked down at Taewon's legs, which were tightly wrapped in roots, and proposed a surprising theory. Like, if we don't understand the monsters, maybe the monsters don't understand us either. Ji Sung-gi approached them, pondering the discovery with Chanjin. Those things he said before he died, it was like he was talking to someone. Chanjin nodded in agreement. "Oh, now that you mention it, true." Kim Yi-shin leaned down close to Taewon's body to check again. "If that's the case, then who was the other person? Don't tell me, the black orb." Suddenly he froze, blurting out, "Oh, wait, where did the orb go?" The mysterious black orb that had been floating above Taewon earlier was now completely gone without a trace. Just as the group was deep in thought, a loud scream suddenly erupted from behind them. The sudden scream from Yuji made Kim Yi-shin and Hongjin jump out of their skin and curse. Yuji stormed over, glaring at the group and shouting, "Do you really have to talk here? Are you all trying to get yourselves killed?" Facing her rage, Hongjin could only scratch his head and offer a sheepish, awkward grin. "We didn't want to. We're just trying to survive, you know." Chi Sung-gi stared at Choi Taewon's mutated body, deep in thought, speculating about the grotesque tentacles spraying from his mouth. Could this be a side effect of the mutation process? Right then, the freckled boy, sobbing, begged to know if anyone could help bury Taewon, because he didn't want to leave his friend to die all alone in the cold like this. Hearing this, the stressed-out Chanjin snapped back. "What are you planning to go outside and dig a hole in the middle of this danger?" Scolded the freckled boy, quickly apologized. Sunji practically warned him that doing such a thing was no different than committing suicide just to follow Taewon. The boy choked back his tears and accepted it. Even so, Sunji still thought they should at least show some respect for the departed. When the freckled boy looked up confused, Sunji glanced at the window curtains and suggested, "Use the curtains to cover the body." Kim Yi-shin and Hongjin agreed that while it was a bit crude, it was the best they could do under the circumstances. The group immediately moved to the first-year classroom to find curtains. Standing in front of the curtains covering the windows, Hongjin asked if that amount of fabric was enough. Yi-shin nodded, confirming it was more than enough. However, the curtains were hanging quite high, leaving Hongjin wondering how to take them down. Yi-shin casually suggested, "Just pull hard." Seeing Hongjin ask if he'd ever tried that before, the boy replied blankly, "Not really." That left Yi-shin speechless. Just as they were struggling, not knowing how to pull them, Yuji walked in and explained, "These curtains use hooks. You just need to lift the hooks off the track." Hearing that, Hongjin eagerly jumped up onto the windowsill, not forgetting the warning from Yi-shin to be careful. But just as he grabbed onto the window frame, Hongjin froze in shock. Looking down from the second-story window to the schoolyard, a gaunt, deformed monster was crawling right below. The distance was so close that Hongjin broke into a cold sweat from fear. He quickly turned his head, whispering a warning to everyone not to take the curtains down anymore, as the noise might attract the monsters outside. But before he could climb down, his foot unexpectedly slipped. In his panic, he grabbed the curtains tightly to steady himself. The weight of his body caused the curtain to be yanked down hard. The hooks snapped one after another, and the curtain crashed to the floor with a loud thud. Witnessing that clumsy, disastrous scene, Yuji could only clutch her chest and sigh, while Sunji, standing nearby, asked deadpan, "What on earth are you doing?" From under the pile of tangled curtains on the floor, Hongjin crawled out, grimacing and complaining, "Why does everything go wrong today? That hurt like hell." But before he could even collect himself, a hand suddenly lunged forward to cover his mouth. Hongjin's eyes widened in surprise. It was Kim Yi-shin. The boy was holding a finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet. His expression was extremely tense. At the same time, in the corner of the room, Sunji grabbed his collar and pulled him back to keep him from making noise. Yuji asked in a trembling whisper, What are you doing?" Sunji immediately glared at her, reminding her, "Keep it down." She peeked through the window crack, looking wary, and whispered, dripping with cold sweat, "There's something outside the window." While Hongjin's group held their breath in hiding in another corner of the school, the gray-haired bully quietly called out to his cronies, him and the buzz-cut guy Park Seong. June was huddled up like two wet kittens hiding behind the brick wall. The gray-haired guy asked wearily, "How long have we been here, man?" Seong-jun, clutching his head, replied anxiously, "I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 hours," looking toward the distant city where explosions were still erupting, accompanied by horrific screams. The gray-haired bully muttered, "Yeah, probably. Been waiting forever. The monsters must have moved on by now, right?" Seong-jun, trembling and drenched in sweat, retorted, "But we haven't heard any footsteps." The gray-haired guy clicked his tongue, guessing, maybe it snuck off. Then he clutched his face, lamenting, "If this keeps up, we're gonna starve to death." Not wanting to take the risk, he shamelessly pushed the burden onto others, ordering, "Park Seong-jun, go check it out." Cornered Seong-jun was startled and panicked, immediately cursing back, "Me, I already checked once." "You jerk." The gray-haired bully still calmly suggested, "We just need to wait a little longer." Seong-jun snapped angrily, "What, you want to spend the night here?" Meanwhile, Kim Isen's eyes widened in shock. Through the gap in the curtains, the scene outside the window was a true nightmare. A giant, gaunt monster was clinging tightly to the outer wall of the classroom. Kim Isen broke into a cold sweat, trembling as he whispered, "What the hell is that lying still under the curtain?" He held his breath, his mind reeling, torn between two choices. Should he stay here? Should he run now? What is that? Why is it doing that? At that same moment, the classroom door slid open slightly. Ji Sung-gi and Yuji carefully peeked inside the empty room, looking toward the window at the giant monster, gaunt and slowly crawling past. Yuji was so terrified she had to cover her mouth with her hand to stop her heavy breathing, while Ji Sung-gi observed quietly and thought to himself, "Is it leaving?" Paralyzed with fear of that hideous creature, Yuji trembled on the verge of tears. "I'm gonna scream. That's not even a real cockroach." Just then, their friend Baek Chanjin suddenly approached from behind and innocently tapped her shoulder, asking, "Sunbae, wait!" The sudden noise amidst the tense atmosphere made Yuji jump and shriek in terror. The piercing scream echoed throughout the classroom, causing Seung to turn around in shock, while Yuji stood frozen. "Ah! Ah!" But the strange thing was, the monster outside the window continued to move casually, its spindly legs slowly lifting, and then it disappeared completely from the window frame under the sunset, without turning back to attack. Witnessing that scene, Jisungi realized in shock, it didn't hear us. In the corner of the room, Yuji furiously raised a finger to her lips, shouting at Baek Chanjin to be quiet. "Quiet!" the brown-haired friend stuttered, trembling. Just now, Sung-gi pondered, piecing everything together. She realized a crucial fact. Damn, if you think about it, they don't have eyes or ears. Maybe they can't hear. But just as Ji-sung-gi realized the anomaly, a black ball filled with fangs appeared outside the window under the sunset sky. Standing at the classroom door looking out, Sung-gi only managed to let out a suspicious, "Huh." Immediately after, eerie L-E-U, L-E-U sounds echoed, and the giant monster suddenly swung its gaunt hand, smashing the glass window to pieces. Sung-gi froze, realizing the cruel truth. It could hear us. Before the group could even process it, the hideous creature used terrifying strength to shatter the window frame, thrusting its head full of sharp fangs and its giant hand into the classroom. Yuji's piercing scream echoed through the space. Terrified, the brown-haired male student immediately fled for his life. Yuji hurriedly chased after him, not forgetting to shout for him to come back. Meanwhile, Ji-sung-gi still stood silently looking toward the ruined room, worried for Hongjin and Kim Isen, who were still hiding inside. The monster was frantically clawing and smashing desks right next to the curtain. Hiding under the pile of curtains, Kim Isen gritted his teeth, sweat pouring out like a broken faucet. He struggled with the question of whether to risk it all and run right then. Standing outside, Sung-gi knew the monster hadn't spotted her two friends yet, but if they stepped out or kept hiding under the curtains, they were as good as dead. Yuji panicked and shouted loudly for her juniors to run, facing life and death. Sung-gi closed her eyes and made a bold decision. She turned and ran out, shouting for the two not to come out while making herself the bait. She swore to herself she would try to lure the monster in another direction. Sung-gi's scream immediately attracted the creature's attention. Without hesitation, she and Yuji gave their all to sprint down the hallway. Sung-gi silently calculated. The narrow window frame would hinder the monster from entering immediately, but she still didn't know how to lure it somewhere else. Suddenly, Seung-gi stopped dead when she discovered the mutated roots of Choi Taiwan blocking the path ahead. Yuji shouted in desperate panic, stuck between a rock and a hard place. A risky idea flashed in Seung-gi's mind. She realized that while the monster was stuck at the window, it was the perfect chance for them to escape. But a huge noise suddenly rang out from behind, making both of them nearly jump out of their skins. Yuji trembled anxiously, wondering what that eerie sound could possibly be. And why did it come from the very classroom they had just run out of? Hearing the pitter-patter of footsteps approaching, Seung-gi carefully peeked out of the door to scout. But the moment she peeked through the door crack, her face froze solid in pure shock. Everything had actually started 5 minutes earlier. Up on the high-rise balcony, Woo Junmin and Park Seong-jun were lurking behind the air conditioning unit, spying on the situation. Seong-jun, impatient and restless, hissed, "How much longer are you gonna stall? Come on, man." Junmin, still crouched down and watching, snapped back, "I'm looking, aren't I? Just keep quiet for a second." After staring intensely for a while, Junmin let out a sigh of relief and turned to his friend. "Phew, it's gone. It's not there anymore." Seong-jun nodded in agreement. "Right, good stuff." But their joy was short-lived when an unfamiliar voice suddenly boomed from right behind them. "The iron railing, is someone there?" Both of them jumped, spinning around in complete shock. Seong-jun tried to stay calm, stepped toward the railing, looked down, and let out a smug laugh. "See, I told you that damn monster was gone." But before his smile could even fade, a deep, eerie voice echoed again, asking back, "You sure about that?" Facing death in the blink of an eye. Seo-jun froze completely, shaking and swearing in pure terror. His legs were paralyzed by panic. Standing on the air conditioner's external unit, trembling uncontrollably, he spun around to run, but that sudden panicked turn caused Seo-jun to lose his balance. He slipped and tumbled off the balcony, dragging the heavy AC unit down with him in a free fall. Witnessing that horrific sight, the crew cut guy slumped down on the balcony, clutching his head in despair. Just as he was drowning in regret and fear, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from below. "Hey, what's going on up there?" John Min started looking up in disbelief. The voice continued asking, "Are you okay?" Looking down, John Min was stunned to see that Park Seo-jun hadn't hit the ground yet. I was clinging for dear life like a gecko onto the AC unit's cable, dangling in midair. He shrieked frantically at his friend. "Get out of here and help me, you idiot!" John Min scrambled up and yelled, "Hey, Park Seo-jun!" But the moment he looked down at the cable stretched tight as if it were about to snap, his pupils constricted in horror. Park Seo-jun was gripping the cable, hanging like a spider in a web, wailing in desperation. "Help me, damn it!" Seeing the life-or-death situation, John Min on the balcony was panicking, tearing at his hair and shouting, "Damn it, stay there! What do I do? What do I do now?" Seo-jun shouted back from below, "Pull me up, you moron!" Wait, correcting the previous turn. John Min, trembling, tried to grab the railing and replied, I'll try." Seo-jun kept urging him on in a state of panic. "Hurry up!" The old cable began to fray, thin metal strands snapping one after another. Between life and death, Seo-jun was gasping for air, sweat pouring down him like a broken faucet. He kicked the AC unit hard to gain momentum to pull himself up, but the sudden force overloaded the cable. It snapped the AC unit by sheer coincidence, fell right onto the monster on the floor below. With a loud crash, the impact sent the monster plummeting straight to the ground. The shocking fall left the students outside absolutely terrified. They screamed at the top of their lungs. At that same time, inside the silent school hallway, Seung-ji crept closer, peeking inside the classroom. But the moment she looked through the window frame, the girl froze, speechless. The classroom window was now wide open, leaving only twisted metal bars facing the fiery red sunset. The hideous monster from before had completely vanished. "What the—" Her eyes quickly darted toward the pile of torn curtains lying in the middle of the room. The fabric suddenly shifted. Hiding right under those curtains were Kim Yi-shin and Hong Jin. The two were whispering and arguing. Yi-shin grumbled, "Didn't I tell you it was gone?" Jim, still shaken, replied, "I thought you said something else." Witnessing this clumsy comedy, Seung-ji and Yuji, standing outside the door, could only shout helplessly, "Get out of there, you idiots!" Yuji, in total confusion, kept asking, What is it? Where did it go? Is it really gone?" Seung-ji could only shake her head and reply, "How should I know?" Hong Jin and Kim Yi-shin crawled out from under the curtains. Jin asked tremblingly just to be sure. It's really gone right. There was a really loud noise just now. Was that you? The girl brushed it off firmly. No, hurry up and get out. Knowing they couldn't linger, Kim Yi-shin quickly stood up and urged, yeah, let's go. Hurry up. Hey, Hongjin, come on. But instead of running, Hongjin bent down to meticulously pick up the torn curtain. Wait, I have to roll up the curtain. Seeing her friend's bizarre action in the midst of life and death, Kim Yi-shin could only curse silently, that crazy idiot. After rolling up the torn curtain, the group quickly retreated into the multi-purpose room to hide. As soon as they shut the door, Hongjin leaned his back against the wooden frame. His legs were shaking uncontrollably from exhaustion and fear. Ha! My legs won't stop shaking. Kim Yi-shin sat down wearily right next to him. Looking at the silent room, Yuji couldn't help but suggest worriedly, this place is too scary, let's go somewhere else. But Ji Seung-ji, who was sitting on a desk, calmly countered, isn't this the best place? The freshman's remark made Yuji snap. How can you say that after everything we've been through? Seung-ji explained patiently. Unlike the classroom, this place has no windows and the soundproofing is much better. The monsters won't be able to see or hear us. Sitting on the floor, Kim Yi-shin asked, then what was that crashing sound just now? Did the military come to save us? Yuji gripped her hands nervously. That sounds great, but nobody saw clearly, so we can't be sure. Seung-ji, standing nearby, agreed. If it were the military, there would be more than just one sound. Hearing that, Kim Yi-shin clutched his head in stressed teeth, gritting in fear. Right. Maybe the monsters found some backup. Seeing the gloomy atmosphere, Hongjin jumped in as the group's mental health counselor. At least we're still alive. That's what matters. He then turned to ask, is anyone hurt or... Before he could finish, Hongjin froze. Wait. He looked around the large room, then asked blankly, where's the tall kid? Kim Yi-shin suddenly remembered. Oh yeah, we had to go through hell just to get that curtain for your friend, you know. You looked around guessing he might be under the desk, and Yuji, confused, turned to Seong-ji. I was literally with us just a second ago. Seong-ji's face went pale, breaking into a cold sweat. Panicked, he thought, where the hell did he go? While the group was desperately searching, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed through the dark stairwell, shattering the silence. It was the freckled, brown-haired student losing his mind. I was running blindly for his life, drenched in sweat, his face ghost-white, screaming in pure terror. Monster, a monster. But he was running so hard he didn't even watch where he was stepping. He tripped hard on the stairs, let out a sharp cry of pain, and tumbled down. After that brutal fall, the freckled guy Jisuk scrambled back to his feet. Trying to calm himself, he whispered, I'm okay, don't worry. But when he looked around at the empty hallway, he realized with horror that he was all alone. Jisuk's voice trembled with total panic. Hello, Senior Seong-ji. Why aren't they... A terrifying thought flashed through his mind and his face drained of all color. Oh no, don't tell me. The monster got them. Thinking they might have met a gruesome end. Jisuk sobbed uncontrollably, wandering aimlessly down the hall. Filled with guilt, he choked out. I'm sorry. I'm the only one left. I'm sorry, Seong-ji seniors. As he passed the fourth-floor locker room, Jisuk was frantic, not knowing where to go or what to do. He pressed himself against a classroom door, trembling, wondering if he should hide inside for safety. But the fear of being alone quickly made him change his mind. He kept walking until he reached the supply room, his mind racing. He told himself, if I stay alone, I'm dead for sure. I need to find the others. Should I head to the next building? Just as the supply room door creaked open with a bone-chilling sound, Jisuk held on to a shred of hope that someone else might still be alive out there. But from the darkness of the room, a gaunt, blood-stained hand suddenly lunged out and gripped his shoulder. At the same time, heavy, ragged breathing could be heard from out on the balcony. Woo Chun-min used every ounce of his strength to hold on to the concrete ledge, panting, I almost died back there. Seeing his friend make it back alive, Park Seong-jun, who was sitting on the balcony railing, clutched his chest and yelled in a panic, Damn, you scared the life out of me! Hearing his friend's annoying yelling, Chun-min snapped back. Shut your mouth and help me up, you idiot. Seong-jun clumsily reached out, asking, where do I grab you, like this? But the buzz-cut guy's fumbling only made Chun-min angrier. He swatted his hand away and growled, No, that's wrong, you're so useless. Move aside, let me do it. After finally dragging himself onto the balcony, Woo Chun-min collapsed on the floor, gasping for air. He sat there leaning against the red brick wall, groaning, God, I'm dead. I'm exhausted. Seeing his friend safely back, Park Seong-jun spoke up. Hey, You really went through hell, didn't you? Man, I thought you were actually dead. Chunmin kept his eyes shut, sweating profusely, and replied wearily, Yeah, I'm wiped out. Don't talk to me anymore. But the very next second, he tilted his head back, suddenly acting all proud with a smug grin. Man, my heart was pounding like crazy. Honestly, I was so cool just now. But his smile vanished in an instant. His face darkened and cold sweat dripped down as he heard a strange noise right behind him. Seongjun, standing nearby, also had his eyes wide with terror. Stuttering, barely able to speak, dude. The buzz-cut guy's face was deathly pale. Under the sunset, he was in a state of absolute panic, thinking, what do I do now? Just then a hand suddenly reached up and gripped the iron railing of the rooftop. Immediately after, a girl with round glasses poked her head up, acting as casual as if she were just hiding out. She asked, Need a hand? Her sudden appearance made both of them jump startled out of their wits. Seeing the girl standing right next to the monster's massive stone form, Seongjun's eyes bulged in shock. A monster! With a monster, how are you a monster tamer or something? The girl in glasses waved her hand casually. Not exactly. It's a long story, but this monster is safe. I'll explain everything. Let's go hurry. Her claim left. Seongjun frozen solid. His face stuck in a bewildered expression as he muttered, That monster is safe. Under the blood-red sunset, a corner of the rooftop looked incredibly desolate. The bodies of students lay scattered and motionless, surrounded by deep cracks in the ground. We're in the same grade, so I'll speak freely, she said. I'm Jang Eunji from Class 1, and you guys... Watching the deadly scene around them, Seongjun made a face, sweat pouring down like rain, groaning, Damn, it's all corpses. This is nauseating. Meanwhile, Seongjun glared at Jang Eunji and asked suspiciously, Introduction over, did you kill that monster? Following up on Park Seongjun's suspicion, Eunji adjusted her glasses and explained, Not exactly, I think it's dead. Hearing that, Seongjun jumped in alarm and shouted, So you mean you don't even know if it's dead or just sleeping? Seeing his friend making a scene, Woo Chunmin immediately snapped at him to stop. Keep it down. Come on, you're going to wake it up, you idiot. Eunji quickly clarified to calm them both down. I'm not just saying that. When I first stepped onto the roof, I almost fainted. My heart nearly stopped. There were corpses everywhere, and then the monster too. Junho, looking confused and unsettled, retorted, So you didn't even try to run? Eunji replied in a somber tone. Of course I tried to run, but something felt wrong. A horrifying memory flashed back into her mind. She and two other students running for their lives down the hallway. Someone had screamed in a panic, Not this way! And the other, terrified, urged, We're dead! Let's turn back! Eunji, bewildered, asked, Back again. Looking through the shattered window onto the rooftop, they were stunned to discover another giant monster looming over a pile of student corpses. It's a monster! Witnessing this impossible situation, Eunji felt pure despair. There was already one in the schoolyard, and now there's one on the roof too. Where are we supposed to go? Back in reality. Eunji stared intently at the monster sitting motionless on the roof and asserted to her two friends, I've seen one of these before, you idiots. At that moment, despite her companions' panicked urging to leave, Eunji noticed something extremely peculiar. But why is this monster just sitting there? It's completely fine. She squinted to get a closer look and gasped, Wait, this is different. Eunji quickly realized the key difference between these two terrifying creatures. The monster in the schoolyard had a black orb floating above its head, while this one on the rooftop didn't have one at all. Standing before the massive creature's remains, Eunji pointed like an expert, explaining to Junmin and Seongjun, the black orb appears above their heads. In other words, you could think of that part as their brain, she continued with her analysis. So if that orb is destroyed, it means it stops functioning. Suddenly, Junmin swung his arm and delivered a traumatizing slap straight to Eunji's face, sending her round glasses flying without a trace. Junmin glared at her with a cold, angry expression, grinding his teeth as he spat out cruelly. I can't understand a word you're saying, you idiot. Witnessing the act of violence, Park Seongjun asked in a panic, Why did you hit Eunji? The guy immediately shifted the blame. It's because of her that I tripped and nearly died. Facing the gray-haired guy's rage, Seongjun immediately cowered. Right, yeah, this girl. I told you. Frustrated and in pain from the slap. Eunji hugged her face and sobbed, trying to explain that she was only trying to save them. But Junmin didn't let up, threatening her with a glare and demanding she shut up and apologize, for almost causing him to fall to his death. Seeing Unji still trembling and stuttering, Junmin raised his hand to threaten another blow, making her whimper an apology in fear. Turning to look at the monster, the giant creature sitting motionless by the railing, Junmin sighed, wondering how to deal with it. Unji hurriedly explained again, keeping it short and simple. If the monster doesn't have a black orb on its head, it's already dead. I guess so? Hearing this, Junmin seemed satisfied and ordered Seongjun to leave. Seongjun asked anxiously, "Where are we going now?" Junmin just grumbled, "Anywhere, as long as it's far away from this place." Stepping over the scattered corpses, Seongjun shuddered at the disgusting sight all around them. Suddenly he heard Unji. She was softly asking for help, finding her lost glasses. Watching his severely nearsighted friend kneeling on the ground searching desperately, Seongjun, despite his gruff mouth, leaned down. He picked up the glasses and rudely shoved them into Unji's hand. Classic tough guy style, not forgetting to call her a crazy idiot to hide his own embarrassment. But behind her glasses, she had such a beautiful face that the crew-cut guy was struck by love at first sight. To cover his shyness, Seongjun stuttered, asking what she planned to do next, since being alone was too dangerous right now. Upon hearing Unji explain that she'd lost her friends while trying to save the two of them, Seongjun immediately seized the opportunity, clearly declaring that his group would take responsibility for protecting her, as if it were a moral duty. Even though Unji awkwardly tried to refuse, the buzzcut guy insisted she come with them. Just then, Junmin's frustrated shout from afar interrupted their conversation. Seeing that Unji seemed hesitant, Seongjun quickly ran over to convince the boss. "Junmin, she says she wants to come with us." Hearing this, Unji frantically waved her hands, explaining that she hadn't said that at all. Junmin just sighed in total annoyance at how troublesome she was. However, Seongjun persisted, trying to persuade him, arguing that even if it seemed a bit ridiculous, Unji knew a lot about the monsters, so she would definitely be useful to the group. Despite Unji's worries about finding her own friends, Junmin pondered for a moment, then suddenly flashed a sinister smile. He agreed to let her join. Seongjun excitedly informed Unji and urged her to follow their group. Even though she was still scared and hurt by Junmin's earlier slap, Unji could only mutter a thank you and quietly follow behind. As night fell and enveloped the school, inside the secluded multi-purpose room, Hongjin's group was preparing to rest. Kim Yishin stood by the light switch, asking the group if everyone was lying down so he could turn the lights off. Yuji, terrified, poked her head out from behind a desk, begging to keep the lights on because she was too scared, but her request was immediately shut down without mercy, because there was a member in the group who simply couldn't sleep if it was pitch black. The windowless room was instantly plunged into absolute darkness. In that stifling space, Yuji, terrified, crawled closer to Hongjin, who was lying with his back to her, and begged him not to turn away. Seeing the two of them bickering, Yishin leaned against the wall, sighed, and advised Yuji to leave Jin alone, because he's already done all he could. Jim snapped, "Shut up." Yishin slumped his head back, silently praying that when he opened his eyes tomorrow it would all just be a cosmic prank, because everything happening today was truly too insane and surreal. The fear and the discomfort of having to sleep on the cold floor made Yuji constantly complain about her cozy bed at home. Meanwhile, Hongjin lay silently, face pressed against the wall. His heart at that moment was only with his family. He worriedly wondered if his mom was okay back home, and kept reassuring himself that as long as his mom stayed inside the house, thinking about the three hideous monsters he encountered today. Jin couldn't help but shiver, terrified of his own bleak future tomorrow. No matter how much they tried to hold out and hide, the monsters out there kept multiplying. The fight for survival in the coming days would surely be even more brutal and difficult than the next, and the day after that, and a week from now. Even if the group could hang on day by day, would they meet a tragic end, trampled by monsters a month later? That dark obsession kept Hong Jin-gyu from closing his eyes. He lay still, his face tense as a guitar string. Noticing his friend's unease, Kim I-sin whispered, "Hey, Jin-gyu, what are you thinking about? Why are you frowning like that?" Seeing Jin-gyu stay silent, I-sin lay with his head on his arm and advised, "If you're worrying about nonsense, just stop and get some sleep. If you want to survive tomorrow, you'd best get some rest." Jin-gyu sighed faintly, then turned to ask I-sin, "Don't you think so? I'm just wondering if the military is coming tomorrow." I-sin heard this and laughed helplessly. He knew it. To lighten the mood, he turned toward the dark corner to reassure her. "Don't worry too much, Junior. That tall kid will be fine. He looks pretty timid, so he's probably hiding somewhere safe. In the quiet stillness, a voice came softly from a gray hoodie. Seung Yi. My name is Seung Yi. I-Sin turned surprised. Oh, time for introductions. The four of them were lying in a row on the multipurpose room floor. They started chatting. Jin-Gyu scratched his head, confused. His brain hadn't processed the information yet. Noel smiled and remarked that the name Seung Yi sounded really cute. The freshman girl grumbled softly. No, it's just that you keep calling me Junior. Seung Yi pulled her hood down slightly and added more about the missing tall friend. That tall guy is Big Chanjin. He's 1.90 meters. Seeing this, Jin-Gyu hesitated before introducing himself. I'm Hong Jin-Gyu, 1.75 meters. His honest introduction made I-Sin laugh out loud, teasing, "Ha, you idiot, why are you giving your height too? No need to ask now." After saying that, I-Sin cheerfully introduced himself. I'm Kim I-Sin and I'm 1.78 meters tall. Eug lying beside him happily chimed in, and I'm no Eug. Let's just talk comfortably. Jin-Gyu muttered a tease back at his friend. Aren't you already acting comfortable enough? That left Eug just blinking and letting out a confused ah, lying on the cold floor for a while. Eug sighed, complaining, Aren't you guys hungry? I've been thinking we haven't even had dinner yet. I-Sin immediately shut it down. Don't talk about food or I'll die, I'm starving to death here. Yet Eug couldn't resist the craving. She muttered about strawberry cookies. I-Sin laughed bitterly, saying it was useless. After a while of joking around, Jin-Gyu turned to look at I-Sin's posture and wondered, Are you planning to sleep like that? It doesn't look very comfortable. I-Sin tiredly explained that the intense battles all day had left his whole body aching. If he lay flat, his back would hurt a lot. He sighed, looking up at the ceiling. I told himself he'd surely have nightmares tonight. But just as the group had momentarily forgotten their fear, a sound suddenly made Hong Jin break out in a cold sweat and sit bolt upright. Did anyone hear that? It turned out the freshman girl in the corner had been snoring away for a while. Jim asked in shock, Seung Yi, you're asleep. I-Sin also sat up looking at the freshman in awe. I noticed it back on the rooftop, but she's really impressive. Jin could only nod in agreement. Completely agreeing. I-Sin laid back down and whispered, Let's take a page out of her book. Night crept by, and the sky outside the school was eerily quiet, with dark clouds drifting under the moonlight. In a restless sleep, Hong Jin dreamed he was at home. The sound of water running from the kitchen faucet played warmly along with the familiar clinking of dishes. Jin was sitting with his arms crossed on the living room sofa. He looked toward the kitchen and called out, Mom, it's okay. Come watch this. It's really fun. His mother turned her head and asked, What is it? You want me to peel an apple for you too? Jim laughed and replied, Come on, it's fun. Come watch Mom. There's someone Mom likes too. His mother gently indulged her son. All right, you go ahead and watch, son. Who is it? Jin excitedly introduced her. That doctor who looks like Dad. His mother, still washing dishes, asked, Oh, the guy who likes to sing. Jim pleaded, Yeah, you can wash the dishes next year. Come watch with me, Mom. No dialogue. His mother turned her back, but her head had transformed into a hideous monster with sharp fangs and a strange black orb floating above it. She was still nonchalantly holding the plate, washing it under the faucet, as if nothing had happened. The horrific sight made Jin's eyes pop out as if he'd seen a ghost. His soul felt like it was flying away. In the nightmare, he gasped, No, no, no! Hong Jin startled awake, sweating bullets. He realized in a panic that it was all just a dream. Turning slightly to the side, Jin saw Eug still sleeping peacefully right next to him. He was stunned. He realized he was lying at an extremely close distance, directly facing his friend Eug. Not only that, both of their hands were tightly intertwined, warm. Jin was confused, wondering he clearly remembered lying down facing away from Kim Eug before he fell asleep. Could it be that in his daze, he had turned himself toward her? Hong Jin's face turned beet red immediately. His heart pounded wildly, thumping with embarrassment. This was the first time in his life he had looked at a girl from such close range, except for his mother, even holding hands. Except for that one time in kindergarten, he had never had any such intimate gestures with the opposite sex. You feel flustered, wondering if you were the one who reached out to hold hands first. Then you reassure yourself that Yuji must have grabbed yours first in a panic, and as you feel the softness of her hand, Jin glances down and jumps, realizing his fingers are seemingly touching her lips. Yugi, that sudden contact made you so flustered. You felt like you were losing your mind. Your limbs felt like jelly and you felt like you were about to melt away. Jin was anxiously thinking about what would happen if Yugi suddenly woke up and discovered that the two of them were in this position. There was no doubt he'd be branded a pervert. Morning light began to break, washing over the entire school building. Inside the multipurpose room, Ji Seonji was the first to wake up. The girl walked over to the control panel and decisively flipped the light switch, softly announcing to everyone that it was time to wake up. The fluorescent lights suddenly flared to life, making Kim Ison, who was still asleep, wince and groan because it was so blinding. He sluggishly sat up, rubbing his aching shoulders and grumbling about feeling stiff all over as if he hadn't slept a wink. But the moment he turned to his side, Ison jumped in shock and let out an annoyed shout. What caught his eye was the sight of Hongjin and Yugi still lying pressed tightly against each other, seeing his friend had woken up. Hongjin slowly opened his dark-circled eyes, looking exhausted and lethargic, and gave a morning greeting, looking at his friend's lifeless face. Ison was speechless and asked why Jin looked even worse first thing in the morning than he did last night. The reality was, even though he managed to roll back to his own spot afterward, because he was so preoccupied with thinking about holding Yugi's hand, Hongjin had been wide awake all night. As soon as morning broke, Ji Seonji, looking completely unbothered, dropped a comment. "I'm starving, let's head to the cafeteria." Hearing that Yugi looked like he'd struck gold, cheering in excitement because it was the best thing he'd ever heard from Seonji. But Kim Ison immediately poured a bucket of ice-cold water on the idea, by reminding them that the cafeteria was in the next building over, and moving there was extremely dangerous, even scarier than the places they'd already been through. Faced with Ison's concerns, Seonji still stood firm, arguing that the group had to take a risk if they didn't want to starve to death right there. She reasoned that other survivors were definitely hungry too. If they arrived late, all the food would be snatched up by someone else. Seeing everyone still hesitating, she flatly declared that if no one else wanted to go, she would go alone. Seeing that Kim Ison immediately teased her, saying the junior seemed really hungry. Hongjin hurriedly corrected him, saying her name was Ji Seonji, not Junior. Jin's awkwardness caused Ison to trip over his words, accidentally calling her Junior Seonji, which made Jin snap at him in reproach. Meanwhile, Yugi shuddered, thinking about the worst-case scenario. She'd rather be taken out by a monster than slowly wither away from hunger. In the end, Kim Ison had to compromise. He sighed, agreeing that just staying put wouldn't solve anything. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well try to find a way, and as their senior, he couldn't let Seonji go alone. While Seonji secretly thought about her taser for self-defense, Hongjin quickly suggested that the group should plan their route to ensure it was as safe as possible. Seonji immediately insisted that the shortest route was the safest one, though they would still have to adapt to the situation. At the same time, she reminded the group that they had to do one thing before setting off. The first thing they did was return to the restroom area where Choi Taiwan's body had been temporarily covered with a torn curtain to pay their final respects. After that, the group started moving. Seunggi explained that to bring back plenty of food from the cafeteria, they needed bags, so the group made a decision. They stopped by the nearest classroom to look for bags. However, when they peeked into a ruined classroom with furniture scattered everywhere and shattered windows, Hongjin turned to Yugi, looking uneasy. He suggested skipping this room and checking the next one to be safe. The group moved to the next classroom, number 14, where they quickly found a few backpacks, left behind by other students. A dark gray backpack was passed back through the group. When Hongjin took the bag from Kim Yishin's hands, their fingers brushed, making him startle slightly. Just then, Yugi turned around with a mischievous smile and pouted, "Hey Jin-Kyu, pick one that matches my outfit, will you?" Her flirtatious request in the middle of such a dire situation really annoyed Kim Yishin, standing nearby, who teased, "Do you want to get hit or what?" Hongjin, flustered, scratched his head and asked back, "Which one is pretty?" Once everyone was equipped with bags, the group began discussing their route. Their next goal was the cafeteria on the first floor of the adjacent building. To get there, they had 3 possible paths. Take the connecting hallway between the 2 buildings on either the 2nd or 3rd floor, or go down to the 1st floor and cross the schoolyard. Since the outdoor yard was extremely dangerous right now, the plan to go through the 1st floor was immediately ruled out. To save time and energy, the group agreed not to go all the way up to the 3rd floor, but instead use the connecting hallway on the 2nd floor. However, the moment they stepped into the hallway and passed a classroom, Hongjin suddenly stopped in surprise. Curious, he peeked through the gap in the classroom door. Inside the empty room, A female student with a ponytail was sitting huddled in a corner, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing Hongjin frozen in his tracks, Yugi and Kim Yishin hurried over and asked urgently, "What's wrong? Why aren't you moving? What are you doing?" Hongjin pointed inside and whispered, "There's someone in there." The group held their breath as they watched the girl clutching her head, her whole body shaking violently. She kept muttering in a state of extreme panic, "Jinho, I'm sorry, it's my fault, I'm sorry." Witnessing this erratic behavior, Kim Yishin commented worriedly, "She doesn't look right, does she?" Yugi also trembled and guessed, "Do you think her friend was killed by a monster?" The fear of mutation immediately rushed back. Hongjin asked anxiously, "It's not like she's about to turn into a monster, is it?" But after observing the girl's head closely, Kim Yishin shook his head and let out a sigh of relief. No black orb." Seeing that the situation seemed stable, Seunggi quietly turned around to keep moving. Yugi called out bewildered, "Aren't we going to help? We're just leaving. What about her?" Seunggi didn't even look back. She nonchalantly slung her backpack over her shoulder and replied coldly, "There's nothing we can do for him now, is there? We have to reach the cafeteria. At least there's food to share." Her decisive, super cool attitude as a freshman left IG in awe while Kim Yishin tapped his shoulder, urging him on. "Let's go." Hongjin nodded slightly and followed, but feeling a sudden ominous hunch. He turned back to look at this classroom one more time. At that exact moment, the girl with the ponytail who had been crying hysterically suddenly snapped her head up. Her face was contorted, her eyes wide, bloodshot, and filled with madness, twisted into a grin that stretched ear to ear, truly infuriating, charging straight at him. The ponytail girl suddenly lunged toward the hallway with an incredibly bizarre expression. Hongjin dazed thought to himself, what could she possibly want to say? Before he could collect his thoughts, she grabbed his jacket shoulders, trembling, and started blurting out rapidly, "Senpai! Are you planning to go to the cafeteria?" Hongjin was startled and flustered. What are you doing?" But the girl, looking like she'd lost her mind, screamed, "Are you planning to go to the cafeteria? Right, why, you left Jinho back there and ran here all by yourself." Her face was twisted with madness, weeping and pleading, "Please save Jinho, I'm sure he's still alive." Hongjin remained silent, looking at her, and softly asked back, "You want me to save him? What exactly do you want me to save him from? Are there monsters in the cafeteria?" Hearing the word, monsters, the ponytail girl immediately waved her hands, flashing a suspicious, awkward smile. No, nothing at all. There's nothing there, nothing in the cafeteria." She then pushed Hongjin's shoulder, urging him, You're on your way to the cafeteria, right? Then keep going, hurry up." Her contradictory and suspicious attitude made Hongjin break into a cold sweat. He immediately realized the impending danger, thinking to himself, "Yishin, I think there are monsters in the cafeteria." Turning his head to the empty hallway, he realized his friends had already moved on. Oh my God, they bolted so fast. But just as Hongjin was about to turn and run to warn them, the ponytail girl suddenly changed her expression, eyes bulging as she screamed, "Wait! No, you can't!" She lunged crazily, tackling Hongjin face first to the floor, holding him tight to stop him. She pressed down hard on him, shrieking with cruelty, "Let them go to the cafeteria. The more people who go there, the better the chance. That's the only way Jinho has a chance to survive. Survive, do you understand?" Hongjin was horrified and disgusted by her sinister intent. He struggled and shouted, "You want to turn them into bait just to save your friend? Are you insane? Let go of me." But she stubbornly clung to his legs, grinding her teeth and crying in a frenzy. "I'm not letting go. I have to save Jinho. I don't care how many people have to die. Let them die to save Jinho." Hongjin could only grit his teeth in frustration. She really is insane. Meanwhile, in the hallway connecting the two buildings, Kim Yishin was surveying the surroundings, remarking, "It looks like the hallway between the two buildings is clear for now." Yuri, walking beside him, sighed in relief. "I wish all those monsters had disappeared overnight. If that were true, the police would have—" She suddenly stopped, asking blankly, "Where's Jin-Kyu?" Kim Yishin turned back to look. "What the? He hasn't caught up yet. I thought he was following us." Yuri anxiously suggested, "Shouldn't we go back and get Jin-Kyu?" Yishin nonchalantly brushed it off. "He'll find his own way here, right in front of them." Yuri remained restless. But still, their conversation was immediately cut off by Ji-Seungji. The freshman girl in front turned around and warned them, "You two keep it down a bit. We're at the next building now." Yuri still pleaded anxiously, "Let's wait for Jin-Kyu to catch up and go together. It's safer if we go together, right?" Seungji stayed silent for a moment before making a firm decision. You two wait here. I'll go ahead and check out the situation. Despite Yuri desperately calling after her, "Wait just a minute," Seungji dashed off decisively. Yuri could only stand there stunned and bewildered. But just as she reached the end of the dark hallway, Seungji suddenly froze, her eyes widening in shock. At the end of the hall, it looked like someone had collapsed. From a distance, she couldn't tell for sure. She felt conflicted because she couldn't see clearly. "I'm not sure since I'm looking from far away. I hope it's not." In the back of her mind, the image of their classmate Baek Chanjin flashed through her thoughts. Could it be Baek Chanjin? That's impossible, isn't it? He's already dead. She hurried down the stairs to check. She didn't know that it was just a corpse caught in the wake of the ponytail girl's madness, desperate to use his friends as bait to save Jin-ho. Hongjin, completely incensed, screamed, "You want to turn them into bait to save your friend? Are you out of your mind?" Hongjin yelled in pure rage. "You want to turn them into bait to save your own friend? Are you insane?" Yet she kept screaming and sobbing in a frenzy, desperate to save Jin-ho at any cost, regardless of how many people had to die. It was clear she had completely lost her mind. Jim immediately delivered a brutal kick and a powerful punch, sending her crashing onto the corridor floor. She clutched her face, shrieking in pain from the blow. Hongjin stood tall, looked down coldly, and issued a threat. "If anything happens to my friends, I'll send you straight to the afterlife." Ignoring her relentless wailing and tantrums behind him, Hongjin turned and sprinted away as fast as he could. Meanwhile, with the group, Jiseungye was rushing down the stairs, her heart heavy with worry as she thought about Baek Chanjin. Just below, in the dark corner of the staircase, an arm belonging to someone lying motionless slowly came into view. Spotting the familiar figure, Seunggi called out to Baek Chanjin. But before she could get closer, Kim Eisen lunged from behind, grabbing her backpack and yanking her back. Panting heavily, Eisen spoke in a stern, raised voice, warning her not to approach strangers so carelessly. Remembering the lesson from Choi Tae-won, still fresh in their minds, he suggested the group return to the multipurpose room immediately. Then suddenly remembering they needed to find Hongjin first, he paused, but Seunggi remained still. She kept her gaze fixed on the person lying unconscious and asked in a low voice, "What if that person lying there is Baek Chanjin?" Kim Eisen broke into a cold sweat, trying to deny that possibility. He argued that given Chanjin's personality, he would have definitely found a hiding spot long ago. However, as they both moved closer to get a better look, even Eisen had to click his tongue, admitting that the appearance of the person lying there looked exactly like Chanjin. Standing beside them, Yuji nervously pulled a small rock from her pocket and hesitantly suggested throwing it at him to see what would happen, just like how they had used the stun gun before. Eisen looked at his friend uncomfortable and asked how throwing a rock would help now. Even though he reminded her that they only threw it blindly before because they were panicking, Yuji insisted, claiming that you only find out if you try throwing it. Ji Seung-ji observed carefully and noticed that the arm of the person lying there looked perfectly normal. It wasn't gray or wrapped in tree roots like Choi Tae-won. Just as she was beginning to doubt herself, that hand suddenly twitched. Stunned, Seung-gi turned to inform Kim Eisen and Yuji that the person was still alive. Thinking it was a real person in trouble, Kim Eisen couldn't bring himself to abandon them. Seeing Seung-gi about to step closer, he immediately shoved her behind him, deciding to check for himself despite Yuji's worried attempts to stop him. Eisen bravely descended the stairs, moving closer. But just as Chanjin's hand moved slightly, the sound of rapid, heavy footsteps echoed from the hallway. Hongjin slid into view, rushing over and shouting urgently for everyone to stop and delay their plan to head to the cafeteria. Eisen turned back, bewildered, not yet understanding what Jin was trying to warn them about. Suddenly, a gray, mutated hand appeared holding a deadly black sphere. Eisen realized with horror that something was wrong, but it was too late. Sharp, mutated tree roots suddenly lunged out, wrapping tightly around him. Hongjin could only freeze, watching his friend get attacked and dragged away by the brutal monster. Eisen screamed in agony, using his last bit of strength to shout at the others to run away quickly. Black viscous roots suddenly lunged forward, binding Ji Seung-gi tightly, leaving her terrified. Is that a monster? Right beside her, Yuji was also bound tightly and dragged away in despair. "Save me." Watching the horrific scene, Hongjin shouted in a panic, What is happening?" Kim Eisen, despite being dragged across the floor by the monster, still did his best to scream and protect his friends. "Don't come any closer. You guys run first." Yuji's painful sobbing echoed through the hall. "It hurts. I don't want to die," while Seung-gi could only moan helplessly as she was dragged away. standing alone in the quiet hallway. Hongjin was completely paralyzed. His mind was in turmoil, a fierce internal struggle raging within him. He started blaming himself. Why am I just standing here instead of rushing to save them? But the fear of death instantly suffocated his reason. He told himself that if he ran out now, he would surely die. So he had to stay calm and think of a plan first. He tried to convince himself that as long as he came up with the best strategy, he would definitely go save them immediately. Just as he was clenching his fists to calm himself down, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ear. Hey! Jin turned around. Hongjin saw Kim Ison offering a helpless smile amidst the tangled roots. I don't blame you, you idiot. Jin was shocked, stuttering. What? No, I just... Before he could finish, a tremendous force suddenly yanked Ison away. Yuji was also dragged frantically across the floor. She could only scream desperately, Save me! Hongjin stood rooted to the spot, his chest heaving, gasping in utter horror. His hands went limp and the red backpack fell to the empty floor with a thud. The school hallway was now plunged into a terrifying silence. There was no sign of his friends nor any more cries for help. Hongjin stood alone in the distance. He stared blankly into the void ahead. In his head, only words of desperate self-reproach remained. I was going to save them. I really was. Hongjin stood frozen. His heart was filled with torment as he realized he had just abandoned his friends. He whispered to himself, I was going to save them. But the sound of rapid, heavy footsteps interrupted his thoughts. The girl with the ponytail came running over panting and demanded, Hey, senior, where is Jinho? Didn't you see Jinho? Looking at her, Hongjin remained silent. He suddenly remembered his own bold threat from earlier. If anything happens to my friends, I'll send you straight to the afterlife. The harsh truth made him bitter. He realized, right, I couldn't do anything at all. He blamed himself all that, and he had only been full of empty talk. Even as the ponytail girl stood next to him, still screaming and questioning, I'm asking you, did you see Jinho? Hongjin's legs felt like stone. He hadn't even managed to take a single step to save his friends. Right at that moment, near the staircase leading down to the cafeteria, a loud crash erupted outside the cafeteria right by the sign demanding students to queue and the warning about security cameras as a hideous shadow suddenly emerged. It dragged thick black trails of slime across the floor. A heavy rhythmic thumping echoed through the dark cafeteria, and a massive gray, sinewy arm of the monster slowly rose into the air. Then it coldly slammed down with thunderous force. The sheer power created a shockwave that sent debris flying, pinning a poor student to the ground, his body covered in blood and wounds. He could only cough in hopeless agony. Before he could even struggle to get up, a repulsive tentacle lunged forward, wrapping tightly around his ankle and hoisting him high into the air directly above the monster's massive mouth. Its razor-sharp fangs gaped open. The plant monster let out a series of creepy, blood-curdling screeches, preparing to devour its prey. The girl with the ponytail angrily shouted, cornering Hongjin, Answer me! Did you see Jinho? It isn't Jinho's turn yet, right? Hongjin stood in silence, sweat pouring down his face. But her strange comment suddenly caught his attention. He whipped his head around, his eyes locking onto hers. What did you just say? Startled by Hongjin's sharp, piercing gaze, the girl stammered, trying to maintain the upper hand. I called you a jerk, so what? Hongjin stepped closer, coldly cutting her off. Not that part. What do you mean by it isn't his turn yet? Explain that specifically. Meanwhile, in the dark, blood-soaked cafeteria, gray, hideous plant tentacles were slithering all across the floor. Ugh! Where am I? Kim Yishin was being tightly coiled by the giant tentacles, his body exhausted. He gritted his teeth and cursed, Damn it, the cafeteria! We didn't plan to end up here like this, did we? Trying to pull himself together. Yishin looked around anxiously, searching for his teammates. Are you guys okay? Right beside him. No Yi-gyung was also tied up, her head, hanging limp and motionless. Yishin panicked and shouted, Hey, No Yi-gyung, what's wrong with you? Seeing the bloodstains on his friend's pale face, Yishin went pale with terror. Damn it, blood, can you hear me? But when Yishin looked at the spot next to them, Seonji was gone. Only an empty backpack remained wrapped in vines. He froze, utterly dumbfounded. Did that kid just pull a magic trick? How the hell did she escape? Just as Yishin was trying to find a way to break free, a loud bang exploded, shaking the entire room. Yishin flinched and whipped his head around, full of vigilance. Looking toward the corner of the dark hallway, he spotted a massive, skinny monster hand slowly rising. Under the dim light, the beast's hideous arm stretched high into the air. Then it coldly delivered a brutal, crushing blow to a male student lying motionless on the ground, creating a horrifying crash. Kim Yi-shin stared on in shock. Right before his eyes, the student was snatched by a repulsive tentacle, his leg wrapped tight and dragged back into the air. The giant plant monster let out those constant blood-chilling screeches. It slowly dragged its victim into its gaping, sharp-fanged maw. Witnessing this horrifying scene right in front of them, Kim Yi-shin and No Yi-gyung, tied up on the floor, could only stay silent, frozen in absolute terror. Yi-shin trembled, sweat drenching him. This is the end. What the hell is this? Watching the disgusting tentacles, slithering all around Kim Yi-shin's heart, hammered in his chest. If you're that hungry, just eat No Yi-gyung first, why don't you? But then an unexpected shift occurred. The tentacles wrapped around Yi-shin suddenly loosened and slipped away. Immediately after, a loud scream erupted. "Don't let me go!" A person was dragged violently by the tentacles, sliding right past No Yi-gyung and Yi-shin. His eyes widened in surprise. He had been released. "I'm free! It's not my turn yet!" The person just snatched up was screaming frantically toward him. "Hey, Yi-shin, right, quickly save me! It's the history teacher!" She kept howling in despair. "Please save me, Yi-shin, I'm begging you!" But the monster's tentacle tightened even more, making the teacher shriek in agony. Let me go!" Faced with her cries for help, Yi-shin could only look away, feeling helpless. Cold sweat dripped down bitter and thick. "There's nothing I can do in this situation." Behind her, the massive monster loomed. The history teacher could only scream in utter despair before being swallowed. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please don't kill me." But with a loud thud, the brutal monster slammed her onto the hallway floor. She only managed a final muffled groan before going completely silent. Her hand hung limp, void of all life. The monster, with a black orb floating above its head, coldly dragged her body toward its massive, razor-fanged mouth. Kim Yi-shin and No Yi-gyung, tied up nearby, could only tremble while witnessing the entire horrifying scene unfold before them. At that moment in Kim Yi-shin's mind, his heart hammered incessantly with fear. I was completely engulfed by the shadow of despair, with only one thought in his head. Maybe I'm net. The giant monster towered by the stair railing. It continued to emit those blood-chilling screeches while devouring the history teacher. Witnessing such a brutal scene, Kim Yi-shin broke out into a cold sweat, his eyes filled with terror. After a final satisfied gulp, the monster had completely devoured its victim. Kim Yi-shin thought anxiously, so now, it's just me and No Yi-gyung left. Just then, the hideous vines began to move in front of him. An overwhelming sense of tension washed over him, like drawing a card of life or death that would decide his fate. Is it time for the lucky draw already? Before he could even steady his nerves, a massive tentacle shot out, wrapped tightly around Kim Yi-shin, and dragged him away with a violent jerk. He could only grit his teeth and scream in helplessness as the damn monster dragged Kim Yi-shin across the floor, being dragged away brutally in agony. Kim Yi-shin thought bitterly, I take back what I said about not holding a grudge against that bastard Hong Jin-kyu. The monster opened its mouth filled with sharp fangs, slowly pulling him in face to face with impending death. Kim Yi-shin panicked and shrieked, Hey, wait, Mr. Customer, hold on, take it easy. Kim Yi-shin was being gripped by the monster's hideous tentacles, wrapped up tight and being dragged away. In his pain, he panted and tried to gasp out some final provocations. You've already eaten a bunch of people, haven't you? Shouldn't you take a break? Right after that, the monster swung a large tentacle, intending to swallow him whole, facing imminent death. Kim Yi-shin's heart pounded wildly. His legs shook uncontrollably and he could only curse helplessly. But just at the 11th hour, a loud noise rang out from the top of the stairs. Hong Jin had bravely charged forward to confront the giant creature head-on. It made the monster pause in surprise. Seeing Hong Jin return to save him, Kim Yi-shin felt both worried and yelled, Damn it, why didn't you hesitate at all? With a resolute look, Hong Jin gritted his teeth. He pulled out a bottle of acid and shouted, Eat this, putting 100% of his strength into it. Hong Jin threw the acid bottle straight toward the monster's gaping maw. In his mind, Hong Jin was quickly calculating. If you look back at the monster's behavior until now, instead of taking the easy route, they insist on using those grotesque things as claws to tear people apart. That proves they are used to biting and ripping things. If so, he confidently deduced, maybe when he throws something toward its mouth it will automatically reflexively bite it. No. It has to bite it. But things turned out completely different from what he expected. Hongjin stared in confusion, eyes wide, and blurted out, "Huh!" The acid bottle hit the monster's mouth, but instead of crushing it, it just bounced off with a dull clink and fell to the ground. Hongjin was shocked to realize it didn't have any fangs. Watching his friend's failed attempt from where he lay on the ground, Kim Yishin could only be speechless, thinking, "That idiot, what was he doing?" Refusing to give up, Hongjin frantically searched his body for an alternative weapon. If that didn't work, what if I try throwing something else? However, Hongjin's repeated provocations had truly angered the monster. It swung a massive tentacle. It lashed out like a lightning bolt, striking the staircase wall where he was standing, creating a massive explosion that sent debris flying in every direction. Witnessing the brutal blow aimed at his friend, Kim Yishin screamed in panicked helplessness, Hong Jinkyu! Jinkyu lay sideways on the cold floor, blood streaming down his forehead, groaning in pain. I can't feel anything anymore." Right after that, a hideous tentacle reached out, grabbed him by the armpits, wrapped tightly around his waist, and hoisted him into the air. The agonizing pressure made Jinkyu cough up blood, whispering helplessly, I can't even breathe." The monster coldly dragged his limp body up the stairs, leaving Jinkyu to think in despair. It's all for nothing. The giant monster dragged its prey, constantly emitting chilling, raspy screeches. The black orb floating above its head pulsed slightly, leaking strange, eerie black liquid. While the nightmare continued inside the building, outside in the hallway, the slow sound of footsteps suddenly echoed. It was Ji Seonji. She was standing alone in the hallway, sweating profusely, panting with exhaustion, looking toward the desolate schoolyard. Seonji swallowed hard, feeling the tension. In her mind at this moment, practical and decisive thoughts surfaced. What's the point of fighting? Going solo against these things is a one-way ticket to the afterlife. If we can't defeat them, gazing into the distance at the giant monster with the floating black orb, she thought to herself, if they couldn't defeat these monsters, they had to find a way to turn them into tools to help themselves. Standing hidden behind a wall, Seonji's heart pounded wildly with anxiety as she saw the creature hadn't reacted yet, knowing there was no other way. She mustered all her courage and shouted as loud as she could toward the yard. "Hey!" As soon as she finished shouting, Seonji immediately held her breath, bracing herself for the worst. But when she looked down at the yard again, she was completely stunned. The hideous monster still sat, as still as a stone statue, not moving a single inch. Seonji wondered in confusion. With a volume that loud, it definitely should have heard me. Time was running out, and the strange stillness of a creature that was usually extremely bloodthirsty made her extremely anxious. Standing before the steps, Seonji agonized over whether she should risk getting closer. But Seonji quickly dismissed that crazy idea, because the closer she got, the more her chances of survival would drop. To keep a safe distance, she decided to find something to throw at the creature. Digging into her pocket, Seonji found a 501 coin. She gripped the coin tightly with determination, confident that if she just hit the target with this, she would definitely lure the monster into chasing her. Seonji put her strength into her arm and decisively threw the coin hard toward the giant creature in the yard. The coin flew through the air, hitting the back of the monster's grayish hand with a sharp ping, then fell into the grass. But to Seonji's amazement, the hideous creature remained motionless, and the black orb on its head didn't even twitch. Witnessing that zero reaction, Seonji was shocked, wondering why it was completely indifferent. Witnessing that indifferent reaction, Seongi was stunned, wondering why he was completely cold-hearted like that. The monster's eerie silence was driving her insane with tension, but she knew she couldn't just keep standing there forever. Meanwhile, the giant root monster used its tentacles to wrap tightly around Jinkyu's waist, hoisting him up over the staircase with its wide, fang-filled maw. Its gaping mouth closed in on him, emitting blood-chilling screeches. Squeezed so hard he coughed up blood. Jinkyu stared at death with total despair. Is this really how I'm going to die? But his survival instinct kicked in. He trembled violently, forcing himself to move, telling himself he had to do something to turn the tide right at this knife-edge moment. As the black orb hovering above the monster's head began to emit ominous dark streaks of light, he gasped for air, struggling to reach into his vest pocket to search. Kim Yishin, also tightly bound, could only scream in helplessness. Hong Jin-kyu found what he needed, he thought to himself. There's one bottle left, and decisively tipped the remaining acid. He poured the solution directly onto the black orb hovering right by the monster's mouth. The extreme pain of the orb being corroded made the monster shriek frantically. It thrashed about in agony, and thanks to the root tentacles loosening, Kim Yishin gathered his strength, slipped free, and escaped safely. He breathed a sigh of relief. He was out, but before he could celebrate, Yishin froze, worried for Jinkyu. At that exact moment, the monster in its hysteria flung Jinkyu away, sending him free-falling down the stairs without a second's hesitation. Yishin lunged, using his own body to catch his friend, and they both collided heavily, hitting the floor with a loud thud. He hurriedly shook Jinkyu, who was lying motionless beside him. "Hey, Hong Jinkyu, are you still alive?" Hearing his friend's weak whisper, Yishin was relieved. Thank God he's still alive, and urged Jinkyu to open his eyes because they needed to get out of there immediately. Jinkyu cracked his tired eyes open and wheezed his friend's name. But when Yishin asked if he could walk, I can't feel anything in my lower body." This news left Yishin completely stunned. He panicked and urged his friend, "What if that's the case? Try to feel it. Try to feel it, hurry." Hongjin lay collapsed on the hallway floor, breathing shallowly, his face covered in blood and grime. In agony, he groaned, "My ribs, they hurt so much I can't stand up. Every time I breathe, I feel like I'm going to die. Just take no Yuji and get out of here." Standing beside him, Kim Yishin's face drained of color, and he snapped back anxiously. "Stop lying there, talking nonsense. I know what to do." But deep down, Yishin was in absolute torment. Sweating profusely, he realized in confusion that they were in a life-or-death situation, having completely forgotten how to get both of them out of there. Right then the monster, with its hideous jaw and the black orb hovering above, roared right by the stairs, sending a chill down Yishin's spine. He was torn by a life-and-death choice. I didn't know if the monster would just sit still, and whether he should abandon one person to save the other. In the midst of Yishin's panic, a trembling hand suddenly reached up, grabbing his red tie and pulling it down hard. Hongjin used his last bit of strength to wheeze, "Yishin!" Yishin was startled, confused. "Huh?" Hongjin shut his tired eyes, his breathing heavy and strained. "There's no time." Looking at his best friend's face contorted in pain, Kim Yishin was completely paralyzed. His face went blank for a second, then he squeezed his eyes shut and gritted his teeth firmly, making a decision. Yishin knelt down beside Hongjin and said in a serious tone, "Hey, listen to me closely. After I get no Yuji out of here, I will come back for you." Kim Yishin glared, gritting his teeth as he shouted to give his friend courage. "Did you hear me? I will definitely come back for you. So you have to hold on until then, unless you want to end up a corpse here, lying on the ground." Hongjin breathed tiredly. He accepted his friend's decision and wheezed in response. "Go, go." Without a moment's hesitation, Kim Yishin stood up abruptly. Putting his weight into his legs, he dashed toward No Yuji, who was sitting on the floor trembling. He shouted to wake up the girl, who was sinking into a panic. "No Yuji, can you hear me?" Rushing to Yuji's side. Yishin hurriedly bent down to help his friend up, not forgetting to mutter worriedly, "Ugh, I wonder if I can carry her." At the same time, the giant root monster spotted its prey. It began to writhe its hideous body, letting out blood-chilling screeches. Knowing death was chasing close behind, Kim Yishin decisively hoisted Yuji up, used every ounce of his strength, and bolted down the empty hallway to find an exit. A giant tentacle whipped toward them. Gripping the student's scissors tightly in his hand, he gathered all his courage and stabbed hard into the monster's gray, leathery skin. The monster reared its head in pain, the black orb above it spinning furiously. Hongjin gasped, staring straight at the hideous creature, and roared, "That's right, look at me." He backed away, his other hand pulling the broken taser out of his pocket, thinking to himself, "Now it's just the two of us." The monster angrily swung its limb, lunging to tear him apart, facing death. Hongjin didn't dodge. He jammed the device straight into it and shouted, "You know what? On my way here I already tried this. It still works perfectly fine, though." When he pressed it again, nothing happened. The monster slammed down onto Hongjin with a thud. The impact was violent, its mouth gaping wide. It lifted Hongjin up, but strangely, it didn't swallow him. It cruelly threw him toward the stairs. Hongjin lay collapsed on the steps, fresh blood streaming from his forehead, staining his dirt-smeared face red. His eyes were hazy and tired, staring into the infinite void. The light in his eyes dimmed and dimmed. In the final moments before death, Hongjin wheezed to himself. The last scene of his life. The final sight that hit Hongjin's eyes before he completely lost consciousness was that very image of the giant monster. A horrific scene that he truly could never have imagined. Everything faded away and his consciousness sank completely into nothingness within the pitch-black space. Hongjin's consciousness suddenly snapped back. Dazed, he wondered, was death really just as simple as a television screen suddenly clicking off? Everything around him was pitch black, like a total power outage accompanied by a creeping chill. But strangely enough, he couldn't feel any pain anymore. Jin looked around the void in confusion, wondering if this was hell. I had lived a good life, hadn't he? Unable to see anything in front of him, Jin was lost, not knowing what to do next. In this freezing, deathly place, he wondered, is there really no one else here? And am I destined to be trapped in this lonely void forever? Then, amidst the endless darkness, Jin suddenly noticed something deeply unsettling. He felt his body growing icy cold while the surroundings remained pitch black. He stood there all alone, muttering nonsense unconsciously. A horrifying memory flashed through Jin's mind, his face turning deathly pale. His body began to tremble violently, his mouth constantly whispering eerie sounds. That sight, I had witnessed it firsthand on the rooftop. As the others shivered from the cold, Jin's pupils constricted in absolute terror as he realized the truth. These were the telltale signs of impending transformation into a monster. In the real world, on the cold stone stairs, Hongjin lay motionless, his face completely distorted. His skin turned deathly pale, mottled with pitch-black streaks. His eyes turned completely black. Hovering just above his head right now, a mysterious black orb was gradually forming and floating in midair. He thought in despair, if that's the case, does a black orb appear above my head too? And am I going to turn into a monster? Extreme fear gripped Hongjin's mind as he thought about the prospect of losing his sanity. Would he become like Kim Soo-jin, turning into a monster and slaughtering his friends? The image of that brutal monster tearing apart and devouring other students flashed like a bloody warning of his own future. Standing on the edge of life and death, Jim silently called out the names of his close friends. The images of Kim Yi-hyun's radiant smile, Yoo-jin's worry, and Ji Seung-ji's determination flashed by one after another. He gritted his teeth and told himself, no, I have to stop this right now. But how? What can I do? How can I stop the transformation into a monster? Is it even possible to stop that process? Up until now, it seemed like no one had ever escaped this cruel fate. But then a glimmer of hope sparked in Jin's mind. Hongjin thought, frantically searching for an answer. Why didn't he turn into a monster? What on earth do I have to do? Think, use your head. Come on. What was the difference between Choi Tae-won and the others? Why was it that only Choi Tae-won didn't turn into a monster but just died instead? And then he found the answer. That's it. Choi Tae-won didn't turn into a monster, he just died. If that's the case, could it be? It's not that he didn't turn into a monster. It's because he died during the transformation process. So he didn't become a monster. A cruel but singular decision dawned on Hongjin. If that's the case, is the only way to avoid becoming a monster to die before the transformation is complete. That's right. As of now, there is no other way to reverse this process. To protect his friends, Jin made up his mind. But if that's the case, I have to die so I don't harm the others. Yet just as he decided to sacrifice himself, eerie screeching cries suddenly rang out, shattering the silence. Hongjin startled, turning his head in surprise. His face began to crack severely. He screamed in desperate agony, "Oh God, I've lived a decent life. Why is karma hitting me so hard?" He completely broke down, collapsing onto the cold staircase. The thought of dying, to protect everyone, surfaced in his mind again. Do I really have to die here? Why must I die to save my friends? The mysterious black orb now appeared, hovering right above his head. Immediately after, Hongjin's body began to convulse violently. His mouth cracked open and sharp, hideous fangs sprouted out. Meanwhile, Ji Seung-ji was walking quietly on the grass. She startled and turned back when she discovered the sharp-toothed monster outside the school courtyard had twisted its deformed head to look straight at her. Seung-ji gasped, tense. Holy cow, it finally locked eyes with me. She silently calculated if she got any closer now, it would definitely lunge and attack. Looking at the distance, Seung-ji worriedly realized she had gone further than she intended. She didn't know if she would have enough stamina to lure this monster all the way to the cafeteria building. She swallowed hard, her heart heavy with conflict, wondering if this strategy was actually correct. Luring this monster was taking more time than she thought, and she was terrified that her other friends were in danger. But Seung-ji quickly steeled herself. Don't think negatively. Even though her heart was pounding like it wanted to jump out of her chest, she was determined to keep moving because she knew that if she didn't do this, everyone would die. But when she saw the giant monster growling threateningly up close, Seungji suddenly froze, a chill running down her spine. She realized she had made a mistake by underestimating the danger of this plan, but she had nowhere left to run. The monster suddenly stomped its foot and lunged toward her with terrifying speed. Seonji was in total panic as a massive explosion rang out. As the monster slammed down, blowing away debris and sending Seonji crashing to the ground, the painful fall left her reeling. But when she managed to push herself up and look back, Seonji was stunned to realize she had miraculously dodged a lethal blow. The monster had slammed into the building behind her, creating a massive, blinding cloud of dust. The monster's impact triggered a horrifying explosion. It roared in madness as rubble piled onto it, but then the loud noise abruptly fell silent. Seonji ran, gasping for air. She turned back to look at the ruins, suspicious. What the? Looking at the thick dust covering the stairs, Seonji muttered to herself, must have been crushed and killed by the building, right? Even though she had temporarily escaped. Seonji was deeply anxious because her plan to lure the monster to the cafeteria had been interrupted. She told herself to just stay far away for now to be safe. But just as she had taken a few steps, a giant monster leg suddenly stomped down right next to her. A strange sound echoed out, causing Seonji to startle and turn around. Right before her eyes, the hideous multi-legged monster had dove down to block her path, creating a powerful shockwave right on the schoolyard. Seonji stared in horror at the monster towering right behind her. Before she could react, the ghastly creature swung its sharp claws to attack. At the same time, inside the building, the root monster was slowly crawling up the stairs. From one of its tentacles, a black orb emerged and began moving, hunting for new prey. It smashed through a window, lunged out, and spotted where he was hiding. I was breathing heavily. He told himself the situation was too urgent to keep trying to reach the multipurpose room, so he should just let Yuji hide in the nearby storage room for now. But right behind them, the monster's eerie screeching sounded out again, dangerously close. Hongjin felt his hand start to tremble and turn a sickly grayish color. In the dark void, a massive black orb with a glowing spot in the center gradually appeared before his eyes. Jin knelt defeated in front of that giant black orb. In despair, he muttered, "Damn it, there's no saving this now." He hung his head and told himself, "I said I didn't want to become a monster." And right after that, the black orb emitted eerie little bolts of electricity. Jin's whole body convulsed violently as he began to mutate, completely covered by hideous root-like branches. It kept letting out cold-blooded screeching sounds. But in this life-or-death moment, Hongjin's sanity fought back. He looked at his cracked, ghastly hands. Trembling, he thought, "If I don't die, I'll end up hurting my friends." The screeching from the black orbs hovering around him kept pounding into his head, as if trying to devour his consciousness. His face cracked severely, his eyes turned pitch black. Jin decisively brought his hands up to choke himself. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to squeeze his own throat, to stop himself from transforming completely. He thought, "I would hurt my other friends. That absolutely cannot happen." The extreme pain from strangling himself made the veins in his face bulge out. Looking at the monster gradually taking shape inside his body, he roared in anger, "Today we're both going to hell together!" The black orb hovering above his head let out a screech, then cracked and gradually vanished as the transformation was forcibly stopped. His body went limp, and he lay motionless in the silent void. At the same time, in the hallway outside, a mutant tree branch suddenly twitched and whipped through the air at terrifying speed. Below on the schoolyard, Kim Ishin was using all his might to carry Yugi, fleeing toward the storage room. Hearing a strange noise behind him, Ishin started and looked back. To his shock, the wall behind them burst open instantly from a powerful impact from above. It shattered a whole section of the stone wall. He stared blankly, not understanding what was happening. From within the thick dust, a new giant monster with rippling muscles appeared. In the middle of its chest was a glowing red eye, pulsating with rage. A few minutes ago at the gym, Seungji was suddenly approached from behind by the black orb monster. It let out a crazed roar and swung its sharp arm down. Seungji barely realized the danger in the nick of time, shielding her head to dodge the lethal strike. The blow grazed past, kicking up dust. Seonji trembled as she stood back up, sweat pouring down, incredibly tense. But as she squinted and looked back, she suddenly froze, suspicious. The black orb monster, which had been aggressive, suddenly stopped right in front of Seonji. Her friend took a defensive stance, stunned. Just then the black orb hovering above its head suddenly emitted eerie screeching noises. Before Sanji's eyes, the black orb began to shift into a deadly glowing red. Witnessing this strange phenomenon, Sanji exclaimed in shock. It turned red like this. I guess it changed its vibe. Back at the cafeteria, the wall was suddenly smashed open. The red monster from the sports field had suddenly appeared here. The black orb monster froze as it looked at its opponent, then quickly turned to retreat. But the red orb monster was lightning fast, closing in right behind it. It opened its massive fang-filled mouth coldly, and delivered a brutal bite directly into the black orb monster's shoulder. A crazed, screeching roar echoed throughout the space. The red orb monster kept biting and tearing wildly. Using its sharp claws, it dug into its opponent's flesh. It swung its long tail with a thunderous strike, not giving its rival a chance to resist. The red orby monster used overwhelming force to grip the black orb monster's arm. The red cracks on its face glowed even brighter with bloodlust. It put all its strength into its thin but muscular arms, and ruthlessly tore off the black orb monster's arm. Hit with that painful blow, the black orb monster clutched its mangled shoulder, only able to let out pathetic screeching cries. In contrast to its opponent's weakness, the red orb monster with the bright red cracks on its face became increasingly crazed. The black monster's tentacles lunged out. Although the red monster used great speed to dodge, it still took a painful hit. Its body slammed hard into the wall while its opponent was regenerating its lost arm. When the red monster saw Hongjin's body, it got distracted and ran toward him. Taking that opportunity, the black monster fired out a number of tentacles, locking its body down so it couldn't move. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the schoolyard inside a cramped space, her friend Yuri was lying on the ground, trembling and gasping for air, exhausted after the chaotic escape. Kim Ishin leaned over beside her and gently shook his friend to check on her condition. Don't play dead here, okay? Realizing Yugi was temporarily safe, Ishin stood up straight and sighed in relief. That was a real near-death experience. But fear quickly washed over him again. When he remembered the moment the black orb monster had brushed right past the outside of the storage room, Ishin broke out in a cold sweat, lost in suspicious thought. I guess it spared me because it saw how handsome I am. He looked toward the ruined school building, his heart filled with worry for his close friend. Plus, it looked like the school wall had collapsed as well. Could Hongjin have done something? How on earth could he have made explosives? Even though his mind was full of unanswered questions, Yishin gritted his teeth and whispered to himself, Damn it, surely he's still alive, right? You place a trembling hand on the metal warehouse door handle, forcing yourself to stay calm. Now is not the time to be worried about that. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, Kim Yishin stands resolutely before the door, ready to step out and face the danger to search for Hongjin. Yishin sighs wearily, thinking to himself, Hey Noi Uzi, I might not make it back, just take care of yourself. He firmly twists the metal handle and pushes the door open, but the moment it cracks, a deafening explosion rocks the air. It shakes the red brick walls of the school, sending dust and debris billowing everywhere. Yishin stares in shock, eyes wide, as the dust begins to settle. A horrifying scene unfolds before him. A massive monster made of gray twisted roots is crushing another creature right in the middle of the rubble. Hiding behind the door, Yishin breaks into a cold sweat, muttering, Wait, seriously, do monsters team up on people now? Before him lies a brutal clash between two giants. The red monster is pinned to the ground by the black one, its tentacles lashing out. It growls in a terrifying guttural tone. We're the same kind. Why are you attacking me? Then come the thunderous blows, one after another, raining down on the red monster. The sheer destruction of their struggle brings down massive chunks of wall. Bricks and stones rain down with a thunderous roar. The sound of crashing and breaking echoes endlessly through the school building as dust chokes the air. Meanwhile, on the ruined staircase inside, Hongjin lies motionless, his hand positioned exactly like the red monster's. He somehow dodged that fatal strike from the black one, using a powerful tentacle to break free. It strikes back with lightning speed, lunging at the black monster and slicing through its retaliatory limbs with the two black tentacles on its back. Finally, it lands a finishing blow, piercing the black monster's core. The red orb begins to pulse, releasing a crimson light that rapidly absorbs the black creature's body. Hiding behind a corner, Kim Yishin watches the gruesome spectacle through a crack in the wall. The red orb monster doesn't stop. It continues in a frenzy, trampling and utterly obliterating its opponent in a rain of blood. After a sickening, satisfied gulp, the monster swallows its rival whole and its heavy footsteps begin to fade away. Yishin stays pressed against the wall, holding his breath until the massive, ghastly creature disappears around the bend. He lets out a quiet sigh of relief. It's gone. Without a second's hesitation, Yishin turns and bolts down the stairs. There lies Hongjin, caked in blood and covered in wounds, still completely unresponsive. Yishin rushes over, bracing his friend as he shakes him frantically. "Hey, wake up! We have to get out of here now." Looking at his friend's slack, expressionless face, Yishin grows deeply panicked. "Hey, Hongjin, don't tell me. You didn't die, did you?" Yishin quickly presses his hand against Hongjin's chest to check. He lets out a breath of relief, feeling a faint pulse. "Oh, thank God. It's still beating." But seeing Hongjin's limp body, Yishin breaks into a cold sweat torn by indecision. What do I do now? I don't think I can carry him. At that same moment outside in the schoolyard, the giant monster is slowly walking across the grass near a nearby tree. Chi Seonji is lying flat on the ground, hiding. She holds her breath, trembling as she watches the giant shadow of the creature pass right beside her, filled with paralyzing fear. "Please don't let it notice me." Suddenly, the monster lunges in a different direction. Seonji watches dumbfounded as the sharp-toothed monster with the glowing red orb dives down to attack. Another grotesque creature is crawling on the ground. The red monster lashes out with its tentacles, but the opponent's jaws suddenly snap shut in defense, leaving the red one briefly confused. It then attacks the giant maw again in a frenzy, but it has no effect. Watching this from behind a bush, Ji Seonji is stunned. She remembers that just yesterday, this monster had been standing perfectly still like a statue. Yet today it has become strangely aggressive and savage. Realizing this is the golden opportunity, while the monsters are distracted fighting each other, Seonji tells herself she must make a run for it. She moves stealthily along the wall, but a strange noise from above makes her jump. She looks up at the brick wall of the building. A multi-legged spider-like monster is crawling around. Seonji immediately recognizes it as the hideous creature she encountered before. The black monster charges, striking the red one with a massive thud that sends it crashing into the dirt. At that moment, the red orb's light fades, turning black. Both monsters suddenly stop fighting. A series of chirping sounds echoes, confirming they are on the same side. At that same moment, Hongjin wakes up, realizing he's being hoisted up by Kim Yishin, who is rushing down the stairs. Noticing his friend stirring a panting, Yishin asks, "What did you say?" Hongjin responds blankly, "What?" Yishin explains tiredly, "You just said Kim Sujin, never mind that, forget it." Carrying Jin, he groans, "It's lucky you're alive, but man, I am absolutely wiped out. I feel like I'm about to kick the bucket, so if it hurts a bit, just bear with it, okay?" Hongjin quietly whispers a thank you, but then he suddenly realizes something very strange. Jim looks down at his legs in confusion. I'm fine, I feel perfectly healthy." Yishin panics. "What are you rambling about?" "Wait, hold on." Yishin's eyes go wide and he shouts, "You were just saying your lower body was completely paralyzed, and you said you couldn't even breathe." Hongjin is just as bewildered. He checks his own body as he walks, feeling his ribs. "Yeah, why do I feel so strong now?" Watching his friend walk with steady strides, Yishin is silently tormented by his thoughts. What's going on? How is he back to normal? I mean, it's great, but after taking a hit like that, that's just completely impossible, isn't it? Just as they step out into the open, Ji Seonji suddenly appears from behind the ruined wall. Yishin yells in shock, "Hongjin, I really thought you'd been eaten by a monster. I'm so relieved you're alive, thank goodness." But Seungji cut her greeting short, pointing firmly and ordering, "Greetings can wait. I'm going to find Ji-Unny. You two get to the cafeteria, grab whatever food is left, and stock up on everything. Did you hear me?" Yosin was flustered and tried to stop her. "Wait, what are you talking about? We need a plan." But before the two brothers could intervene, Seungji had already darted away. She only left behind a promise to be right back. Watching her back as she ran, Yosin pulled at his hair in frustration. "Damn it, how am I supposed to bring Yuji back by myself? This is driving me crazy. Just get to the cafeteria already. That kid won't listen to us anyway." Hongjin nodded slightly in agreement. "Yeah, we were planning to go look for food from the start, right?" Yosin could only sigh with exhaustion. Ugh, that stubborn little brat. While the two friends headed toward the cafeteria, Ji Seongji ran with all her might through the desolate hallways, heading back to the storage area. She stopped in front of the door. Breathless and shaking with fatigue, she reached for the doorknob. The storage door suddenly swung open. Ji-sungji rushed in yelling, "Yuji Uni!" But what caught her eyes was an absolutely disgusting sight. A fat man in glasses was trying to do something perverted. Sungji froze for a few seconds. Meanwhile, at the cafeteria, Kim Yisun and Hong Jin were quickly shoving food into their bags. Yisun stuffed items in while reminding him, "Hey, we don't have much space. Focus on grabbing instant noodles." Jim, squatting nearby, looked dazed as he replied, "Got it. But where did my bag go?" Hearing his friend ask, Yisun grumbled irritably, "You're only asking about that now. I threw it away when I was carrying you so it wouldn't get in the way. Should I go back and get it?" Seeing that the situation didn't allow for it, he decided to just stuff his pockets full and make a run for it. But heavy footsteps suddenly echoed from behind, breaking their concentration. Yu Chunmin, along with his underling and a girl with glasses named Jang Eunji, strolled inside. The gray-haired guy smirked, sounding mocking. Oh, look who it is. Yisun, are you here to scavenge for food too?" Facing the provocation, Yisun just stayed silent, enduring it. Meanwhile, Chunmin continued his insulting sarcasm. Hong Jin stood nearby, his face still covered in grime and wounds. He worriedly wondered, "Why did we have to run into Yu Chunmin right now?" Yisun coldly spoke up, cutting him off. "Everyone just worry about their own business, stop picking fights." Right then, Hong Jin's gaze suddenly fell on the girl with round glasses accompanying Chunmin's group. She was standing in the corner, muttering anxiously about everyone planning to slaughter each other. Looking at her hair and appearance, a strangely familiar feeling stirred in Jin's mind. That hairstyle looks familiar. Where have I seen it before? It was clearly someone he had seen recently. No, it couldn't be Yuji or Sungji. He had already seen those two. And then a terrifying memory suddenly flashed through his mind, making Jin's eyes widen in shock as he blurted out, "Ah, I remember now." Jin's sudden agitation made Yisun frantically grab his shoulders, asking, "Are you having a heart attack in the middle of all this?" Opposite them, Chunmin saw Jin staring at the girl accompanying him. He thought to himself, annoyed, "It seems like that jerk is looking at Eunji." He then spoke up loudly, mocking him, "Why does your friend look like a piece of trash? Is he about to kick the bucket?" But Hong Jin didn't hear his mockery at all. His mind was being completely overwhelmed by absolute doubt. But there's no way that could be true. He recalled the girl with the round glasses he had seen muttering, and then the horrific mutated image of Kim Sujin surfaced clearly in his mind. Kim Sujin. But she turned into a monster already. How could this be? Hong Jin stood there completely stunned, cold sweat pouring down like rain. As he pieced together the horrific memories, he realized in shock, if what he remembered was true, then it was clearly him who had turned into that giant red monster and slaughtered the black monster in the schoolyard. The feeling of absolute terror made Hong Jin tremble and blurt out, "Oh damn." Seeing his friend standing frozen with a dirt-stained face, Kim Yisun, who was stuffing food into his backpack, turned and asked, "What's wrong?" Hong Jin hesitated, answering, "I don't know if you'll believe me if I tell you this, but it feels like a moment ago I actually turned into a monster." Hearing his friend's absurd story, Kim Yisun just stayed silent, looking at him with an exhausted expression. Then nonchalantly held out his hand, urging, "Hand over the noodle packs, hurry up." Hong Jin explained anxiously, while handing 2 packs of noodles to his friend, "I'm telling you, I turned into a monster for a split second." But Yisun still didn't pay any attention. He just shoved the noodles into his bag and brushed it off. "You've got such a high fever, you're talking nonsense now." Young Jin immediately countered, "It's true, I'm not sick at all." In the other corner, Yu Chunmin's group was also gathering supplies. The gray-haired guy grumbled uncomfortably, "Does that guy have something wrong with his brain?" The crew-cut underling Seun also urged, "Hurry up before we become monster bait." Kim Yisun, still trying to stay calm, told Jin, all right. Let's talk about that later, we need to gather food now." But Hong Jin kept staring at the girl with the glasses, Jang Eunji, standing nearby, and insisted, "Hey, haven't we met before?" I ran into Jin hiding behind a container, muttering to himself, and when I snapped at him, he just said, "I told you I already know." But then, he froze as a thought struck him. I remembered being hunched behind the stone stairs, watching that massive red monster with my own eyes. It was tearing that black creature apart so brutally back in the present. I stared wide-eyed and frantic. "Are you serious?" "You're actually telling me the truth." Jin nodded firmly. "I'm not lying, I swear." Standing nearby, witnessing this bizarre conversation, Yang Eunji looked completely lost while that bully Min walked past us and spat, "What a bunch of losers." Jim hung his head, his face smeared with dirty blood, whispering helplessly, "I don't even know what happened." I don't know how to explain it to you, but I'm certain it was me. Realizing how serious this was, my expression shifted instantly. I lunged forward, grabbed his collar, and growled, "Forget about the supplies." Jim looked startled. "What then? Where are we going?" I dragged him along. "Get the others to the multi-purpose room. This is way more important than food." Just as we were about to bolt, Yang Unji suddenly reached out, blocking my path, and whispered, "Wait." I froze suspicious as Unji nervously covered her mouth and asked, Is it okay if I come with you?" I brushed her off coldly. "Huh. Who are you? We're in a hurry, get out of the way." Unji stammered, "Wait, it's me, Yang Unji, we're in the same class." But I turned my back on her without a second thought. I said flatly, "Don't remember you. Plus I don't get involved with Min's friends. Move." Unji stood there, stunned, her hands trembling as she clenched them. She bowed her head, whispering a pathetic truth. "They beat me up every single day," looking at Jin's bruised and battered face, standing beside me. I couldn't help but be shocked, turning to ask, "Wait, is she actually good at lying? How do you even deal with this?" Watching the poor girl, I turned to Jin, confused. "Hey, what do we do?" Jim just replied helplessly, "Why are you asking me? We don't have much time, just—" But their conversation had already been overheard by Park Seo-jong, the burly guy with the buzz cut who was grabbing supplies from a shelf behind us. He froze, looking suspicious as I whispered to Unji, "We have to check this place first." "Just stay here and wait for us. We'll come back to get you." Seo-jin watched from afar with a hateful glare. He gripped his food bag tight, filled with insane jealousy. "What the hell are those bastards talking to Unji about?" I clearly heard them say they'd take her with them. Could it be? Have those bastards fallen for my Unji? With an imagination like that? No wonder he's so jealous. Rage clouded his judgment as Seo-jun roared and lunged from behind the shelf, screaming aggressively, "Hey, you bastards! Get the hell out of here!" The sudden shout made me jump and spin around. "What the—" Jin rushed over, signaling frantically, "Are you crazy? Keep your voice down." I let out a breath, scared the crap out of me. But just as we were about to leave, Mine, the gray-haired bully, appeared out of nowhere behind us, his face dark and murderous. "Where do you think you're going? I've been itching to deal with you for a long time. You pampered little brats!" His presence made me freeze. Min glared, shouting, "What did you say to Unji, huh? You guys were planning on taking her with you, weren't you?" Seeing his aggressive posturing, Jin cursed under his breath. I kept my cool, but Min wouldn't let it go, gritting his teeth, still trying to act tough. I heard it loud and clear. He gripped his bag, declaring coldly, "If I don't beat some sense into you today, I'm not a man." Seeing he was ready to fight, Jin and I immediately braced ourselves. I narrowed my eyes. "You really want to fight here? Do you even know what's going on out there?" Ignoring the warning about the monster threat, Min stomped his foot defiantly, roaring like a maniac. "I don't give a damn about those monsters. You're done for. Even if I end up as monster food, I don't care." Seeing the bully's insanity, Jin just stood there completely bewildered. He's definitely lost his mind. In the middle of the ruined schoolyard, the monster that Jin had transformed into earlier defeated the spider monster, roaring madly as it stomped and finished off its rival. Tentacles shot out from the black orb, absorbing the fallen monster, and then, while I was keeping watch over the big-mouthed monster at the sports field, the iron door of the storage container suddenly swung open. Ji Sung-ji stepped in her face, cold, staring straight into the corner of the room. She called out, "Hey, what are you doing?" In the dim space, a chubby man wearing glasses was hunched over, pinning Yuji, who was lying motionless on the ground. Sung-ji glared at the man, full of vigilance. She coldly demanded, "Start talking or you're going to get a taste of this baseball bat." She quickly scanned the room, looking for anything that could be used as a weapon. She soon spotted a bucket filled with baseball bats in the corner by the wooden shelves. Sensing the killing intent radiating from the student, the chubby man panicked and raised both hands in surrender. He stammered, "Hey, wait, hold on. You've got it all wrong. I'm not a pervert. I'm the homeroom teacher for class 12, the second math teacher." Ignoring his claim of being a math teacher, Sung-ji coolly walked over, pulled out a baseball bat, and took a defensive stance. "A teacher, huh?" The chubby teacher broke out in a cold sweat, rushing to defend himself. "That's right. It's not what you think. Let me explain. I just came here to hide from those monsters out there. But then someone rushed in, so I stayed hidden to keep an eye on things." "That excuse is pathetic, Teach." The chubby teacher argued that because the two students had been so panicked earlier, they hadn't noticed his presence. He claimed he only approached to check on Yuji because he saw her condition wasn't good, and insisted he was just doing what a teacher should do. Yet Ji Seungji coldly challenged him, "If that's the case, then what's up with your pants?" The chubby teacher looked down in confusion, only to realize his zipper had been wide open the whole time, exposing his underwear. Realizing he had been exposed, his expression shifted instantly. His face turned cunning and twisted. "Ah, damn it!" Before the pervert could react, Ji Seungji swung the baseball bat with all her might, slamming it directly into his head. The teacher let out a pained scream, "Ah!" and collapsed to the warehouse floor motionless. Seungji stood there panting, "Disgusting creep." Just then a faint sound came from the floor. Realizing Yuji had regained consciousness, Seungji hurried over, knelt down, and helped her friend up, asking anxiously, "Yuji, are you okay? Can you hear me?" Seungji tried to help Yuji stand, gently reassuring her to hang in there so they could get to the multi-purpose room for first aid. But danger suddenly struck from behind. The chubby teacher had regained consciousness at some point. With a dark, hateful expression, he suddenly lunged forward, using his hulking arms to lock Seungji in a chokehold from behind. Seungji was startled and completely froze as she was pinned. He laughed manically and tightened his grip, causing Seungji to struggle for air, her eyes wide with pain. He screamed like a madman, "You dare hit someone with a bat!" That's attempted murder. He roughly hoisted Seungji off the ground, ignoring her weak struggles. The chubby teacher had completely lost his mind, howling in rage. "Who told you to show up and get in my way, huh? I want to do whatever I want. You little brats think you can look down on a teacher. You're all so disrespectful." He laughed wildly and tightened his grip on Seungji even more. "This is my world. I'll do exactly what I please. Anyone who gets in my way is going to die in this school. I am the law." But just as he was lost in his madness, a strange, grayish monster hand suddenly reached through the doorway, gripping the edge of the storage container. On the messy school uniform vest, a yellow name tag was clearly visible, reading Hong Jin-gyu. The iron door was slowly pushed open, and a monster wearing a school uniform and a red tie quietly stepped into the room. A few minutes earlier at the cafeteria, despite the threat of monsters lurking outside, the bully Johnmin was furiously stomping his feet in defiance. Hai glared with ferocity, shouting that he didn't care if he became monster bait and that today those two were finally going to get what was coming to them. Watching his crazy antics, Hongjin, with his face covered in wounds, could only helplessly wonder, he must have forgotten to take his meds today, that's why he's losing it. Just as tensions rose, their friend Yang Uzi arrived in time to intervene. She grabbed Johnmin's arm and urged him to let them go, because this wasn't the time for them to be fighting each other. Hearing this, Johnmin grumbled that the other two were trying to hit on her. Uzi quickly explained that they were just classmates and had only exchanged a few words. She urged him to focus on gathering supplies. Uzi's intervention finally calmed the bully down, and he agreed to let it go. Standing and watching from a distance, Kim Ishin narrowed his eyes, suspicious, as he saw Park Seo Jongjun take the bag from Uzi's hand, then mutter angrily that he would settle the score with them later. Seeing the situation had simmered down and avoiding an unnecessary conflict, Ishin whispered to Hongjin to get out of there quickly. The two immediately walked quickly down the hallway to avoid trouble. Walking along the corridor separated by the wire mesh fence, Kim Ishin worriedly shared with his friend that he still hadn't seen the group at the container warehouse and feared that No Ai and Uzi weren't doing well. But their worry was quickly cut short when the bully John Min appeared out of nowhere, blocking their path ahead. Talk about bad luck, they couldn't avoid him. He stood in a threatening stance, glaring and shouting insults, declaring that he would send both of them to the afterlife right here and now. Faced with the bully's defiance, Ishin and Jin could only sigh, exhausted. Knowing they couldn't avoid it anymore, both prepared to fight, but Hongjin's condition was extremely weak after everything that had happened before. Seeing the murderous look in the other guy's eyes, Jin knew there was no other choice. He set his face, whispering to himself that he still had one last resort. Realizing his friend's dangerous plan, Kim Ishin asked in a panic if Jin was really planning to borrow the body of the monster inside him to fight. Jin replied in a low voice that he wasn't sure, but he had to try to find out. Yet before Jin could even prepare himself, Johnmin lost his patience and roared in anger. He lunged forward and threw a massive punch directly at Kim Ishin's face. The brutal blow left Ishin dizzy, his face bruised and stinging. He winced, thinking, this bastard hits way too hard, it's like getting slammed in the face with a rock. While Johnmin kept screaming like a madman, the bully, Johnmin, kept raining down blows with a furious roar. Kim Yishin tried his best to dodge, shouting at his friend not to just stand there like a statue. Fight back, man. Yishin wheezed exhausted from being pushed back, but when he turned around he froze in shock. Behind him, Hong Jin-kyu was just standing there hanging limp. His hands were down, his head bowed, and his eyes completely hollow. Jin-kyu fell into a dark, boundless void, standing all alone in the nothingness. Looking around the pitch-black space, Hong Jin-kyu wondered, what is this? Did I really pull it off on the first try? I was confused about what to do next, then suddenly remembered the mutation process from before. Back then a black sphere had appeared, but here in this space, it was completely empty. Jin-kyu told himself that because he didn't want to become a monster, he had decided to kill himself by choking himself. But then he realized something strange. As he choked himself, the intense fear the black sphere felt flooded into his body as if the sphere itself was the one facing death, not him. That was when the black sphere vanished, leaving Jin-kyu puzzled. Did I accidentally wipe out the parasite while failing at suicide? Suddenly, a flash of realization crossed Jin-kyu's mind. Right, that's it. He remembered that right after the sphere vanished, a path glowing with brilliance appeared in the darkness, something he hadn't seen before. And standing at the end of that path of light was Kim Soo-jin. She had turned into the monster. Wanting to save her, Jin-kyu had instinctively lunged forward, and when he came to, he had transformed into the giant red monster. Jin-kyu clenched his fist, piecing it all together. All right, so that's how it goes. Even though he didn't know the nature of this, he looked at the path of light stretching out before him, his gaze becoming incredibly determined. Now that I've figured it out, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hong Jin-kyu walked along the brilliant path of light amidst the dark void. Ahead of him was the familiar back of his schoolmate. Jin-kyu shouted, "Hey, Kim Soo-jin!" She turned her head slightly full of suspicion. Seeing everything happen just like last time, Jin-kyu told himself the next step was to trigger his power to become a monster. He tightened his fist, determined to quickly return to save Kim Yi-shin. But suddenly she called his name, Hong Jin-kyu. Jin-kyu froze in shock. He wondered why she would ask like that this time, because this had never happened before. Confused, he replied, "Yeah, are you okay?" Kim Soo-jin slowly walked closer, repeatedly calling Jin-kyu's name, weeping and begging him to save her. Seeing her approaching in a panic, Jin-kyu hurriedly reached out to reassure her. "I get it, just calm down." But the very next moment, Soo-jin's face warped into a monstrous shape, her eyes turning pitch black. She violently grabbed Jin-kyu's collar and roared viciously, "Get lost! If you don't, I'll kill you right now." Before he could even steady himself, Soo-jin lunged and tackled Jin-kyu to the ground, frantically choking him. She screamed in anger, "How did you get here? And twice no less. This is my space." Pinned to the ground. Jin-kyu struggled wildly but couldn't break free. The hand squeezing his neck tightened. She kept yelling for him to get out immediately. Suffocation washed over him, making Jin-kyu unable to move. He was confused. He wondered why she had become so violent this time. Realizing he was about to die because he couldn't breathe, Jin-kyu knew he had to get out of there immediately. Jin-kyu gathered his remaining strength and swung his hand hard. Instantly, the black sphere hovering in the blue sky above emitted a series of rapid ticking sounds right above the cage-headed monster. Back in the real world, Hong Jin-kyu jolted awake. He sat slumped on the ground, coughing repeatedly from inhaling smoke, clutching his chest, which was still heaving. Jin-kyu broke out in a cold sweat, telling himself he had truly almost died. Looking down at the shimmering path of light below, Jin-kyu pondered, wondering what to do now. Should I try it one more time? He swallowed hard, his eyes showing clear determination. Should I enter that space again, Kim Soo-jin will surely be waiting there, and if she goes crazy and lunges to take my life again, will the path of light appear in time to save me again? But if that path doesn't show up, what will happen to me? Will I actually die? Even though his skin had started to crack and mutate deep down, Hong Jin-kyu really didn't want to die like that. While Hong Jin was struggling with his thoughts, the battle in the real world was still incredibly intense. Even after being smashed in the face just a moment ago, Kim Yi-shin immediately launched a powerful counterattack. His direct, heavy punch landed straight on Park Seong-jun, making the buzzcut bully stumble back. But it didn't do much. The buzzcut quickly countered, pushing him back. However, at that very moment, a strange grayish monster hand was suddenly placed on Yi-shin's shoulder. It was Hong Jin-kyu in his cage-headed monster form. His sudden appearance made Yi-shin jump and shout, "Is that Jin-kyu?" Receiving a nod in confirmation, the monster stepped forward resolutely and declared he would help his friend solve this problem. In another corner of the cafeteria, the gray-haired bully Cheon-min was still casually draping his arm around Jang Eunji. He rudely asked, "What do you think about that underclassman Park Seong-jun?" Amidst the forced conversation, a tragic scream suddenly rang out, shaking the entire space. Realizing it was the voice of Seong-jun, who was frantically screaming his name for help. Cheon-min's face immediately turned pale with shock. The sound of Seong-jun's extreme agony echoed throughout the hallway. The aggressive buzz-cut thug from before was now being pinned to the floor by the cage-headed monster. Hongjin's overwhelming strength easily snapped his opponent's arm. The buzz-cut's face twisted in pain as Hongjin-kyu in his cage-headed monster form pinned him to the ground and broke his arm. Seong-jun wept and begged in despair, standing from afar witnessing that brutal scene. Cheon-min and Eunji stood completely frozen. Cheon-min broke into a cold sweat, his heart pounding hard with fear as he heard Seong-jun crying out his name for help. Cheon-min didn't even look back at his accomplices. He immediately grabbed Eunji's hand and bolted for his life, leaving Old Man Jun behind screaming in helpless despair. Eunji was terrified and shouted at Hongjin to stop. But seeing his fierce expression, Yishin turned pale, panting with worry as he rushed to intervene. "You've gone too far. This isn't right. Stop it. If you keep going like this, Hongjin, you're still going to finish off that crew cut guy. No, wait. Hongjin, if they're bad guys, you have to kill them." Facing the overwhelming murderous aura radiating from him, Yishin broke into a cold sweat and forced a smile to diffuse the situation. "Heh, yeah, I know. You did great, Hongjin. You finished handling everything. Will you change back now?" But Hongjin's answer was brutally decisive no. "It's not over yet." Yishin panicked and blurted out, "Huh, why? What else is there to do?" "You don't mean you're going to kill Cheon-min too?" Hongjin replied calmly. "No, we're going to the containers. I want to show these others this form." With that, Hongjin in his monster form immediately turned and sprinted away. Yishin panicked and chased after him, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Hey, Hongjin, wait, hold on, wait for me, seriously, I'm going crazy. He makes me feel so uneasy." Jiseungji's eyes widened, her chest tightening as if she couldn't breathe. The perverted obese teacher was crazily strangling her, lifting her up against the storage room shelf. The guy roared with malice, "How's that hurts, doesn't it, you little brat? Who told you to stick your nose in other people's business, huh?" Just then, a gray, veiny hand suddenly gripped the edge of the wooden door. The iron door slowly creaked open, revealing Hongjin in his monster form. With his iron cage head and the black orb hovering above it, seeing the grotesque entity suddenly appear at the door. The fat teacher turned around, his face turning ghostly pale. He shrieked in terror, damn it!" The monster stood tall in the doorway. Hongjin declared coldly, "He's a bad person." Inside, Yishin was filled with anxiety. Realizing Hongjin was in a completely unstable state, he could only pray that nothing terrible would happen as he pushed the door open to step inside the storage room. Yishin froze at the horrific scene. Hongjin was holding the fat teacher up by the throat with one hand. Yishin shouted in a panic, "Who is that guy? Hey, Hongjin, aren't you listening to me? Just put him down first." But Hongjin replied coldly, "He's a bad guy. I saw it with my own eyes." Yishin tried to persuade him anxiously, "Even so, just put him down first, we can talk about it." Right then, a fit of coughing and hacking came from the corner of the room, making Yishin turn around. On the floor, Ji-seungji was crawling. Eunji quickly ran over to help her up and asked anxiously, "Ji-seungji, what happened? Did Hongjin do this to you?" Seungji looked up dazed and weak and asked back, "What are you talking about?" breathing with great difficulty. Ji-seungji looked worriedly toward the grotesque entity. Why would Senior Hongjin... Before she could finish her sentence, Hongjin threw the fat teacher violently to the ground. Creating a deafening thud, he firmly declared, "That wasn't my doing." Witnessing his friend's violent behavior, Yishin hurriedly waved his hands to clarify with Seungji. I know he didn't do it," Yishin apologized. Hongjin stood silently looking at his gray-clawed hands, struggling internally, then suddenly roared like a madman, "I didn't do that." At the same time, he unleashed a brutal punch straight down onto the head of the fat teacher lying on the ground. Witnessing his friend's terrifying loss of control, Kim Yishin shouted in panic, "Hongjin, stop it!" Hongjin in his monster form was completely out of control. He roared insanely, "I didn't do it." "Why are you treating me like this, huh?" Witnessing Hongjin's fury, Ji-seungji standing nearby was frozen in fear. Feeling helpless against his friend's cruel actions, Kim Yi-shin gathered all his strength and screamed, "Stop it right now!" Yi-shin's shout echoed through the cramped storage room. Hongjin froze and slowly lowered his veiny arm. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a dead silence. It was suffocatingly still. Then a deep, cold voice came from the monster's mouth. "Did you just curse at me?" The unexpected question made both Yi-shin and Seungji's spines go cold, sweat pouring down them like rain. He declared coldly, "Turns out you're a bad person too." Yi-shin used every ounce of his energy. He bolted for his life, running out of the container warehouse, heading straight for the empty school courtyard. But the monster Hongjin immediately pursued him at terrifying speed. He roared in anger. "Where do you think you're going?" Running in desperation. Yi-shin panted as he turned his head to shout and beg, "I'm sorry for cursing at you, I was wrong. I promise I won't curse at you ever again, just let me go." But all pleas were useless against the bloodthirsty entity. At that moment, Hongjin surged forward, tearing through the air. In his mind, there was only one insane thought. I had to kill Kim Yi-shin. He ran crazily along the iron fence, screaming in helpless despair, "This jerk is actually insane." He tried to scream, calling for his friend to wake up. "Hey, Hongjin, wake up, I'm begging you. It's me, Kim Yi-shin." But the monster seemed unable to hear anything anymore. It quickly closed the distance and cornered him against the wall. Facing the clawed hand reaching out, Yi-shin could only scream in desperation, "Hey, please, are you really going to kill me?" in extreme rage at the approach of death. Yi-shin gritted his teeth and yelled, "I'm not a monster. Why do I have to die at your hands?" A giant dark silhouette crashed straight into the ground right in front of Yi-shin, creating a terrifying shockwave that shook the entire earth as rocks and dust billowed up in a cloud. Everything around was sent flying in the thick haze. Yi-shin stood completely frozen, staring blankly at the rubble in front of him, dazed and suspicious. What was that? A meteorite. But as the dust slowly began to settle, I was shocked to realize the truth. It wasn't that. Standing tall in front of him now was a giant gray-white monster with bulging muscles. On its head hovered that familiar black orb with long tentacles draped down its back. The giant white monster landed immediately, turned its head and asked, "Kim Yi-shin, are you okay?" But Yi-shin was completely stunned, stuttering back, "How can you speak human language? The white monster just calmly warned, it's dangerous. Find a place to hide." Then it turned to face Hongjin, who was in his own monstrous iron cage-headed form, and coldly asked, "Hey, who are you?" Looking at the entity opposite him, the white monster concluded, "Looks like you're a case just like me, the only difference is how we use our power." Hearing that, Hongjin gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. "Yeah, I get it now. You're the worst villain of all." The white monster kept his composure, saying slowly, "Let me tell you, I've already killed one monster. Even if it's a monster, the feeling of killing doesn't feel good at all. That monster used to be a student just like you." Not bothering to listen to the end, Hongjin went berserk and charged to attack, but the white monster easily dodged and shouted, "Insolent." Then it landed an incredibly powerful blow, sending Hongjin flying, and said sternly, "I intended to resolve this with reason, but you dared to lay a hand on your senior." Just after that, the white monster closed the distance and landed another thunderous punch straight onto Hongjin. "How's that, getting beaten like this? Still don't want to talk it out, huh?" Struck by the painful blow, Hongjin stumbled back, clenched his fists, and screamed with hatred, Why are you treating me like this?" Then he furiously charged in to attack again. But the overwhelming power of the white monster immediately blocked him. It threw a brutal blow that smashed Hongjin straight into the ground, causing the earth to crack violently. Looking at Hongjin, who was lying motionless at its feet, the white monster coldly declared, "That's not it. From now on, I'm treating you like a monster." Pinioned to the ground, Hongjin in his monster form still struggled weakly and resisted. "I'm not a monster. You're the real monster." But his opponent had no intention of holding back. He poured power into his fist and continuously rained brutal blows down on Jin's body. After the series of savage punishments, the white monster stood tall and nonchalantly remarked with sarcasm, "If you wanted to solve this with words, you could have just said so. I'm a pacifist after all." While the horrific battle was raging outside the schoolyard, Ji Seungji was struggling to help his friend Yuji, who was unconscious, get away. Kim Yi-shin rushed over from behind, hastily caught Yuji and yelled, "Stand aside and let the hero show you some real power." All three quickly ducked into a secluded corner. Finding a safe spot to hide, Yi-shin sat Yuji down, leaning her against him, and asked anxiously, "What on earth is going on?" Is that monster really Jinkyu Sunbae? Sungji replied wearily. That's right. I don't understand what's happening either. He lowered his voice to ask, and who is that guy? Why is Hong Jin-kyu attacking him? Sungji breathed a sigh of relief and began to explain the whole situation. Not able to stay long, he decisively carried Yuji onto his back and urged Sungji, "Let's go, don't forget to take the school bags." Sungji quickly grabbed the backpack and while running after him anxiously asked, "What did you do to Hong Jin-kyu Sunbae?" Ishin could only sigh helplessly. What the hell is going on? My brain can't keep up with this anymore. Returning to the life-or-death battle outside the school. Hong Jin was now completely exhausted at his opponent's feet. He lay slumped in the rubble, wheezing and begging, "Stop it!" But the giant white monster just looked down coldly and retorted firmly, "You're the one who wouldn't stop just a moment ago if I hadn't stopped you. You would have killed that kid." Hong Jin tried to use the last bit of his reason to justify his brutal actions. "I was just delivering justice. Spare me." The white monster tilted his strange head slightly and nonchalantly set a condition. "If I stop, what then? You won't kill anyone else, right? Will you listen to me?" Before the opponent's question. Hong Jin was silent for a moment, then roared wildly. "I'll kill you!" the giant white monster shouted angrily. This bastard has really lost his mind. He then swung an incredibly powerful, thunderous punch aiming to finish Hong Jin off. "I've never killed a living thing that can talk. But if I spare you, many others will die, so don't blame me." As he finished speaking, an extremely powerful thunderous blow struck the ground right where Hong Jin was lying. It created a terrifying explosion, but under the pressure of the attack, the grotesque monster shell on his body began to crack and peel away, revealing Hong Jin's normal human face. Witnessing this miraculous reversal, the white monster paused, full of surprise, and muttered, "What kind of stubborn constitution is that so durable?" But pity did not exist in this cruel world. The white monster quickly regained his murderous intent. He raised his giant fist, preparing to land the final blow. "Let's end this here." Lying motionless on the ground, Hong Jin could only wheeze in despair. No, don't do that." The white monster's heavy fist, weighing 1,000 pounds, swung down directly at him. Suddenly, the fist froze just inches from Hong Jin's face. The white monster trembled, and the black orb hovering above its head shifted into a menacing glowing red. From its fang-filled mouth it whispered in bewilderment, "Alive. It's alive." By some miracle, Hong Jin's consciousness had merged and taken control of this massive body, just as the white monster with the red orb on its head stood towering over Hong Jin's motionless body. This body Kim Ishin's group arrived at the corner of the hallway, breathless from running and terrified that his best friend would be killed. Ishin mustered all his strength and screamed at the monster, "What do you think you're doing?" Kim Ishin's face showed pure anger and anxiety. He roared helplessly, "Don't tell me you're planning to kill him. He's already back in human form." But in response to his panic, the giant white monster just turned its head, and from its hideous mouth came a very familiar voice. "Surprise who else but me, your brother-in-law." The absurd confession left Ishin completely frozen. His eyes widened as he stammered, Hong Jin-kyu, why did you become like this?" Despite being extremely confused, Ishin still asked with concern, "But, are you okay? You don't want to kill me anymore, right?" Hearing his friend's question, the white monster tilted its head, looking puzzled, and replied, "What are you talking about? Why would I want to kill you?" But suddenly, a terrifying memory flashed through its mind. It was an image of a buzz-cut male student wailing desperately, tears and blood streaming down his face as a monstrous hand crushed his head. Startled out of the strange memory, Hong Jin, in the form of the white monster, looked down at his own hands, realizing he'd been gifted a free memory archive. Standing opposite him, Kim Ishin was carrying Yugi on his back alongside Sungi, who asked anxiously, "Hey, are you really okay?" Sungi narrowed his eyes at the giant creature in front of him, skeptically wondering, "Is that really Senior Jin-kyu?" But the senior is lying motionless over there, looking down at his own normal human body being held securely in his arms. The white monster replied in Hong Jin's voice, "The current state is normal within the instability." Seeing that his friend had truly regained his sanity, Kim Ishin breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, thank goodness," he hurriedly suggested. "If so, let's go to the multipurpose room first." But their conversation was cut short by an arrogant voice from the window. "Honey, are you okay?" Both of them startled and turned around to see a guy with a buzz cut wearing a blue and white sports jacket standing there. Thinking the guy was asking her, Ishin answered blankly, I'm fine. The guy immediately glared and shouted, "I wasn't asking you." He stared intently at Yuji, who was slumped on Ishin's shoulder, and then grumpily muttered with jealousy, Forget it. Honey, who is that guy an acquaintance? I don't like you clinging to other guys." Facing the annoying appearance of the stranger, the white monster could only look blankly and point at itself, "Me." The guy in the sports jacket completely ignored the giant monster's presence. He jumped down from the window ledge defiantly. "Ha, what's wrong? You're annoying me. Are you trying to mess with me?" Watching his arrogant attitude, Ishin thought to himself, it seems like he's an acquaintance of that monster. Seonji, standing nearby, observed and commented in a low voice. To be more precise, he's her boyfriend. What kind of awkward timing is this for a confession? However, Seonji's mind quickly returned to the more serious problem regarding Hongjin. She stared at the white monster deep in thought, even though it's hard to believe. If what the senior said is true, suppose Senior Jinkyu returns to his body, what will happen to that monster? Kim Ishin mused as he replied, "I don't know. Will the one who originally resided in there return?" But Seonji explained her hypothesis, considering the situation. The white monster was the one who attacked Senior Jinkyu when he lost control, but then Senior Jinkyu got sucked into the white monster, right? Ishin nodded. Yeah, it seems that way. Seonji's face became extremely serious. She warned, if Senior Jinkyu returns to his body, I'm afraid he will be in danger. While the two were debating tensely, the guy in the sports jacket casually walked toward the white monster. He rudely pointed straight at Hongjin's body, which was lying motionless in the monster's arms, and snapped irritably, "Hey, who is this bastard? As far as I know, you don't even have a brother." But the white monster with the glowing red orb on its head looked down and calmly replied in Hongjin's voice, "I am not your honey, but what happened to your girlfriend that made her become a monster like this?" The answer made the guy freeze, his face paling in confusion. "Not my honey." "Huh, you mean you want to break up with me?" Could it be because of him? He completely lost the plot, shouting and pointing at Hongjin's body being held by the monster. "You're willing to throw me away just because of this bastard?" Standing behind Seonji calmly poured cold water on him. That is the truth. The buzzcut guy spun around, shocked. What really? Seonji looked him straight in the eye with a stern face. She coldly declared, "Your girlfriend's life is in our hands, so from now on answer my questions honestly if you want to save her." The guy flew into a rage, pointing straight at Sanji's face and yelling, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Why would Jiwon's life be in your hands?" He was alarmingly slow on the uptake. The young man snapped, pointing a finger right in Seonji's face and shouting, "What are you babbling about? Why is Jiwon's life in your hands? You're dangerously slow on the uptake. Do you see the color of that orb?" The buzz-cut guy looked up at the glowing red orb hovering above the white monster, thinking to himself in confusion. The color of the orb. I only just noticed it now. Wasn't it always red? Seonji continued her convincing explanation. The ones with special abilities aren't just your girlfriend. We have someone on our side who can control the monster's physical form. When the monster's orb is controlled by that person, it turns red. Do you understand now? The reason your girlfriend's life is in our hands. Kim Waishin, standing nearby while carrying Yuji on his back, broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself in bewilderment. Is she really spinning the story like that? Is this going to be okay? Could she be holding on to a weakness to keep it from attacking us? But how would Seonji even know about that? In reality, Seonji was just using a bluff to intimidate the opponent. She thought to herself, whether it's the truth or not doesn't matter, as long as he believes it. We'll have the upper hand. Seonji's bluff worked better than expected. The buzzcut guy suddenly began to cry and sniffle in relief, thinking, if that's the case, you mean that monster isn't Jiwon right now? Hick. If that's true, then I haven't been dumped. Seonji was speechless, looking at his pathetic display, and coldly extinguished his hope. It seems you didn't understand me. If you or your girlfriend try to attack us, we can end her life at any moment. The buzzcut guy immediately collapsed to his knees, raised both hands to surrender, and pleaded tearfully, Okay, I get it. Please don't hurt my girl. Seeing that the opponent was completely subdued, Seonji turned her back and started walking. She calmly ordered, Let's move inside the school first. Where have you guys been hiding? The young man mumbled, We didn't have anywhere to hide. Yesterday I slept in the locker room. Sanji replied firmly, Then let's go there first. Get up and let's go. She turned to her friend, Senior Waishin, take Yujin to that place first. Waishin nodded slightly. To that place, okay. Sunji turned to call the white monster, Let's go, Senior Yujin. The white monster bowed its head slightly and replied with a, Sunji walked away quietly. Deep down, she couldn't stop pondering the unresolved mysteries. Now we can both ensure our safety and learn more about this white monster. But is that white monster really a human? And is the soul inside it? Senior Jin-Q, is such a thing possible in this world we live in? Suddenly a raspy voice echoed from behind. Honey, is that you? How long have you been here? Hongjin's mind was in total chaos. Strange fragments of memory flooded back, leaving him shaken. What was that? He saw an image of a monstrous hand brutally crushing someone's face. It appeared clearly, making Jinjun tremble as he realized a cruel truth: he had actually killed someone. And it didn't stop there. Memories of himself frenziedly attacking Kim Wai-shin also surfaced, leaving him tormented. Why was I so vicious? The nightmare of that cold-blooded clawing sensation was still vivid. It made Hongjin clutch his face in pain. In the dark space of his consciousness, he looked toward the massive glowing orb in front of him, wondering if all of this was caused by it, while the eerie, chilling cries of the monster echoed all around. Hongjin began to carefully analyze the mechanism of this possession. He recalled that the first time he entered the monster's body, he could move freely without any interference from the orb. But in the second attempt, he failed completely and lost his reason. Jin wondered if, upon failure, the orb would immediately seize control. He guessed that the first success might have been unexpected, so the orb wasn't prepared. Jin told himself this must never happen again, because once he left the monster's body, he wouldn't be able to take it back. He reassured himself, as long as I don't fail, during the body transfer my friends won't be in danger, and the top priority right now is to escape this situation. But a cold, hateful voice suddenly rang out from right behind him. How dare you pull such a dirty trick? Hongjin started and turned his head, completely freezing up. When he saw Park Si-young stepping closer, stumbling with terrifying footsteps echoing on the pool of red blood, Hongjin could only stutter in panic. Why? The buzz-cut guy screamed in a frenzy of hatred. Pay me back! The body of Hongjin suddenly opened its eyes. His abnormal awakening left Ji-sunji standing nearby, shocked. She widened her eyes in fear. What? Could it have returned? Why? Why at a time like this? At that very moment, the senior in the gym uniform ran over in a panic, asking frantically, Honey, are you okay? However, the white monster only tilted its head slightly and replied casually in a deep, muffled voice. I'm fine. What's the matter? The white monster carried Hongjin's body, while explaining to the senior to cover it up. I was just a little dizzy earlier, almost fainted. But the very next moment it suddenly swung its arm and threw Hongjin to the ground. Without a hint of pity, the sudden fall caused Hongjin to slam his back against the stone floor, crying out in pain. Witnessing such a heartless act. The senior jumped in shock and yelled, Whoa, you scared me, what is this? Why are you hugging that monster, giving people such a fright? Observing from afar, Ji-sunji was extremely bewildered by the white monster's bizarre behavior, while the senior continued to lose his mind, yelling to warn her lover, Honey, calm down first, I have something I need to tell you. You don't know yet, do you? He's no ordinary student. Before the upperclassman could finish his sentence, the white monster suddenly lunged forward, using a giant hand to grip Hongjin's neck and lift him into the air. He's just a piece of trash, using the monster's power to kill people. Witnessing that brutal scene, Ji-sunji stood completely frozen, cold sweat pouring down as he realized the cruel truth. The upperclassman also panicked and rushed over to intervene. Honey, stop it! Put him down, okay? Calm down, we can talk about it later. But the white monster coldly squeezed Hongjin's neck tighter. The black orb on its head vibrated slightly as it declared, This is something I absolutely must do. Something that someone chosen by the orb like me has to do. Watching his best friend being Yishin was furious and screamed, Damn it, what the hell are you doing? Put him down right now. Ji-sunji was trembling, his mind racing to find a solution. What should he do now? What was the best thing he could do in this moment, ignoring every plea to stop? The white monster gritted its teeth and tightened its grip on Hongjin's neck even more. Something I absolutely must do. Witnessing the madness of his lover, the upperclassman was completely crushed. The white monster suddenly changed its tone, whining and complaining to its boyfriend. Honey, did you just call me a jerk? How could you bring yourself to say that to me? Standing below, the upperclassman in the blue and white sports jacket screamed in panic. Put him down, please, I'm begging you, put him down, I've been saying that for so long now. The white monster still nonchalantly held Hongjin's body high. I told you he is. but her boyfriend kept screaming frantically, "Put him down! Please just put him down! Please listen to me, if you don't, you're going to die," hearing the threat to her life. The white monster immediately softened her voice. "Oh, all right then. Here you go." She put Hongjin down gently. The upperclassman hurriedly urged his lover, "Change back to your human form right now." The white monster shuddered slightly. The hideous monster's shell began to melt and shed away. She muttered softly, full of confusion, Why on earth are you acting like this? Are you even listening to what I'm saying?" The upperclassman immediately turned to explain to Ji Seungji to protect my girl. "Are we good now? You guys won't mess with Ji-won anymore, right?" The group temporarily kept the peace under the setting sun. Looking for a safe place to talk, the group moved inside the boys' locker room. The big sister, Yoon Ji-won, crossed her arms and asked skeptically, "Is that even really possible?" She still seemed quite doubtful. Her boyfriend stood beside her and nodded in confirmation. "Honey, I told you already. I saw it with my own eyes." Hearing that, Ji-won fell silent. "I guess so. In this world, no matter what happens, nothing surprises me anymore." She flashed a confident smile and decisively declared, "Fine, I believe you guys. Simply put, as long as you don't pull any tricks, we're good, right, you second-year kids?" Yoon Ji-won suddenly made a bold proposal. "I have an idea. How do you guys feel about teaming up? I'm planning on wiping out all the monsters in this school." Her crazy idea made Hongjin's eyes widen in shock. Are you kidding me?" Ji-won explained nonchalantly. "It's obvious, isn't it? I have enough power to defeat the monsters, so why should I hide? It's the monsters who should be running away." Her boyfriend, standing beside her, chimed in, "Exactly." Ji-won continued, beaming with excitement. "If what you say is true, you just have to enter the monster's body and snap their necks. Cleaning up the whole lot probably wouldn't take more than 30 minutes. Why haven't you guys been doing that all this time?" Facing the pressing question, Hongjin's face darkened with anxiety. He stammered, "Well, about that." A deep sense of unease rose in his heart as he realized, she's definitely suspicious. She's just lying about believing us. Ji Seungji quickly used his wit to protect Jin-Kyu's secret. He said sternly, "That's extremely dangerous because you could end up in a vulnerable state. He once became a target for other monsters while his soul was jacked in. Furthermore, the act of snapping your own neck can cause massive mental shock. Last time he did that, he suffered terribly." Hearing the first-year girl make up such a smooth story, Jin-Kyu, standing beside them, could only break into a cold sweat and think to himself, this kid is a great liar. Yoon Ji-won and her boyfriend listened and nodded, believing it completely. So that's how it is. Immediately, Seungji turned the tables, crossed his arms, and asked point-blank, "Now it's our turn to ask. How are you able to shift between monster and human so freely? You're on a whole different level compared to our upperclassman Jin-Kyu." Yoon Ji-won sat on the floor and answered nonchalantly, "It's all thanks to the orb." Then she turned to look at Jin-Kyu with curiosity. "You're Jin-Kyu, right? Didn't the orb help you?" Ji-won's question left Jin-Kyu extremely confused. He pressed, "Could you be more specific?" Ji-won mused as she recounted, "Well, just like the other kids, I experienced that freezing cold in the darkness. Then the orb suddenly appeared before my eyes." Hearing this, Jin-Kyu thought to himself, "This initial experience is really similar to mine." But Ji-won's next words left him completely stunned. "After that, I felt my heart being warmed. Even though I could feel the orb in my arms, it felt like being embraced by an angel. After that, I gained the ability to freely transform whenever I heard those words." Jin-Kyu's eyes went wide with shock, his mind screaming, "An angel of warmth, are you kidding me?" He hung his head shivering as he recalled the bone-chilling, hair-raising sensation he felt himself. When he faced that massive, deadly black orb, his experience was nothing but cold, soul-crushing control, yet she felt like she was being warmed by an angel. Seeing the look on Jin-Kyu's face change, Yoon Ji-won commented softly, but noticing his reaction didn't match her own, Jin-Kyu could only break into a cold sweat and confess, "I guess that makes sense. If everyone else felt the same way I did, there's no way they would have turned into out-of-control monsters." Yoon Ji-won casually stretched her legs and said, That's just my own theory, though." Then she suddenly pointed at him and asked, "Hey, Jin, since you have the ability to possess monsters, I have to ask. Back when those monsters were fighting in the gym, was one of them you?" The direct question left both Jin and Seonji stunned. Seonji faintly remembered the image of that massive, ferocious red monster from earlier and knew they couldn't hide it. Jim bluntly admitted, "Yeah, that was me." Yoon Ji-won looked incredibly intrigued. "Oh, so after fighting the other monster, you released the possession state. That's a pretty good strategy." Jin's face hardened, his gaze full of resolve as he thought to himself. Strategy. There was no strategy involved, for God's sake. He looked straight at the two of them and replied, I just wanted to get rid of it. Hearing his answer, Seonji froze as if she'd suddenly remembered something crucial, while Jin gripped his red tie tightly. He was determined that the giant orb in the gym had to be destroyed. He explained to the group that every time he turned into that monster, the entity kept bothering him like it was constantly hunting for prey. If we just leave it there, people are going to keep turning into monsters. However, the boyfriend in the blue shirt sitting opposite them looked skeptical. The orb didn't say anything, did it? Senior Yoon Ji-won glared at Hong Jin. She demanded to know why he hadn't destroyed it sooner, or if he was just waiting for her to do it. Hong Jin quickly defended himself, saying he'd tried, but it didn't work because that monster was much tougher than he thought. And the other monsters kept getting in the way. Hearing this, Ji-won nodded, realizing that it was definitely too much for Hong Jin to handle alone, and asked if he needed her help. Even though Jin awkwardly denied it, Ji-won was still excited and wanted to go right away, causing her boyfriend to panic and hold her back to think it through. Yoon Ji-won confidently analyzed that the fact that the monsters were protecting the king orb meant it was incredibly important to them, so they had to destroy it quickly to stop the monster transformations. Seeing this, Seonji turned to ask for Hong Jin's opinion on the plan to possess the monster at the gym. Although he agreed it was the best approach, Jin still shook his head and refused, because it was no longer possible. Faced with Seonji's confusion, Jin leaned close to her ear and whispered the horrifying secret about his second attempt, a terrifying revelation that made Seonji's eyes widen in shock. Meanwhile, in the corner, that other couple was still being all lovey-dovey, forcing Seonji to clear her throat to interrupt them. Seonji firmly suggested that the group should head out first, and deal with that matter later. Hong Jin also quickly chimed in, using the excuse that they were too tired today to push the monster hunt to tomorrow, despite Senior Ji-won getting angry and demanding they do it immediately, fearing more people might mutate. Seonji coldly brushed her off. She insisted that important tasks should only be tackled when the body is in peak condition, not to mention that it would be even more dangerous once it got dark. Faced with that firm logic, Senior Ji-won could only sigh in defeat and called Seonji our little P, leaving the freshman girl frozen and deeply confused by her new nickname. Senior Yoon Ji-won waved a cheerful goodbye before leaving. See you all tomorrow. Back in the multi-purpose room, Kim Yishin couldn't hide his shock at what he'd just heard. He grabbed his own throat and shouted in confusion, "Whoa, that's insane! You mean when you see the symptoms appear? If I choke myself, the orb will get scared and run away, right?" Hong Jin, sitting opposite him, explained softly, "You think it's that simple? I mean, you have to choke yourself until it feels like you're actually going to die." Ji Seonji asked anxiously, "What's the plan for tomorrow, everyone?" The freshman girl analyzed the situation. Following what Hong Jin said, we can't use the monster at the gym anymore. Does that mean we have to find a new one? Hong Jin sat cross-legged, feeling helpless, and replied, "Exactly. We don't need to find a place to hide anymore. We have to go monster hunting." He worried it was too dangerous, but Seonji pointed out the reality. "But if we don't do that, the senior in the tank top will get suspicious immediately." Looking over at Yugi, who was still fast asleep, Yishin asked worriedly, "Doesn't he feel cold?" Seonji gently reminded him to use his full name, then continued the discussion. "The monster we used can't be reused, and we can't let her find out about that." He fell into a deep thought, recalling the moment of confrontation with Yoon Ji-won. Furthermore, when he mentioned Senior Ji-won, he felt that when he took over her body, she was incredibly dangerous. She was so immersed in the idea of using monster powers to save the world, like someone possessed by a hero complex. Seonji commented flatly, "Put simply, is she crazy?" No wonder she was planning to kill people so casually. Seeing that Hong Jin had suddenly developed a strange sensitivity, Wai Shin teased, "So you can actually sense those kinds of things now. You could open up a fortune-telling shop, seriously." Jin just sighed. "I don't know how I'm sensing it either." You looked over anxiously toward IG. IG still hasn't woken up yet. "Could something be wrong with him?" Wai Shin replied quietly. "It looks like he suffered a head injury. I hope he's okay." Suddenly, Wai Shin noticed Jin's face and asked curiously, "Wait, is your nearsightedness gone?" Jin looked blank, waving his hands in front of Seonji's face, who was also confused. Only then did Jin touch his face and shout, "What the? When did you stop wearing your glasses?" Wai Shin's eyes widened in awe. "Whoa, are you cured?" Seonji was still puzzled by the past and asked, "How exactly did you say you choked him?" the second night since everything changed. It drifted slowly toward morning. In the corner of the dark, multi-purpose room, Hongjin shifted slightly, sinking into a restless sleep after a long, tiring day. Humans are creatures that adapt well. Even though the world out there is still drowning in chaos, they could still find a way to fall into a peaceful sleep after a long, exhausting day. But unfortunately, the thing that was gradually adapting to this freezing cold wasn't just the humans. In the silence of the night, a giant monster with a black orb on its head was squatting on the school grounds, letting out eerie, hideous grinding sounds. The morning of the third day of the disaster officially began. Hongjin lazily reached out to flip the light switch, rubbed his eyes, and said good morning. Hearing the noise, Kim Wai-shin sat slumped on the floor, exhausted. He reached out, demanding things. It's already the third day I'm gonna die. Where's my stuff? Give it here. Beside him, IG still lay unconscious. Seonji muttered, what time is it? We were supposed to meet before lunch. The phone is in the bag. After checking everything. Seonji munched on a snack and reminded them in a serious tone, you two, do you remember the plan? Don't you dare mess it up. Kim Wai-shin crossed his arms and nodded. I pretty much get it. Hongjin scratched his head, confused. Me too. Even though the plan was risky, it was extremely simple. Wai-shin sighed, feeling the tension. It was 9 o'clock earlier, so it must be about 9:30 now. Let's go, time to go find a monster. With that, he stepped decisively toward the stairs, heading for the rooftop. Hongjin couldn't help but shudder, thinking to himself, just looking at this place makes my hair stand on end. Kim Wai-shin led the way. Ugh, have to go to the roof again. Seonji immediately warned, from now on, keep your voices down. What if that monster is still on the roof? The group's goal was crystal clear. If that monster was still there, they would find a way to take over its body. If not, they would have to find another one. But just as they peeked through the broken doorway leading to the ruined, corpse-strewn rooftop, Hongjin was suddenly startled, his eyes widening in shock. Hongjin whispered a warning. Hey, look, there it is. Kim Wai-shin, standing right behind him, urged him anxiously. Oh, damn, we gotta be quick then. Seeing the target still in its position, Hongjin told himself with determination. Okay, good. I didn't expect it to still be here. That's even better. Things will be much easier. But as all three stepped fully outside, they suddenly froze in confusion. Hongjin observed carefully and realized something was off. I don't see a way to reach that monster. Furthermore, why doesn't the monster have an orb? The students' bodies were still lying scattered, and he wondered, it's weird that the bodies are still all here. Other monsters usually devour them completely. Hongjin called out to Wai-shin. The black-haired friend turned back. What is there a problem? Everywhere I go, I get a headache. Jim slowly approached the motionless monster and announced in a low voice, it's dead. Wai-shin asked back, bewildered. What, are you sure? Jim pointed at the carcass, explaining, didn't you kill it? Seonji pointed at herself in confusion. Jin reminded her, remember what happened 2 days ago? When you used the electric shock on the monster, the orb sprouted thorns. Hongjin continued to explain his discovery. I only knew this after I became a monster. That action wasn't it attacking us. It collapsed because the orb lost its balance. Seonji realized in shock, so it was destroyed. Is that the cause of death? But it seemed fine after that. Jim nodded, analyzing. It probably died shortly after. Because the core orb was destroyed. This monster's body was likely just a tool. Wai-shin, standing nearby, asked anxiously, if we shock them, will they all die? So we can't use that monster, right? Jim turned back and confirmed, right. This monster doesn't have an orb, so we can't use it anymore because I take over monster bodies through that orb. 1. Kim Wai-shin sighed, utterly exhausted. 2. If that's the case, we have to find another monster. First, let's take a walk and see. But Hongjin suddenly froze, his eyes bulging as he looked into the distance. No need to do that. From the top of a high-rise building across the way under the blue sky, a giant, deformed-headed monster appeared, towering over them and letting out continuous screeching noises. The monster has found us itself. Jin's assertiveness made Yishin jump, and he yelled, Whoa, what the hell was that for? How did you know? Yishin asked, but he just replied casually, I just had a feeling. Remember the plan. Jin immediately reminded him, and Yishin focused as the monster lurking above prepared to pounce at that exact moment. A massive explosion suddenly erupted right on the roof. Dust and debris billowed up, witnessing that shocking scene. Yishin anxiously turned and shouted, Hey, why aren't you doing it? Jin, drenched in sweat, replied tensely, Not close enough yet. Before either could act, the monster threw its weight down, leaping toward the rooftop where Yishin and Seunji were standing. The force of its landing created a thunderous crash, blowing away dirt and smoke across the rooftop. Ji Seon-ji panicked, clutching her head and dropping to her knees to take cover. As the dust settled, she peeked through her fingers to assess the situation. Through the gray haze, Seon-ji was horrified to see a figure being hoisted up by the monster. She screamed in shock, "Senior Jin!" But Yishin quickly reached out to stop her and calmed her down. "Hey, hold on, stay calm and look closely." That is, following Yishin's lead. Seon-ji realized the orb floating above the monster's head had turned a glowing red. Yishin said in a low voice, "The red orb." Seeing the familiar sign that Jin had successfully taken control, Seon-ji let out a sigh of relief. "Then that means it's okay, right?" Yishin also replied softly, "Looks like it." Suddenly, the monster whipped its deformed head toward them, and Yishin's face instantly paled, cold sweat pouring down as he thought worriedly, "It's working right. If there's another mistake like last time." The monster let out a low rumble, one hand clutching Jin's motionless body. Kim Yishin gave a smug smile. I thought to himself, "Phew, that was a close one, almost scared the life out of me." Seeing Ji Seon-ji still standing there dazed, Yishin shouted, "Hey Seon-ji, you planning on standing there forever?" She jumped, stammering, "Huh? Ah no." Yishin was now hoisting Hong Jin-kyu's motionless body onto his shoulder. He firmly told Seon-ji, "From now on I'll take care of myself, you look after yourself." According to the agreed-upon plan, Kim Yishin would be responsible for transporting Hong Jin-kyu's body to the multipurpose room to hide safely. Meanwhile, Ji Seon-ji quickly took the order, replying, "Got it. I'm heading out first." She immediately bolted, heading toward the locker room to find and call Senior Yoon-ji-won, while up on the rooftop, the giant monster with the glowing red orb controlled by Hong Jin-kyu stood waiting. After waiting for Eun-ji-won to reach the roof, their next plan was to work together to eliminate the giant orb at the gym. He knew that if this risky plan succeeded, they might find the final glimmer of hope to end this living hell. Elsewhere, Ji Seon-ji was running with all her might down the stairs, her frantic footsteps echoing through the empty hallway. She reached the door to the men's locker room, breathing heavily and exhausted. With a hint of hesitation, Sunji reached out, shoved the door open, and shouted, "Senior Eun-ji-won!" The sudden appearance made everyone inside jump out of their skin. To her shock, she caught the couple just as they were about to, do that. The boyfriend's face turned beet red with embarrassment. Eun-ji-won hurriedly turned around, sweating profusely, and stammered to avoid a misunderstanding. "Hey, we weren't doing anything okay." But Sunji couldn't have cared less about that. "I'm not curious at all. You remember what we talked about yesterday, right? Get up to the rooftop right now." Hearing that it was time to hunt the monster, Eun-ji-won got instantly excited. Finally, it was time to dish out some justice while Hong Jin's team struggled to pull off their plan. Meanwhile, in another corner behind the schoolyard, a different group of students was desperately trying to escape. Creeping along the edge of the bushes by the fence, 3 male students were struggling to crawl. They were dragging themselves along in despair to hide. The student in the black hoodie leading the way couldn't suppress his exhaustion and groaned, "Ugh, I'm dying. This is so damn exhausting." Right behind him, the senior with blonde hair in a vest was also trembling, dripping with sweat as he crawled along anxiously whispering, "Hey, the monster hasn't spotted us yet, right?" But just as he finished speaking, the student in front suddenly clutched his leg and let out a piercing scream. "Ah!" The sudden cry in the silent air made the blonde senior jump. He immediately turned back, gritting his teeth, and hissed, "Hey, shut up! Are you crazy?" It turned out the student in the black hoodie had a shard of glass from the car accident stabbed deep into his knee. He couldn't even cry out loud, just sobbing in pain. The glass. It stuck in so deep, damn it. The blonde senior grew even more panicked. He flattened himself against the ground, terrified that the scream would draw the Reaper's attention. With a scream that loud, "We're done for," not wanting to risk his own life. The blonde senior immediately turned to order the trembling freshman lying next to him. "Hey, you freshman, what's your name again? Go check if the monster is coming." The freckled kid Baek Trang-in was so terrified he could only squeak out, "Be Baek Trang-in, sir." The senior brushed off his nervous question heartlessly. "What you want us all to die together, move it." Pushed to the edge. Trang-in's legs shook uncontrollably. He whispered to himself in despair, "Ugh, those bastards. Just because they're seniors, they think they're something special. I said I didn't want to go, so why do they keep dragging me along?" Crouching behind an old tree, Trang-in peeked through the iron fence toward the ball field. Through the gaps, the giant gray monster was still sitting perfectly still like a statue, witnessing the scene. Trang In let out a small sigh of relief, thinking, it's still just sitting there. Those seniors were just acting cowardly. They're usually so nice. But just as he turned to move on, a horrific sight hit his eyes. Through the shattered windshield of a nearby mangled car lay a blood-soaked corpse hunched over the steering wheel. Trang In couldn't hold it in and screamed. Far off on the field, the giant monster suddenly snapped its bizarre head toward the source of the noise. Realizing disaster had struck, the blonde senior raged. Hey, you crazy bastard, are you trying to get us killed by shouting like that? You useless piece of trash, what the hell are you doing? You dog, get over here and lay flat. You're dead meat later. He kept threatening him while scrambling to run, but his legs couldn't keep up. Yet despite the senior's threats, Trang In suddenly broke into a creepy manic smile as tears continued to stream down his face. A massive thud echoed right behind them. The giant monster had leaped down, blocking the path. What later are you talking about? Trang In stared eyes wide, laughing crazily through his tears. The senior realized the Reaper was standing right beside him. The blonde senior completely broke down. He let out a scream and bolted for his life. You selfish prick, he roared cruelly. Why do you want us both to die? But just as he tried to turn and run, the student in the black hoodie, despite his injured leg, used his last bit of strength to reach out and grab the senior's ankle. Caught off guard, the blonde senior lost his balance, yelled, "Oof!" and face-planted into the ground. He turned back furious and barked, "What the hell are you doing?" The student in the hoodie, crawling on the ground, screamed with a face full of hatred and madness. Take me with you. If I can't go, you're not going anywhere either. Their struggle was cut short by a massive shadow looming between the two trees. It was the cage-headed monster. With that black orb hovering above its head, the senior realized the Reaper had arrived and completely collapsed. Sweat poured down in regret. I should have just stayed inside. I told them I didn't want to go out. It was too late for regrets. Before he could finish, a slashing sound cut through the air. A tragic scream, "Ah, ah," came from behind the nearby car. Baek Trang In was clutching his head, trembling uncontrollably from fear. He sobbed and muttered in a panic, "It's all because you guys forced me out here." Suddenly, a grotesque, thin hand slammed hard onto the roof of the car right next to Trang In's head. He jumped in terror, looking up, and let out faint, panicked whimpers. The cage-headed monster swung its sharp claws to attack. Trang In shrieked in despair, "Get away! Don't come over here!" Just as a pitch-black tentacle shot out to end his life in that split second, another giant monster with a bright red orb hovering above its head suddenly lunged down from above, slamming its foot onto the cage-headed monster's head right on top of the car. The massive impact caused a huge explosion, sending dirt, rocks, and dust flying everywhere. The red orb monster forced its weight down, crushing the black orb monster's head beneath its feet. Trang In sat on the ground, trembling and stammering in shock. Two monsters!" The red orb monster turned its head slightly to look at him. In its head, Hongjin quickly recognized Baek Trang In. Blowing away the dirt and thick swirling dust, the red orb monster gathered its strength, pinning the black orb monster down and crushing its head underfoot right in front of Trang In, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground. Trembling and stammering in utter shock, he stuttered, There are two of them." The red orb monster slowly turned its head to look at him, and Hong Duyan instantly realized it was Baek Trang In. Terrified, the student hastily scrambled to his feet and ran for his life, not forgetting to shout aloud, "Thank you, back." Watching his retreating figure, Hong Jin, in his monster form, let out a faint sigh. I thought to himself, man, the plan has gone a bit off track. Hong Jin focused on his new body, realizing that this monster's physique felt completely different from when he was in Kim Soo-jin's. Beneath his feet, the black orb monster was still struggling, growling and resisting. Without showing any mercy, the red orb monster used its foot to pin the opponent's chest down and stomped with immense force, piercing right through it. Hongjin thought with excitement, "This is way stronger than last time." He stomped brutally, completely crushing his opponent underfoot. Hongjin thought confidently, "With this much power, I don't need a senior's help anymore. Everything I've had to endure until now, I'm going to pay back 10 times over." Being trampled mercilessly, the monster beneath could only let out pained roars. Though weak, it stubbornly launched a desperate counterattack, whipping a sharp blade-like black tentacle straight toward its opponent's head with lightning-fast reflexes. Hongjin's gray monster reached out and caught the razor-sharp tentacle just in the nick of time, leaving the monster below completely stunned. not giving the opponent a chance to recover. Jim squeezed the tentacle hard, then channeled his strength to stomp down on the monster's head, pinning it to the ground while letting out ferocious, savage growls. Anger flared up. Hongjin roared in indignation. "You're done for today." He put all his strength into his arm, decisively slicing off his opponent's tentacle, then rained down thunderous 1,000-pound punches straight onto the monster's head. Each blow created a thunderous, brutal explosion. Watching the destructive battle from the rooftop, Ji Sung-ji squinted, looking down at the schoolyard, and couldn't help but admire her teammates' raw power. Hearing her juniors praise senior, Yoon Ji-won, standing nearby with her arms crossed, asked proudly, "So you called me out here just to watch?" Sung-ji could only awkwardly nod, acknowledging Jin's strength, but she remained full of questions, unable to understand why her friend had ended up inside that strange monster's body. As for leaving the monster down in the schoolyard, Ji-won casually brushed it off, claiming it was just a coincidence. She stretched lazily, suggesting they both just stay there and watch the show. Seeing Sung-ji worried and wanting to go down to help, just in case, Ji-won threw an arm around her junior's shoulder, flashing a confident smile and reassuring her that the monster down there was already in such a pathetic state that there was no need to help. "Let's just watch to see how well Jin performs. If something goes wrong, I'll jump down to save him immediately." Ji Sung-ji looked down and thought to herself, "Indeed. Hongjin doesn't look like he needs any help right now." Down in the schoolyard, Hongjin in his gray monster form tightened his fist. He felt clearly that this body was moving exactly as he willed it. His mind was much clearer than during his previous possession. It seemed that going through this process multiple times had helped him gradually adapt and get used to it. Letting out a sigh of relief, Hongjin decided to finish off his opponent immediately. But just as he was about to strike, the monster below suddenly stirred. Before he could regain his focus, a terrifying collision struck. It created a massive explosion that blew away the iron fence, the immense pressure throwing Hongjin's gray monster high into the air. Watching the streaks of smoke and dust fly past, he looked up at the blue sky, bewildered, asking himself, "Wait, why am I flying all the way up to the clouds?" Hongjin was completely shocked. He wondered what on earth just happened, and if he had just been swatted away by something. The brutal impact left him lying in pain on the ground. From behind the chain-link fence, thick smoke billowed, accompanied by violent tremors. Out of the pitch-black smoke, a giant dark red monster with a crown of black thorns on its head stepped out, constantly emitting cold-blooded growls, witnessing the arrival of a new enemy. A chill ran down Hongjin's spine as he realized something was incredibly wrong. By some miracle, he suddenly felt the power source from the two monsters that had died earlier. Even more frightening, that energy seemed to be flowing endlessly and concentrating entirely on the giant red creature before him. But just as Hongjin turned his head to look back, the hideous monster had completely vanished without a trace. Where did it go? But just as he looked up at the sky, the shadow of the giant red monster swooped down like an arrow from above, a wind-tearing slash aimed straight down. It forced Hongjin to raise his arms to block it just in the nick of time. The collision was so strong it cracked the red orb hovering above the gray monster's head. At that moment, Hongjin was absolutely certain that in this fight, there was no way he could win. Hongjin realized in a panic that his body was completely paralyzed and he couldn't move anymore. Looking at the giant silhouette of his enemy, slowly approaching, he could only despair and scream in his heart, "No, don't come any closer!" But in that split second on the brink of death, a loud shout of "Die!" suddenly rang out from behind. The giant white monster of senior Yoon Ji-won unexpectedly lunged forward. A powerful kick sent the red monster flying away, causing it to slide and carve a deep trench into the grass before coming to a stop. The white monster casually muttered triumphantly, "Okay." Yoon Ji-won in her white monster form playfully posed with a V sign, looking proud. "Pretty top tier, right?" She slowly approached the gray monster lying on the ground and kept asking, "What's wrong? Can't talk? Is it because you're inside the monster's body? You could talk last time, right? Or is it because this body has been taken over by the orb? That's why it's like this." Hongjin inside the gray monster body used his remaining strength to whisper a warning to his senior, Yoon Ji-won, "Run." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful wind-tearing slash from the red monster suddenly rained down. Senior Ji-won's white monster only had enough time to dodge it by a hair's breadth and screamed in shock, "Oh my God, that was close." She stepped back to keep a safe distance, stunned and thinking to herself, "Damn, that was almost it. What's wrong with that guy? I kicked with all my might." How is it already back on its feet? However, facing the red monster growling and looming before her, Ji-won remained incredibly cocky. She flashed a challenging smile. Are you that mad? Ji-won confidently declared, all right, watch and learn. I'm doing this for real now, Jin. But before she could even strike, a razor-sharp tentacle from the red monster suddenly pierced right through the chest of the gray monster standing behind her. Watching the scene unfold, Ji-won was frozen in shock. The fatal blow caused his consciousness to fade. The gray monster's life force was completely drained. As Jin's consciousness was released and snapped back into his human body in the multi-purpose room, he woke up drenched in sweat. Seeing his friend suddenly wake up, Kim Yishin, who was sitting nearby, asked in surprise, What the? How are you back already? Is it over? Still shaken? Jin called out to his friend in a panic. Yishin! He jumped up full of anxiety. I died. So Senior Ji-won is fighting alone now. We have to go help her. Hearing the bad news, Yishin shouted in confusion. Died? How did you die? Did the monsters swarm in to protect that giant orb? Jim shook his head and explained, No, it's because some bastard was already there. Yishin broke into a cold sweat and asked skeptically, But you still died. Is that Kim Soo-jin monster really that strong? Even a 2-on-1 fight and you still lost? Hong Jin looked grim and insisted, Yeah, that's why I need a stronger body. We have to hurry before Senior Ji-won dies. Yishin clutched his head in frustration. Damn it all. Everything's falling apart. Is there really no chance for Senior Ji-won to win? I heard she has experience killing monsters too, Jin replied in a bitter, low voice. I tried possessing the senior's monster, so I know that body is definitely strong, but 0%. That absolute number left Yishin stunned. Jin emphasized coldly, the odds of Senior Ji-won winning against the Kim Soo-jin monster right now are in a completely different league. Black blood dripped from the chest wound onto the grass, looking at the deep gash on the white monster's body. Senior Yoon Ji-won shuddered, thinking that was almost a one-way trip to the afterlife. But before she could regain her composure, eerie mocking sounds echoed from behind. Turning her head, Ji-won froze at the towering silhouette of the giant red monster. It was closing in right behind her. The overwhelming killing intent made her tremble and back away. Wait, calm down, buddy. Seeing her own hand shaking uncontrollably, Ji-won realized the situation was dire. Something is wrong. This is not good. Do they really expect me to beat this thing? The red monster suddenly swung its arm to attack. Ji-won hurriedly dodged, but realizing the massive gap in strength, she panicked and ran away. It's too scary. If I keep fighting, I'm going to die. And Jin isn't here now. But just as she prepared to make a run for it, a giant arm from the red monster lashed out like lightning and gripped her waist tight. Ji-won was startled. A few days ago. Thank you for saving me. The blonde male student stammered, offering his thanks to the giant white-gray monster that had just saved his life. He asked in fear, But who exactly are you supposed to be? Faced with that question, the giant monster tilted its head slightly and replied in a deep, gravelly voice, Me, let's see. Maybe a monster that kills other monsters. On the very first day, she turned into a monster and defeated another hideous creature. Yoon Ji-won had arrogantly thought that she had become a hero like someone out of a movie. The rush of adrenaline at that moment had stimulated Yoon Ji-won so intensely that a crazy thought took root in her mind. She daydreamed that if she played her cards right, maybe she could really become a hero cheered and respected by everyone. But life isn't a fairy tale, just like that. Yoon Ji-won, who had once been determined to defeat every monster, was now facing a brutal reality. Her gray-white monster hands were shaking uncontrollably. As she was completely suppressed by the overwhelming power of the red monster, she finally realized with horror how arrogant her own thinking had been. A dry snap echoed out. The brutal red monster lunged forward, pinning her even tighter while emitting eerie guttural groans. In pure desperation, Ji-won could only beg weakly, Wait, hold on, don't. Please don't. But her opponent had no intention of holding back. A massive krang rang out. The heartless red monster slammed her into the ground. Ji-won gasped in pain, spitting blood, whispering in helplessness. Wait. Just wait. Seeing the giant fist of death raised high right before her eyes, she could only scream and cry out in vain. Someone save me! Have a little mercy! A punch as powerful as a thunderbolt struck down, crushing all her hopes. Outside the schoolyard, the giant monster, with a mouthful of sharp fangs, lay twitching on the grass after the consecutive bone-shattering impacts. At the same time, Hongjin and Kim Yishin were running for their lives along the schoolyard. Suddenly, Hongjin stopped dead in his tracks, shocked. Huh, why are you here? He recognized the familiar figure in front of them and shouted, Ji Seon-ji. The first-year student Ji Seon-ji was also scrambling down the hallway stairs and saw her two friends. Kim Yishin, drenched in sweat, hurriedly shouted to check the situation. How's the senior? How is she? Is she still holding out? With a deadly serious and worried expression. Seonji quickly warned them both. The situation is terrible right now. You two were planning to head to the rooftop, right? There are no monsters on the rooftop. You should go somewhere else. In the heat of the moment, Hongjin and Kim Yishin were frantically discussing their next move. Jim anxiously suggested that they should split up to search, but Yishin immediately shut that down, warning with deep concern that without Jin with them, they were guaranteed to die if they ran into a monster. Realizing there was no time to hesitate, Jisungji firmly urged everyone to quickly move down to the first floor to find an escape route, while in another empty classroom, the girl with round glasses was still sitting there, calmly jotting down every detail of the disaster in her notebook. Her strange composure quickly caught the eye of the aggressive gray-haired bully. He arrogantly approached and taunted her sarcastically, asking what kind of nonsense she was doing in the middle of such a life-or-death crisis. I even mocked her, asking if she was studying for her college entrance exams. Despite the bully's threats, the girl with the glasses coldly retorted, Out of the frying pan and into the fire, stop barking and get lost, her indifferent attitude acting like a spark to his rage. Furious, the gray-haired guy gritted his teeth, leaned into her face and shouted threats, demanding to teach her a lesson about hierarchy. He heartlessly brought up the deaths of their classmates, to break her spirit. But although she was terrified, she demanded he leave her alone and declared she would go on her own. Responding to that rejection was a sinister smile in another corner of the school restroom. Heart-wrenching sobs echoed from inside the boys' restroom. The freckled student Jisoo was sitting with his head in his hands, weeping in absolute despair. He wailed and blamed himself for seeing all his friends around him perish, leaving him as the only survivor alone in this nightmare. At the same time, in Eun-ji-won's mind, the image of her boyfriend with the buzz cut wearing a blue and white sports jacket flickered in his warm, worried advice from before. It felt like it was still echoing in her ears. Ji-won, don't get hurt, okay? But the cruel reality immediately dragged her back into the schoolyard nightmare as a giant dark red monster hand with sharp claws suddenly reached out and grabbed the gray-white monster's arm. Yoon-ji-won was lifted into the air, completely helpless and restrained. The gray-white monster body of Ji-won was torn, covered in wounds, oozing black blood. In pain, she realized she couldn't hold on much longer, and if her monster transformation wore off right now, she would die instantly in utter despair. She could only pray and scream Hong Jin-kyu's name, begging him to come and save her. Just then, in the middle of the desolate schoolyard, a gray monster cocoon suddenly cracked open, revealing a giant dark purple sphere glowing with eerie energy. At the same time, inside the classroom, another violent conflict broke out as the girl with glasses Uzi was cornered by the gray-haired bully. He shouted angrily, "So that's it. You think I'm a coward who abandoned his friends? What was I supposed to do, huh?" Terrified Uzi stammered through tears. "Oh, calm down, hero. Did I hit a nerve, you coward?" But her explanation was met with a heavy slap from the gray-haired guy that sent her sprawling, knocking her glasses off. He stood coldly over her. He uttered these cruel words. "You know what? There are no laws or order left in this world anymore. You don't understand what that means, do you?" He roughly grabbed her hair and yanked her back, flashing a crazed, vein-popping grin. "Let the king hear! Teach you a crash course on survival." He pinned her to the floor. Cornered, Uzi screamed desperately, "Ah, let me go! I was wrong! I said I was wrong! Don't do this! You maniac, please stop it!" But just as his brutal hand was about to choke her, a strange phenomenon occurred. The gray-haired guy suddenly froze in confusion. "Huh, what the?" He looked down at his empty hand, completely unable to see the girl. "Damn it, where did she go?" Seeing nothing. He was completely unaware that a small black sphere had appeared hovering right above his head. At the same time, in another corner of the school restroom, a student sitting on the toilet was confused as the space suddenly went dark. "Whoa, a power outage! Who turned the lights off out of nowhere?" His skin began to crack, mutating into a grayish color. He trembled and muttered in a panic when he saw the mysterious black sphere appearing right in front of him. But it's still daytime right now. He realized with shock the terrifying signs. This was clearly, it was the thing Ji-won had mentioned, the precursor symptoms of turning into a monster. His eyes quickly turned pitch black and black veins stood out all over his face, as a small black sphere appeared right above his head. The mutation nightmare didn't stop there, as it began to spread throughout the school. In the lab, a brown-haired girl in a ponytail screamed in panic when she saw her friend beside her transforming. "Hey, what is that on your head?" That friend, whose eyes had now turned pitch black, could only blankly mutter unconsciously, "Where am I?" Out in the hallway, a student with a buzz cut walked tremblingly in a fever. I was shivering, his mouth constantly muttering, "It's so cold." His appearance caused the surrounding students to panic and dodge, screaming in horror. "Help, zombies have broken into the school, oh my God." The appearance of the mutants caused the entire school to completely fall into chaos. Students gossiped in fear. "Oh my God, is that guy high or what? Why does he look so freakish?" At the same time, the giant dark purple sphere in the schoolyard began to crack violently, shooting out lightning and eerie sharp spikes. Knowing the danger was imminent, Hongjin and Ji Seungji were giving it their all, running down the hallway. Hongjin shouted anxiously, "If we can't find the monster, what are we going to do?" Ji Seungji, leading the way, gritted his teeth with determination and replied, "I don't know either. I just know that if we don't find the monster soon, Senior Ji-won is going to die for real." At the thought of not finding the monster to possess and save her, Hongjin gritted his teeth in anger and helplessness. "Damn it! Everything just disappears when you need it most." He hurriedly turned back to call his friend. "Hey, Ishin, move your feet. Why are you moving like a turtle?" But just as he looked back, Hongjin suddenly froze in surprise. Kim Ishin had stopped a while ago, standing motionless on the stairs behind them. Ji Seungji and Hongjin turned back in confusion. What is it? Why aren't you keep going? We don't have time." But as soon as they looked closer, Hongjin froze completely, eyes wide with shock, and stammered, "Kim Ishin, that thing above your head." Hovering above him was a small black orb, suspended in a glowing red space of transformation. Ishin's eyes turned pitch black, the whites completely gone, while thick dark vein-like streaks spread across his face. "This is really it. It's all over. What have you done to me?" "You damn bitch!" She scrambled backward, desperate to get away, clawing at the floor in search of a way to survive. Her hand brushed against something. She blindly grabbed a ballpoint pen. Without a second of hesitation, she thrust it forward with a sharp, decisive strike. She stood there, gasping for air in a blind panic as fresh blood seeped from the wound, spreading out. The black orb hovering over him began to crack, then slowly dissolved into thin air. At that same moment, watching from afar, Hongjin looked at his best friend in horror and called out softly, "Hey, Kim Ishin!" Hongjin rushed off to find his friend. Ji Seungji followed closely behind, reiterating the method to stop the monster transformation that she had once taught Ishin. Hongjin asked anxiously about the success rate of self-strangulation, wondering if different types of orbs yielded different results. Seungji assessed Ishin's chances of survival at this moment. "It depends on whether he can overcome the orb on his own like you did, or if he's lucky enough to encounter a docile one. But that hope is incredibly slim." Right in front of Hongjin, Ishin appeared, his face distorted and covered in black veins. He whispered that this challenge was much harder than he had imagined. Hongjin lunged forward, grabbing his friend's shoulders and screaming frantically. He forced Ishin to stay conscious and cast away the negative thoughts in his subconscious. Ishin knew there was no guarantee he would make it through. Immediately after, his consciousness was dragged into a dark void facing the giant black orb directly. In the real world, Ishin completely lost his mind and collapsed to the floor. He shivered, crying out that he was cold while in Hongjin's helpless arms. Witnessing the hair-raising situation, Ji Seungji rushed over, firing questions about Hongjin's soul entry ability. She wanted to confirm if this ability could be applied to any subject that had an orb, even humans before. Hongjin could process what was happening. Seungji made a bold proposal: enter Ishin's soul to forcibly stop the monster transformation. Hongjin was utterly bewildered. "I didn't even know if this was possible, but time had run out." Ishin suddenly let out eerie, guttural growls, his body convulsing violently as his face cracked open to reveal sharp, jagged fangs. The nightmare of the transformation had truly begun. Ji Seungji urged, "Are you just going to stand there like a moron? Hurry up!" Hongjin, drenched in sweat, answered resolutely, all right, stop nagging." He immediately activated his power. Jin Q's consciousness detached from his physical body, entering the familiar dark void. He breathed a sigh of relief, telling himself that things were stable for now. But as he started searching for the path leading to Kim Ishin's mind, Jin Q suddenly stopped in his tracks, stunned. Before him, it wasn't just a single path. There were countless brilliantly glowing paths intertwining with each other. Jin-Kyu was confused, wondering why there were so many ways, but there was no time to be distracted. He pulled himself together, pushing those thoughts aside to focus on saving Ishin. Jin-Kyu stepped firmly onto one of the glowing paths. Meanwhile, in the real world, Jisungji stood by, unable to help but shiver with worry. Jin-Kyu's body now stood motionless with vacant eyes, while Ishin's body continued to transform. Black veins stood out in knots. Just then, a glowing red orb suddenly appeared and floated above Ishin. Witnessing that demonic scene, Sungji broke out in a cold sweat, tormented by self-reproach. She feared her impulsive decision might put Jin-Kyu in danger as well. Back in the subconscious space, Jin-Kyu finally found Ishin. His friend was sitting hunched over motionless right in front of a giant black orb. Jin-Kyu shouted, "Kim Ishin," and lunged forward with all his might. He ran filled with anxiety. He asked himself what he had to do next to stop his friend's monster transformation. Seeing Ishin still slumped over in despair, Jin-Kyu decided to cast aside all hesitation. He told himself to just go for it, then lunged forward and screamed, "Wake up, you total disaster!" Unleashed a massive punch straight into his best friend's face. Jin-Kyu looked at his own fist, sweating profusely, wondering if this violent act was really the right thing to do. But he justified it, thinking this was the best way to snap Ishin back to his senses. Luckily, Ishin stirred and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Jin-Kyu standing in front of him, Ishin asked blankly, "What? Hong Jin-Kyu, why are you here? Is this a dream?" Jin-Kyu cheered happily. "Ha! One punch and you're back. Is it really that simple?" But just then, eerie growling sounds erupted from the darkness behind him, making Jin-Kyu turn around suddenly on guard. Kim Ishin snapped to his senses, realizing the presence of the orb. He shouted in surprise, "That's right, the orb!" Hong Jin-Kyu hurriedly supported his friend, urging him, "Forget it for now, let's just get out of here." Witnessing this reckless scene, Sungji bit her finger, her heart full of torment and worry. Was I really too reckless? But to everyone's amazement, the red orb stirred and then slowly dissolved, soaking into Ishin's body. Kim Ishin looked down at his own hands in confusion. He exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it's glowing!" Hong Jin-Kyu, standing next to him, couldn't believe his eyes either. "We actually did it." Sungji quickly noticed the positive change. She breathed a sigh of relief. The orb has disappeared too. His complexion returned to a healthy glow and he regained his senses. Ishin looked at Jin-Kyu with a gaze full of gratitude. "Wow, did you save me? Seriously, you, Hong Jin-Kyu, I will." Jin-Kyu scratched his head, embarrassed, and replied, "Well, it seems that way for now, even though I didn't expect to pull it off." But the joy was short-lived. Jin-Kyu suddenly grew pensive, sharing something that was bothering him far more than that. "There's something else that's really bugging me now. Do you remember the thing about the paths that I mentioned?" Sungji quickly recalled your question, asking if you said that was the path to the sphere, right? You told her you could go through that way. You'd be possessing another monster, wouldn't you? Jin-Kyu nodded slightly, confirming, "Exactly, that's the troublesome path I was talking about." Jin-Kyu's face suddenly grew incredibly tense. He lowered his voice, revealing, "I'm seeing quite a few of those paths. About 5 of them." This shocking revelation made both Yishin and Seungji widen their eyes in amazement. Jin-Kyu continued his analysis. "So if my guess is right around here, there are a lot of monster transformations happening." Suddenly, loud noises and cracking, snapping sounds echoed, shaking the entire hallway. Kim Yishin broke into a cold sweat, realizing the severity of the situation. He muttered, "This seems even worse than I thought. You mean multiple monster transformations are happening at the same time? How?" But contrary to the two guys' anxiety, Sungji looked at the problem from a completely different angle. She calmly assessed, "Well, it makes sense, honestly. Stop being so gloomy. Let's hurry up and hunt those monsters." Yishin immediately understood. "You mean the monster we're looking for is already around here, right?" Sungji nodded slightly. "The problem is just that there are way too many of them, Hong Jin-Kyu." Jin-Kyu had to admit his freshman friend's logic. "That's also true, I guess. You're right. For now, let's just start by finding the monster." Seeing Jin-Kyu's listless and sorrowful expression, Kim Yishin stepped closer to ask, "Hey, what's wrong? Are you like this because you feel guilty? It's not your fault that you couldn't save everyone." But what was truly weighing on Jin-Kyu's mind right now was someone else. He whispered to himself, "I wonder if no Yugi has turned into one by now, or if she's still alive." The group silently turned their eyes toward the dark hallway, where the multipurpose room door remained tightly shut. Suddenly, strange noises erupted from the corner of the room. Breaking the silence, dry, ghastly, cracking sounds echoed continuously from behind the rows of desks. After a breathless pause, a loud tearing sound suddenly rang out. From under a desk, a hideous grayish slimy monster arm with root-like tentacles piercing through it suddenly shot up into the air, completely terrifying. Meanwhile, on the sports field, Yoonji-won was being gripped tightly by a monster. She tried to calm herself down to stay calm enough to find a chance to survive. Just then, the giant sphere on the field began to move suddenly, acting strangely. It completely drew the monster's attention. Realizing that the thing right now was more important to the monster than she was, Ji-won thought to herself, just keep staring at that thing, and she would take this chance to escape. She slowly pulled her arm back, trying to free herself from its ghastly grasp, though her heart was still filled with worry about whether she could actually make it out. Ji-won knew she had tried to run once and was caught immediately, so she told herself maybe it was best to wait for Hong Jin-kyu to come save her. But she waited, and he was nowhere to be seen. She started to feel suspicious and angry, wondering if he had abandoned her to run away by himself. And if that were really the case, she definitely wouldn't let him get away with it. He rushed over and shoved the classroom door open. Seeing Jin-kyu appear, Kim Yi-shin jumped, shouting in surprise. But before either of them could say a word, Sungji, standing nearby, pointed frantically behind Jin-kyu and screamed a warning, "There's a monster behind you!" Before Jin-kyu could dodge the monster suddenly, reached a giant arm through the window, shattered the glass, and grabbed him, lifting him high into the air. The harsh squeeze made Jin-kyu let out a painful, choked gasp. Kim Yi-shin screamed in a panic, "Hong Jin-kyu! Don't leave me and die so soon." But a strange thing happened when the monster suddenly loosened its grip and dropped Jin-kyu to the ground. Both Yi-shin and Sungji stood there blank-faced and confused. They watched as the monster pulled its hand back through the shattered window frame and casually walked away without attacking any further. It chillingly let out a series of demonic sounds. "Don't stand in my way." Meanwhile, inside the classroom, Hong Jin-kyu had suddenly reappeared in human form, his left eye completely black and abnormal. His sudden appearance made a Kim Yi-shin jump, who then patted his friend's shoulder and grumbled, "Damn, when did you switch? You scared the hell out of me." But the danger still wouldn't let them go. A dry, snapping sound echoed. It used terrifying power, leaving Kim Yi-shin frozen in shock, cold sweat pouring down. "What is this now? What are you trying to pull?" But the very next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded right before their eyes. The hideous monster suddenly snapped its own neck, making a spine-chilling crack. Then it let go and dropped freely to the ground. Witnessing the scene, Hong Jin-kyu kept his cold, emotionless expression. He firmly turned his back to walk away and said, "Let's go." Kim Yi-shin and Sungji could only stand there confused. How is he still okay after being like that? Walking down the hallway, Hong Jin-kyu's mind was focused on only one person now. No Yugi. The group quickly moved to the door of the multipurpose room. Hong Jin-kyu reached out and gripped the wooden doorknob. In his heart, he kept praying sincerely, "Please just be good. Please just sleep peacefully." But just as he stepped inside, Hong Jin-kyu completely froze. Right in front of him at that moment, a giant black sphere monster surrounded by hideous dry tree branches was looming in the middle of the room. Jin-kyu tremblingly uttered the name, "No Yugi." The black sphere monster stirred slightly. Its hideous body turned toward them and let out a threatening growl. Even though he was facing danger head-on, Hong Jin-kyu broke into a cold sweat, his mind reeling as he struggled to find a solution. What am I supposed to do? I need to think of something fast. My brain is just locking up. What do I do? Standing on the edge of life and death. You tell yourself that you have no choice but to act. Screw it, I'll take a gamble and possess the orb first, then figure out the rest. Kim Yi-shin places a firm hand on Hong Jin's shoulder and says in a low voice, "It's not too late yet. There's still a tiny part of her left that hasn't turned into a monster." You look at the grotesque parts of Yuji's body, where a scrap of her school uniform still remains, and continue to persuade him maybe this is the last chance to pull her back. The odds look pretty slim, though. But even so, we have to try. Isn't that right, unless you're just going to let Yuji go like this? Yi-shin's words fuel Hong Jin's determination. Looking at the monster slowly crawling toward them, he steels himself to take this final chance to save his friend. But the monster suddenly roars and lunges forward. Yishin only has time to let out a cry of helplessness before the creature's giant, hideous hand snaps shut around Hongjin's head. Watching the horrifying scene, Yishin and Jisungji can only grit their teeth in anxiety. Immediately after, Hongjin's consciousness is forcefully pulled into the orb's spirit world. I wakes up in the pitch-black void, gasping for air in exhaustion. Looking around the endless space, Jin spots Yuji sitting curled up motionless in front of a massive black sphere. He rushes over and shouts, "Hey! No, Yuji!" Before she can even react, Jin lunges forward, grabs her collar, and pours all his strength into his fist, thinking to himself, "Take this one just like Kim Yishin did. Please wake up, act like none of this ever happened." But Jin's punch freezes mid-air when Yuji's hand suddenly reaches up and grips his arm tightly. She slowly lifts her face stained with streaks of black liquid and whispers his name, Hongjin. Kai Yujin's eyes widen in shock. He trembles as he asks, "Is it really you?" Realizing his best friend has come to save her, Yuji bursts into tears, overjoyed. Did you come to save me? Are you okay? Do you recognize me? Hey, I was so scared I thought I was dead. Where on earth is this place?" Seeing that his friend has truly regained her sanity, Hongjin lets out a sigh of relief. He clutches his chest, muttering, "Thank goodness. That was way too close to losing you forever. First things first, we have to get out of here right now." Half of her face has already mutated into a pitch-black mess with terrifying thick black veins pulsating everywhere. Seeing his friend's horrific condition, Hongjin panics. He grips her shoulders, demanding, Why haven't you fully returned to normal? Hey, no, Yuji, are you really okay?" Yuji trembles, tears streaming down her mutated cheeks. "Do you mean I'm stuck in this form forever? Don't scare me like that." A wave of fear hits Hongjin and he breaks into a cold sweat. He agonizes over whether taking her out in this state would actually stop the monster transformation process, or if it would only make things worse. But survival instinct and friendship win out over his fear. Jin grits his teeth and decides, "No, nothing could be worse than this. I'm going to try everything I can. Open the way now." But Hongjin's attempt to open a path ends in complete failure. Looking around, the dark void remains silent, not moving an inch. He realizes in horror, why won't the path open? Could it be witnessing his helplessness? Yuji breaks into sobs. Just by looking at him, she can tell it's hopeless. Standing alone in front of the massive black orb that is constantly encroaching, Jin painfully realizes a cruel truth. Once completely controlled by the orb, he can no longer pull his friend out. Yuji looks at him in despair and asks, "So what are you telling me to do? Get out by myself?" Hongjin chokes out her name. "No, Yuji, is it really over? Is there really no way to save you?" Hongjin tries to force a smile to reassure her. No. What are you talking about? I'll find a way." But Yuji just bows her head sadly. "I can tell just by looking at your face. I can't even pretend I don't know. Still, this place is so scary. Seeing you here makes me feel a little less afraid. Thank you." Her thanks feel like salt on his open wounds. He screams in desperation, "No, that's not it. I swear I'll find a way." Knowing she doesn't have much time left, Yuji offers a painful, tearful smile. "You absolutely must not let me die by your hand. If you do, I'll hold a grudge against you for the rest of my life. Besides, if it weren't for you back then, I would have been dead a long time ago." Yuji shuts her eyes tight as the black, blotchy veins spread rapidly, swallowing her face. "You saved me in the classroom, didn't you?" Watching his friend slowly slipping away, losing her mind, Hongjin frantically shakes her, howling in agony. "Hey, no, Yuji, wake up! I haven't even said thank you yet. Wake up, please, I'm begging you, no, Yuji." But the only reply to his desperate cries is a bone-chilling silence as Yuji's head falls completely limp. Her blonde hair hangs down, covering a face that no longer looks human. At that same moment in the real world, a horrifying scene is unfolding inside the multi-purpose room. A dry, crunching sound echoed as it completely assimilated him into the creature's massive body, striking fear into all who witnessed the scene. Kim Ishin and Kim Sujin froze in shock. Ishin stammered, "Wait, what is this?" They were stunned for 5 seconds, and Sujin couldn't believe her eyes either. Something felt deeply wrong. Had the monster transformation process already finished? Kim Ishin immediately turned and shouted at Hongjin Q, who was standing there with his head bowed in silence. "Hongjin Q, what is this? Is there a problem?" A terrifying silence enveloped the room. The red sphere on the creature's head vibrated slightly, carrying a cruel truth. It was a failure. The massive monster stood behind them like proof of their helplessness. Kim Ishin turned around dazed and asked, "So it's really over? Hong Jin-kyu hung his head, his face darkening with pain as he whispered the name, "No Yuji," into the dark, empty void of the sphere. Their friend Yuji, with her blonde hair, sat motionless, curled up. She had been completely swallowed by the sphere. Kim Ishin, confused and unable to accept the truth, asked frantically, "Is there really no other way? There has to be something else we can do." But it was already too late. Watching Yuji's mutant body being assimilated, Hong Jin-kyu squeezed his eyes shut in pure agony and guilt, blaming himself helplessly. "If only I had arrived a little sooner. If I had arrived earlier." Just as Jin-kyu was sinking into despair, Ji-sungji's voice rang out, cutting him off. She looked at Jin-kyu with a firm, determined gaze and reminded him, "Now is not the time to sit here and wallow. I completely understand how you're feeling right now. But we can't. We still have work to do." The underclassman urged him firmly, "If you're grieving, save it for after we save Ji-won. I know this is incredibly hard for you, but this is something only you can do." At the same time, outside, Senior Yoon Ji-won's giant white monster was being hoisted high into the blue sky by the brutal arm of the red monster. Yoon Ji-won clutched her head, furious, thinking, "That brat must have slipped away," leaving her to take the hit. But suddenly, a massive, horrific explosion rocked the school building. Ji-won turned back in a panic, and from the debris and thick dust, a massive spiked head monster appeared. Looking at the hideous creature in front of her, Ji-won was shocked to realize that the sphere floating above its head was black. It wasn't red like Jin-kyu's. Loud explosions followed collapsing walls one after another, and eerie roars echoed from within the smoke and dust. A scrawny monster hand gripped the ground tightly. Countless monsters had broken through the walls. Ji-won wondered in horror, what kind of mutant zoo is this with so many different species? In this situation, completely overwhelmed, Ji-won screamed in pain, begging her attacker to stop, but the dark red monster didn't show a hint of mercy. It swung its arm and threw her flying through the air. The powerful throw sent Ji-won crashing onto the grass, coughing up blood in agony. She lay on the ground limp and unable to move when suddenly, roaring sounds echoed right behind her. Looking up, Ji-won was horrified to find that a swarm of other giant monsters had surrounded her. Since when? Watching the monsters closing in, Ji-won realized the cruel truth that dark red monster had intentionally thrown her out as bait for its companions. One monster opened its jaws filled with sharp fangs and lunged. The monsters, spreading pure terror, frantically dove in to tear her body apart. Ji-won could only scream in agony. She frantically begged for help in utter despair. Sharp, ruthless claws squeezed her sphere, and the ghastly cracking sounds of physical torture made Ji-won choke out her final pleas before sinking completely into the darkness. A scrawny hand lunged out lightning fast and grabbed hold of it. Just before she could escape, the spiked head monster's eyes went wide with shock, while Hong Jin in his iron cage head form coldly squeezed the sphere in his hand and thought, "I should have wiped you out sooner." Hong Jin's human eyes blazed with ultimate determination. At any cost. That sphere at the stadium, if I had destroyed it from the start. The iron cage head monster put all his strength into a decisive strike, piercing straight through his opponent's chest. The brutal blow left the spiked head monster completely stunned in place. In his mind, Hong Jin hung his head in agony and self-reproach. If I had done that, no Yuji wouldn't have turned into a monster. All of this is because of that sphere. Rage erupted. The iron cage head monster used both hands to crush the black sphere right in front of the opponent's chest. The sound of cracking echoed continuously. "Get crushed so you learn to stop running your mouth." Another one rushed in but was instantly finished off by Hong Jin. Seeing such overwhelming power, a monster that had been tearing things apart suddenly turned and fled. But in a split second, its body was pierced by black tentacles. It turned out the red monster had killed its own teammate. As for why Hong Jin's monster was so strong, it was because previously, knowing it couldn't defeat that red monster, Hai had defeated several other monsters to absorb their strength, growing stronger as a result. To keep the black monster from absorbing any more power, Hong Jin immediately lunged and sent it flying. Its body slid across the grass in pain. Hong Jin continued to close the distance, throwing countless punches. Suddenly, the black monster's tentacles shot out, but he managed to dodge everything. After that, he began a powerful counterattack. Meanwhile, the blonde senior, having been seriously injured, gradually transformed back into her human form and watched from a distance. Kim Ishin and Ji Seonji were stunned to see the monster's body returning to normal. Both quickly ran over to check the situation, and as he approached, Seonji shouted in a panic, "Senior, are you still breathing? Or have you kicked the bucket? Say something." Ishin leaned down to look closely at her pale face, then sighed with relief and remarked, "It seems she's still okay for now." But he suddenly froze when he discovered something extremely strange. The foot that had been completely severed when Senior Ji-won was in her monster form was now automatically reattached and healed as if nothing had ever happened. Realizing that the school courtyard area right now is still extremely dangerous, Seonji urges everyone to quickly get her inside to safety. Yi-sin firmly pushes his friend aside to hoist Ji-won onto his back and starts moving through the debris. Seonji anxiously asks, checking if she's truly still breathing. Yi-sin nods slightly, confirming, "She's still panting. She isn't kicking the bucket just yet, don't worry." Meanwhile, in the middle of the fierce battlefield, a bizarre giant hand suddenly reaches up high. A loud tearing sound echoes, but then a dry cracking sound suddenly rings out. A gray hand with sharp, pointed claws swiftly strikes, grabbing the monster's wrist, causing Jin-gyu to startle in shock. The opponent opens its giant fang-filled mouth to let out a wild roar, then uses overwhelming strength to crush the boy's arm. The excruciating pain makes Jin-gyu struggle, gasping for air as he realizes the situation is truly dire. He panicked, wondering why. He feels as if he's being completely overwhelmed by his opponent. Could it be that this monster gets stronger the more energy it absorbs? Looking closely at the enemy's appearance, he suddenly realizes its body hasn't changed at all. The appearance is just like Kim Soo-jin's from before. A powerful kick lands on his body, and right after it lunges forward to pin Hong Jin-gyu to the ground. Its black tentacle stabs straight toward the sphere, but Hong Jin-gyu manages to catch it just in time. "This is too dangerous. I have to get out of here right now." From the monster's hideous mouth, the deep, grudge-filled voice suddenly emits, "Die, you vermin!" Witnessing the mutant creature speak, Jin-gyu is completely frozen in shock. It can talk. Could it be that Kim Soo-jin has woken up? He hastily uses his monster form to shout, trying to confirm, "Kim Soo-jin, is that you? Stop, it's me, Hong Jin-gyu." But the only response to his plea is the cold, cruel sound of crushing. The gray monster completely ignores his explanation, continuing to tighten its grip on his throat, gritting its teeth as it passes judgment. Vermin. Anomalies must be eliminated. Its terrifying power crushes the red monster into the dirt. The sound of bones and flesh breaking echoes chillingly. Jin-gyu screams in pain and desperation, "No!" He helplessly feels his body shattering into pieces without being able to fight back. Standing in the dark void of his consciousness, Jin-gyu bitterly blames himself, thinking, "I thought this time would be different. Is this really how I die?" In his chaotic mind, Hong Jin-gyu realizes a harsh reality. There are 4 or 5 monster corpses around here, including his own body. If Kim Soo-jin absorbs all of them, she will become even stronger than before. Thinking this, Hong Jin-gyu feels completely hopeless. He wonders if it's truly the end, and if there's any way left to win. Maybe from the very beginning this was never a battle he could win. He thinks about just running away, finding a way to get another monster body and heading somewhere safer. But just as he turns his head, a familiar figure suddenly appears behind him, standing in front of a giant black sphere. Hong Jin-gyu is startled, widening, his eyes in amazement. He stammers, confused, "No, Yi-ji." But Yi-ji, with her cracked face and hollow eyes, just murmurs unconsciously to herself, "What I can do?" Noticing the abnormality, Hong Jin-gyu yells in a panic, "What are you saying? No, Yi-ji, it's dangerous. Take your hands off that right now." But the black sphere suddenly shakes violently, emitting white bolts of lightning along with eerie, whimpering sounds. Watching that scene, Hong Jin-gyu freezes. Cold sweat pours down as he is filled with doubt. Hong Jin-gyu realizes with horror that this feeling is incredibly familiar. It's the same sensation he felt when he first encountered the red sphere. Right before his eyes, Yi-ji, with her matted blonde hair and mutated eyes, has been completely taken over by the sphere. She reaches her cracked hand out and coldly declares, "I will give up." A massive explosion rings out as the giant black sphere releases intense bolts of lightning enveloping Yi-ji. Hong Jin-gyu can only stand from afar, helplessly watching her back. So what is happening right now? He quickly analyzes it. Perhaps what the sphere fears most is the death of its host. Because to the sphere, the target's death also means its own death. Hong Jin-gyu stares at the giant sphere in front of him. Then a terrifying thought flashes through his mind, making him freeze. Wait, if that's the case, then does that mean Yiji is about to die? Fear tightens its grip on Hong Jin-gyu's mind, but he quickly reassures himself. Wait, back when I was about to die, I ended up surviving, right? Besides, I can just enter another sphere. Stay calm. Yiji will definitely be okay too. But just as he tells himself that, Yiji's slippered feet begin to crack and shatter, covered in deadly black veins. Hong Jin-gyu startles. Huh! A loud sound erupts from beneath Yiji's feet. Hideous mutated red fleshy thorns suddenly sprout, slamming into the ground. Hong Jin-gyu panics. Who the hell is playing games here? Black smoke rises thick from the cracks. Hai trembles and shouts, "Well, what is this? What's wrong with your legs?" Yiji turns her head slightly weakly, calling out, "Hong Jin." Yiji closes her eyes, whispering to explain, "If I disappear, this sphere will weaken too. When that happens, you can take over this sphere." Hearing Yugi's sacrifice, Hong Jin completely froze in shock. "You've got to be kidding me. Trying to play the unwilling hero, huh?" Yugi said sadly, "Because I'm connected to the sphere, I know. I can't just accept this cruel reality." Hong Jin shouted angrily, "I don't need that, don't do it. Why are you suddenly doing this?" Even with her face half human and half monster, Yugi shed a tear and replied firmly, "It has to be done now, as I'm still myself." The red fleshy thorns continued to tighten and, gashing deep into her legs, Yugi whispered her final words, It's not you." Hong Jin kept screaming in panic, desperately searching for one last glimmer of hope. There has to be another way first. Just stop for a second. But all his pleas were too late. A loud ripping sound echoed from Yugi's legs as the grotesque mutated red thorns began to pierce through her skin, bleeding in agony. Yugi gave a pained smile, tears streaming down her cheeks. Dying like this is still much better than that, right? Seeing his friend lose her humanity right before his eyes, Hong Jin screamed helplessly. But darkness quickly rushed in, enveloping everything. In the silent void, Yugi's soft voice echoed again, "Hong Jin, you know what? When you woke up after sleeping in the multi-purpose room..." Actually, I wasn't asleep then. The shocking truth made Hong Jin go completely numb. He collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, surrounded by relentless red thorny branches. He looked up to see Yugi had completely transformed into a giant, grotesque, spiky monster standing tall before him. Meanwhile, in the real world, Ji Seungji and Kim Yishin were struggling to run through the school's ruins. After running a distance, Ji Seungji suddenly stopped. With eyes wide in horror, he looked ahead and whispered, "Senior Jin Q. He lost." Hearing that, Yishin turned back confused and asked, "What are you mumbling about? Speak up." But the moment Yishin looked in the direction Seungji was pointing, he also froze in shock. Right in front of them, the monster with the cage head controlled by Hong Jin was being ruthlessly choked by a giant one-eyed monster. Its black sphere released energy, trying to absorb the Hong Jin monster within the undefined space of the mind. Hong Jin knelt in total despair. The pain of watching Yugi transform right before his eyes broke him completely. Yet his mind remained submerged in guilt. Yeah, the jinx strikes again. The ones I try to save always end up gone. Memories of repeated failures weighed heavily on his chest. His helplessness quickly transformed into extreme hatred. "You bastards! Right in front of me! You've killed Yugi twice now!" Power from his madness exploded. The monster's black arm delivered a thunderous strike straight onto the enemy's neck. At that same moment, Kim Yishin, carrying Yugi on his back, also froze in shock. He asked in confusion, "Seungji, hey, am I seeing this right?" Seungji pointed forward with trembling hands. "The Hong Jin monster, it just..." forcibly broke free from the enemy's black sphere. Its sphere was glowing a furious red. It tried to attack with black tentacles, but he caught them. In the end, Hong Jin used those very same tentacles and drove them straight into its body. Talk about a taste of its own medicine. It suddenly pulled the tentacles out and lunged to fight its mouth, constantly asking, "Why aren't you dead yet?" Hong Jin roared in fury. "Since you're not dead yet, I can't die either." He turned powerfully and threw a punch straight into its black sphere, a resounding, shocking boom. Finally, the school's first monster went down and Hong Jin absorbed it as well. To gain new strength, seeing the terrifying opponent defeated, Kim Yishin, carrying senior Yoon Ji-won on his back, couldn't help but shout joyfully, "Yes!" But Ji Seungji, standing beside him, wasn't letting his guard down. She looked at Hong Jin's giant monster and pensively asked, "But that is Hong Jin, right?" Seungji worriedly pointed out the reality. "Even if that over there is Senior Jin Q, eventually he's going to have to undo the possession. And then what? How are we supposed to deal with that monster? Her analysis made Yishin jump in alarm. He broke into a cold sweat, realizing, damn, that's right, isn't it? It even absorbed the Kim Soo-jin monster, isn't it? Stronger than ever now. This is a disaster. What a dilemma. Since it's already come to this, we should make the most of it before the possession ends right. Receiving the signal from his comrade Hongjin inside the monster body turned his head forward. I thought to himself, the debt is settled. Now it's your turn to pay up. Gazing toward the distant grassy field. The giant black sphere was continuously emitting eerie purple lightning. Hongjin's eyes burned with killing intent. He coldly declared, "You're next." With not even a second of hesitation, the monster poured all its strength into its legs and lunged with terrifying speed. It leaped high into the air and stomped down hard, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire ground. Completely destroying the thorny defensive platform, Hongjin stood tall before the giant core. He roared in rage, "Stop hiding in his giant red monster form!" Standing before the massive spikes surrounding the core, he coldly ordered, "Come out!" As soon as he finished, he swung his giant hand, gripped a sharp spike, and used overwhelming strength to snap it off with a loud rip, ignoring the sturdiness of the defensive layer. Continuing his defense, Hongjin roared decisively, "I said come out." Once again he reached out and crushed the next thorn. Fueled by a sudden surge of rage, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You pathetic coward, what are you hiding for?" He used all his strength to tear apart the protective outer layer of thorns. From the pitch-black hole in the ruins, a swarm of other gaunt monsters started crawling out into the stadium hallway. Hongjin swung his arm and threw the sharp spike fragment with force. After snapping it off and looking toward the now exposed thorn pedestal, he taunted, "Where are you going to hide now, you piece of trash?" Staring back at him was a massive orb-like core, shaped like a gruesome skull. Hongjin glared straight at his opponent and coldly declared, "Nowhere left to hide, are you?" However, the swarm of gaunt monsters from the ruins quickly rushed over to surround him from every direction. He spotted a small monster trying to sneak up from behind. Hongjin cast a sharp, vigilant glance at them. Bringing the whole gang to loot the place, huh? This is so damn annoying. Despite the swarm of monsters relentlessly and frantically besieging him, Hongjin displayed overwhelming power, delivering a thunderous punch that sent the one blocking his path flying. The red orb on Hongjin head suddenly began to glow brilliantly. When he noticed the giant orb core showing signs of abnormal movement, another small monster lunged to block him, but he swung his arm and smashed it to pieces in an instant. Yet the small monsters wouldn't stop clinging to him. They frantically rushed forward, grabbing tightly onto his back and body. The sheer weight of the entire swarm caused Hongjin to slow down. They bit and tore at him with savage intensity, trying to drag him to the ground right in front of the giant thorn pedestal. Facing the frantic siege of the small monsters, Hongjin human-like eyes widened with grim determination. The giant red monster he was controlling immediately swung its claws. "Get lost!" The powerful blow sent the gaunt monster crashing to the ground. With only desperate agony left and without a shred of mercy, Jin-gyu decisively stomped down, crushing his opponent's head, then marched resolutely toward the giant thorn pedestal. Jin-gyu slowly approached the massive orb-like core. It was quivering uneasily. Once it stopped its desperate writhing, he wound up a 1,000-pound fist and roared, striking down with absolute finality, "Go to hell." Just as he was about to deliver the decisive blow, deep emotional memories of his friend Yuji suddenly flooded Jin-gyu's mind. The image of Yuji fearfully clutching onto him, her panicked screams in the classroom, and the moment the two of them lay side by side warmly holding hands in the multi-purpose room flashed clearly before his eyes. The immense pain and hatred from losing his close friend made Jin-gyu unable to hold back his tears. He gritted his teeth and screamed in agony, "You son of a butch!" Pouring all his strength and fury into his giant arm, Jin-gyu landed a thunderous direct punch straight into the heart of the giant orb core. A terrifying explosion of energy erupted from the center. The punch blew away the entire swarm of small monsters and obliterated everything nearby in an instant. Debris from the giant core rained down like a downpour onto the desolate wasteland. The destructive battle was over. Hongjin had officially finished off the entity at the stadium. Just then, a loud call rang out from behind. "Senior Jin-gyu." He turned his head and saw Ji Seungji, who had approached without him even noticing. Ji Seungji wore a stern expression and gave a firm order, "Don't release the possession. Keep this state and listen to me. First, either we must chase that monster away or we have to leave this place." You have to choose one of the two. Jin-gyu asked blankly. Right now. Seungji confirmed, yes, right now. She pondered and analyzed the situation, noting that while this monster was far superior to the others, Jin-gyu couldn't possess the same monster twice. The moment you release the possession, it will immediately become the group's worst enemy. Therefore, you must move far away before you can safely release it, to ensure safety. But then a bold thought flashed through her mind. Seungji continued thoughtfully. But before that, although it's a bit sudden, if we use this monster well, it could become the perfect tool to help us escape this school very safely, because we can't just stay in this school forever. What do you think? She continued. Since your mission is a very important plan, if it's not possible, then don't. Hong Jin-gyu firmly interrupted her. With a confident tone, I can do it. Chi Seungji advised Li Shin to take Ji-won inside to take shelter. Hearing this, Li Shin snapped back worriedly. What the hell are you talking about? Are you crazy? Do you have a death wish? Seungji quickly explained that she had something extremely important to tell Jin-gyu, fearing that if Jin-gyu snapped his own neck again like before, his body would be absorbed by other monsters. Seungji told Li Shin to head to the multi-purpose room first. She would follow right behind. After giving the warning, Li Shin announced that the door to the multi-purpose room was broken, so he would take Ji-won to the teacher's restroom instead. Sheltering there temporarily, he didn't forget to urge her to hurry up. Li Shin carried Ji-won on his back, wearily dragging his feet to the door of the teacher's restroom, unable to help but complain. How much does she weigh anyway? Man, I'm so exhausted, I swear. He used his shoulder to gently push the door open and stepped inside. But as soon as the door creaked open, Li Shin froze completely as he came face to face with a gruesome headless monster standing right there. Li Shin backed away slowly with Ji-won on his back, stepping as lightly as he could, praying frantically in his heart, "Don't look over here, please. Just pretend I'm invisible, okay?" Seeing the monster stand still, he calmed himself, thinking it had no reaction and probably couldn't see him. Maybe it's distracted or dozing off, he thought. Just retreat quietly and I'll be safe. But the restroom door creaked with a chilling sound. The monster slowly poked its body out into the hallway and emitted a threatening growl. Knowing there was no escape now, Li Shin broke into a cold sweat. There's no way I'm doing that, is there? Then he put all his strength into his legs and ran for his life. Li Shin carried Ji-won and ran for dear life down the hallway, regretting and telling himself, I should have just stuck close to Hong Jin-gyu. But just as he turned a corner, Li Shin froze in shock as another headless monster suddenly stepped out, blocking his path, facing the grim reaper that had cut off his only escape. He could only widen his eyes and gasp in despair. Damn it, blocked at the front and trapped at the back, there's no way out. In his panic, a ruthless thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Li Shin threw his senior Ji-won, who was unconscious on his back, aside as bait, intending to use the distraction to escape on his own. But before Li Shin could carry out his cowardly plan, a grotesque hand suddenly reached out from behind, grabbing Ji-won tightly by the shoulder. Li Shin was startled, but in the very next moment a horrifying sight unfolded before him. The headless monster that had been chasing them from the restroom lunged forward, launching a brutal attack that completely annihilated the monster blocking their path. Witnessing such a shocking scene, Li Shin panted heavily, shell-shocked, wondering to himself if that hideous creature might actually be on his side. A punch as powerful as a thunderbolt slammed through the school building's glass doors, creating a massive blast that sent bricks and debris flying everywhere. Witnessing its overwhelming, terrifying power, Li Shin could only stand there stunned and blurted out, "Oh my god, that is insanely epic! That's some high-quality muscle right there." Seeing the opponent completely taken down, Li Shin let out a sigh of relief. He turned back to look at the headless monster and whispered a word of thanks. Because thanks to it, both of them were still alive. But joy is fleeting. The monster suddenly reached out and snatched Ji-won right off his back. Li Shin panicked and screamed, "Hey, are you trying to steal my loot or something? Why are you carrying her off? Give her back right now." But instead of biting or tearing, the headless monster gently hugged Ji-won to its chest, letting out a low growl as if it were fiercely protecting her. Watching that strange behavior, Li Shin was left completely speechless. He was confused, wondering what this monster actually was and whether it was just a normal creature or something else. The situation at that moment had truly become life-threatening. A gigantic, chubby monster with a mouthful of sharp teeth on its stomach suddenly lunged forward, delivering a massive, crushing blow down onto the headless monster. The terrifying impact created a massive explosion of dust and dirt. He winced in pain, shielding his face to dodge the flying rubble, then started in surprise when he heard a demonic growl right beside him as the dust began to settle. It revealed the headless monster gently holding the unconscious Yoonji-won in its arms, to the complete astonishment of Kim Lee-shin. The monster slowly set her down on the ground. Then it stepped back. Lee-shin hurriedly rushed to hold Ji-won, confusedly asking himself, "Wait, what is even happening? It just carried her off, and now it's bringing her back like nothing ever happened. What is this?" The headless monster stood silently in front, reaching out a grayish, raspy hand to gently touch Ji-won's face, full of protectiveness. Watching that strange act, Kim Lee-shin realized something shocking and muttered, "Could it be?" But before he could finish his sentence, the giant hand of that chubby monster lunged forward once again to attack. Lee-shin panicked, clutching Ji-won tightly and leaping backward to dodge. At the very last second, the headless monster bravely threw itself in the way, using its own body to block the thunderous punch from the opponent to protect them, leaving the chubby monster frozen in shock. A brutal battle between the two giant creatures erupted fiercely. The chubby monster madly bit and swung punches with the weight of 1,000 pounds, sending the headless monster stumbling back. Taking advantage of the moment they were locked in combat, Kim Lee-shin gathered all his remaining strength, hoisted Ji-won up, and ran for his life down the hallway. But just as he took a few steps, another giant hand suddenly reached out from behind, looming over his back, threatening to end him. Returning to reality, a loud boom echoed out. The headless monster had arrived in time, throwing a punch that stopped the hand meant to take Lee-shin's life. The headless monster roared maniacally. From its body, more thin-clawed arms sprouted out to continue the fight. It turns out the monster protecting them was actually the senior's boyfriend. Lee-shin finally understood the situation and ran like crazy, fulfilling the senior's wish. Goodbye, senior. Part 1 of the series ends here. If you guys enjoyed it, don't forget to give the channel a like.